On our walls, the Pepsi generation thought we'd seen it all. Brightly lit future with flying cars, and we'd all be superstars. Energy is endlessly entertaining us violently. Commercials play on TV, and nothing was ever free. Self-aware, made mistakes that land us anywhere. With corded phones and tape machines, you could do anything if you just believe. Commercials play on TV, and nothing was ever free. Fake Nikes. He liked computers and Atari games. Wanted friends, but kids can't be me. He played the keyboard, loved the music scene. Formed a band that we pay to see. It's funny how people see all the rock stars on MTV.
What's up, everybody? It is time for night number 2 of the epic style stream. What's up? In the house, as you can hear, is Ludwig. Hello, Ludwig.
How's it going, ladies and skeletons?
Nice to have you with us again. It is nice to have you here today for the madness that is night 2 of the documentary. We are telling only the truth, nothing but the truth. Not lying at all, of course not. Who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
What would be the point in lying when you've got this much scrutiny?
So, Ludwig, let's get your overall thoughts before we get into it. Big picture thoughts. When you first watched the documentary, what were your overall thoughts?
Well, I kept notes. I watched the React you did last night, so here are my notes. Phil admits before the doc begins that there are things he hasn't admitted to and fessed up to, which I thought he admitted to everything and fessed up to everything, but I guess he's not. Which basically, it legitimizes the need for these kinds of documentaries because nobody's going to admit to anything. Not to everything. I guess he has to be dragged into it and forced to it.
Yep. And
he's...
Go ahead.
He says, who else has to live under this level of scrutiny? And it's like, I don't know, other locals?
Yeah.
Anyone who runs for public office basically has documentaries like this about them. They're going to their life, their past. Like a lot of people do. My
quote is, if you run your life like a TV show, don't expect people to cover it like a TV show. Because, let's be honest, he treats his life like a TV show. So, expect people to treat it like a TV show. That's what I say.
That's one of the observations that I came to observing Spoonie. It's like he is not mentally prepared to deal with the level of notoriety that he feels he's entitled to.
That's a good way to put it.
He wants to be a celebrity, but he doesn't want to deal with any of the bad parts of it. It's like, well, you got to take it as an entire picture.
Yeah. Spoonie, shout outs to Spoonie. Wonder how he's doing these days. Have you seen anything from him recently? Still on Twitter?
Yeah, he's collaborating with Curtis. From Phantasmagoria. They're still doing things together, I guess.
Okay, big ups to Spoonie. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
So DSP treats this like how a Catholic like him should treat a confession booth, a necessary outing of his sins in order to, quote, step into his next level of existence.
Yeah, that was the good one. Step into the next plane of existence. Yes.
Like, holy shit. Like, he needed this in order to put his past behind him. It's like, dude, like... Mr. Catholic, you know there's a thing for this? It's called a confessional.
Yeah, and the best part of that is, real quick, is that he thinks that this is going to... This is just like the side scroll was supposed to do, by the way. This is going to... All those things people said about me, this is going to put all those things to bed. When his, as you've seen from night 1, his debunks of this stuff is not existent. It's either... I'm drunk, that was a joke, or that didn't happen, and then Joon shows the exact proof of that thing happening. That's where we're at.
Yeah, like it just makes me think. I was watching your restream, and I'm just thinking like, okay, so like, what is an asshole? Like,
yeah,
it sounds like very easy to not be an asshole. All you have to do is say I was joking, and if you don't get that I was joking, you're stupid. It's like, so what qualifies someone as being an asshole? You don't turn around and say, oh, it was all a joke? Like, then there is no such thing as an asshole then.
Yeah. And don't worry, if you drink as well, that admonishes you of all responsibility for what you do either. So that's pretty cool, you know?
I don't know. Like, when people get drunk and crash a car, they don't get punished less. They get punished more.
Wow.
Literally the opposite of how he wants it to work.
Yeah, so that
and he thinks Justin Wong needs to apologize for laughing at him for it?
God, he was asked a question and said something that everyone on Earth would find funny, right?
Yeah.
You know, but okay.
Dude,
yes,
I
Justin.
said I was drunk, okay? You're supposed to pity me, okay? You're not following the programming.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Justin, for saying that. But yeah, for over 10 years ago, yes. You talk about change. You don't think Justin has changed and he forgot about whatever the fuck you said? He's probably like, what am I talking about?
I was an asshole back then, okay? Leave me alone.
Yeah. I was like, what are you talking about? DSP is in the chat now. Just waiting for YouTube to let me start this stream. It's taking its time tonight. I have no idea possible what that could mean because...
It's got to verify my stream key, dude.
What?
I don't know.
Sometimes it takes like, at maximum, I've seen it take like 3 seconds from when I push start stream to YouTube to pick it up. 3 seconds.
Same.
So. Okay.
He admits he had no intention of actually making his anti-Evo, but he begged for money for it anyways.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah, he was asking for money for it, but he's like, yeah, it was just all a joke. I just wanted to troll everyone. It's like, well, what about the money?
What about the brainstorming thread about how to raise money for it? Was that the joke too? Because those you seem pretty serious about those ideas.
Like, it's the difference between joking and serious is determined after the fact, depending on if he gets in trouble for it or not.
Yes.
Like, it's a quantum particle. It changes depending on the observation, whether it was a joking or a serious.
Do people make fun of me for it or not? That's it.
How unserious was he when he was racking up massive credit card debt? Like, was that a joke?
I was a character. I mean, is it character or drunk, or that's not true? That's the option. So he admits that's true, so it has to be one of the two.
So there's a serious me called Phil Burnell, and there's a character who's just joking all the time, also called Phil Burnell. And both of them call themselves the realest motherfucker on the internet.
Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to night 2 of my live reacting.
We'll hopefully have some time for the rest,
Joon the King documentary.
Yeah, he's starting right away
Eternal
now,
Downfall of Darkside Phil. Yesterday, we covered a lot of ground. The whole first hour of the documentary covered my early days in the fighting game community and Street Fighter competitions, then how I got into YouTube early on, early reception, my original channels, early copyright strike issues, a lot of stuff. And
a lot of stuff.
Where we left off yesterday, as a quick recap here, is basically when I started going out with my ex, my now ex, and I started branching out from doing just gameplay content into other things, notably Project 7.
Yes.
And that is where we ended. It was the perfect time to end it there because it was the end of a topic and moving on to a new topic. And I said, let's call it here. So tonight, that is exactly where we will be picking up. And hopefully, we'll get through perhaps another hour of the documentary tonight. If you want to know the truth, I think there may be some stuff coming up in here.
Okay.
That
No, I don't know. I don't want to know.
I don't want the truth. What?
Not fully aware of the full story of at all.
What?
Because I don't really know how much this goes into detractor content and knowing about the detractors and what they've done to me and things like that.
Gotcha.
Like, I only know from my perspective. And I think that this is the beginning of the online movement against me, is what's covered tonight. Probably this is how you don't play. And then the original groups of detractors
I'm
and
not
stuff like that. I really don't know that much about that. So this might actually be quite interesting.
You don't know enough. You don't know a lot about this. How you don't play. It controlled your whole life that entire year. I mean, everything was about that. He had hour-long monologues about how it ruined his life. But yeah, we don't know anything about it.
We're starting with Project 7 onward. You're telling me that's too far back?
Okay, and I'm very excited to see where this goes tonight, and go from there. I think we're gonna hopefully if we get the right pacing tonight, I think that we may actually get to. Hold on,
I don't know what's coming up. This is what's coming up.
He's singing ahead. Everyone knows he's watched
he has. He has.
I think we might actually.
He couldn't resist watching that the second it dropped.
The incident. And
we
then
still saying it like that?
The incident, whatever that is.
With the machinima deal and stuff that happened. But I'm not sure. Like, we'll see how far we actually get tonight, depending on how much I have to say about all these different topics.
Oh,
it also depends on, to what extent Joon went into detail on said topics, because I don't know.
Okay.
So it's going to be fun, but it's also going to be stressful to go through this again.
Oh my God. So stressful. Send me money, please. That makes it less stressful, guys.
Mambo deepens. Gotta hit that king streak.
So, good stuff coming tonight. If you're here to relax and enjoy and see my reactions to my own shortcomings, you're definitely in the right place.
I thought it was stressful.
We're going to begin in 5 minutes at 7 p.m. Pacific sharp.
Stress out.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to post up that we are live.
It took 20 minutes to start the stream yesterday, so we'll see how long it takes.
If you need to use the restroom.
Is this kindergarten, guys? Get a snack. What the fuck? Get a snack. Go to the bathroom, guys. We're leaving for the field trip soon.
Now, because I'm going to be going straight 2+
Holy
hours
shit.
without breaks, just going forward with this. And obviously, you don't want to miss it.
I don't want to hear people in chat saying I missed what you said.
No advertisements on tonight's stream whatsoever.
Oh, what a legend.
However,
Thank
I would
you.
ask if you are here and you're enjoying the content, if you could support it in some way, whether that's giving the stream a like for engagement purposes, whether it's a super chat, a membership for yourself, a gifted membership for your fellow viewer, or
Joon brings up
tipping me
something like this too.
We're
so
I'm
interested to see how he handles that.
I always do. Okay.
Very good.
So thank you.
You want a membership to a channel I use once a week?
In just a moment. Let me go post this up everywhere, and then we will begin. Be right back.
Post this up everywhere. Post this up there. Big ups to Toxic Cherries for the member bomb, dude. And Kevin with the popcorn. Big ups. ES says he watched this doc 3 times minimum since release. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it for 1 second. Jerking off one of them, you know, showing Cat. Watch this with me, Cat. Check this out. You know, she's not even paying attention to him, you know. Yeah,
he's emailing Joon, telling him all the things he's gotten wrong.
Yeah, I had that clip ready, but it seems like we'll get there because he's starting. But yeah, he said he is sending messages to Joon about the misspellings.
Goodbye. You know what, Alex Valle after you, man.
You think he gives a fuck about misspellings? Yeah, what am I supposed to do with that, Philip? Oh, let's take it down and put it back up? Yeah, that would be great. What are you supposed to do with that?
Put an annotation on it. Alex Valle is not Asian, okay?
Like, here. It's like 2 seconds. It's really short.
You know,
big ups to Mighty D for this.
He's so far in the first hour, right? The only real issue I have is that he had some spelling errors, which I told him about. And the fact that he said that he thinks my channel got demonetized. Oh, yeah. Well, he thinks that my AdSense got suspended because I was telling people to click ads.
No. He just told you what you said. He showed 2 examples of you saying participate, and then directly saying click on the ads. That's what he showed. So yeah. I know this little narrative he's creating is all cool, well and fine, but it's still, Joon said exactly the truth. But all right.
Dude, imagine being able to get people demonetized by clicking on their ads. Everyone would get fucked with that way.
Yeah.
I hate PewDiePie. I want to get him demonetized. I know what I'll do. I'll click on his ads.
Yeah.
Like,
everyone would do that.
But in reality, that's not really what happened.
Okay.
I had said that in a video a year and a half before. It wasn't until I made $18,000 in 1 month on AdSense, and then I was making $13,000 and more during the next month that YouTube then suspended my AdSense.
Yeah.
It's
the correlation is that I was making too much money.
Oh.
Come on now, dog.
You serious?
People were clicking like crazy because
Great.
they felt bad for me because I lost my job.
He doesn't know. Like, they don't give you a reason.
Yeah, he has no idea about this. Just his own narrative because this sounds better, right? That's just call a fucking spade a spade, dude. It just sounds better in his narrative.
It reminds me of Wings trying to like make up the reason why he got banned off of DoorDash. He tweeted customer details on Twitter. He took a picture of his notebook and tweeted it out. It's like, that's probably what got you banned off of DoorDash, but no, let's blame the trolls.
Free Ice Cream says, how long do you think those correction DMs were? Oh God, he showed them. And well, we're gonna see it maybe today. I don't think so. He fucking said, what was it? Superbly long-winded response. Like, just right to Phil's fucking face, dude. Like, superbly long-winded.
Yeah. Whatever tism Joon has, I probably have too, because you look through a paragraph and you're like, okay, there's only 2 words that matter in this entire paragraph. I misspoke, aka I lied.
Big ups to Messiah for the bomb as well. Big ups, Joon. You're a legend. Yeah, that was amazing. It's amazing.
A year and a half prior, I had said that one little comment in a face reveal video. But that's the narrative my detractors.
That's incorrect as well. There was 2 clips shown.
That one little comment. You only have to say it once.
Yeah. It's the exact thing that is Joon was showing that you did. You said it. Click the ads, and he also said participate as well. So that's 2 times, But
I love just before that too, where he denies saying it, and then he unpauses it instead of saying it.
That's what I said in my meme poll was, how many times are we gonna try to pre-bunk?
Okay, guys.
Then push play, and then Joon debunks that. It's awesome.
Hello, can everyone see me and hear me?
We can see.
Just want to be sure we're good before we begin here tonight. Because some people seem to be under the impression the stream's not live, but it most definitely is.
Your mic is broken.
And I also posted it up everywhere. How are you all?
Better than you. Why is your lamp off?
Why are we wearing the bowling shirt?
We're good? Everyone's
the
okay.
lamp.
Cool. Everyone's saying, yes, I'm here. They're responding to me.
Yes,
excellent.
it broke.
All right. Here
One person said yes, loud and clear, by the way.
Good evening, everyone,
Just
and
being
welcome
honest.
to night 2 of my live reacting to my own documentary by Joon the King called The Eternal Downfall of Darkside Phil.
Okay.
If you didn't see it yet, last night's stream is archived on this channel, DSP Reacts, and you can watch it in its entirety live. As it happened, I did not actually cut out parts or anything. I made it one unedited live stream archive, and I plan on doing this.
That face is not.
Over the course
it's not very. It's not very good thing. A vision of you. You know what I'm saying? It's not very.
Dude, just so you know, I have a full set of hair. Okay, I've never once been bald.
Oh yeah, he said that DM.
Basically, watch them immediately.
Excuse me, Joon. I do actually have hair. It's not flattering. That's what I was looking for,
1
Darius.
hour of my documentary, the very first hour, and this covered my early days of Street Fighter and or the fighting game community, my ideas and how I became a YouTuber, my early successes, some early problems with copyright and Blip TV and stuff like that, and basically went through all the early days, all the way up to me getting together with my now ex and doing things different from just plain gameplay, such as Project 7. Okay,
Yes.
My now ex friends. Okay.
Yeah.
that's where we left it, and it seemed like we got great progress. We're basically like 57, 58
Dude,
minutes
great
into
progress.
this 3 hour,
Is it a
42
video
minute,
game?
giant monstrous documentary.
Great progress.
Tonight we're gonna start right where we left off. All right, continuing on with the Project 7 and then everything else after that. There's so much to cover in this documentary that I actually wonder to what extent Joon covers certain things.
Correct, DC.
And I also
Sure.
wonder how much of this I'm going to know and not know, because a lot of this goes into content like
So
covering
get ready
my
for
trolls
him
and
to
stuff,
say,
and
I don't know what he's
really
talking
that
about,
much
I guess.
about them at all. Quite honestly, I just ignored them or raged about them messing with me, but I never really looked into who they were or watched their content or anything like that. So if he actually like goes deep in, that's going to be all stuff that's completely new to me. You know, that we're going to learn tonight.
It's
and
going
you'll
to
be getting
dox
my
the Sons of
genuine
Kojima and give you a
reactions
full
to all of that
breakdown
information.
profile of each
I didn't know
member.
about these guys. Who are these guys? SOK? What's that?
For the very first time.
I don't know anything about these guys. Right.
We'll see how it goes tonight. Okay. I plan, if everything goes according to plan, just like last night, probably we'll get through another hour of the documentary tonight. This stream will probably last about 2.5 hours ish because I'm looking for like a logical stopping point to stop on a topic
like that
makes
shit.
sense.
The
Just
Tractor
like
Good
last
documentary
night,
would be called an offshoot of something meaningful.
this is a demonetized stream, meaning when you're watching live, there's no ads. There will be no ad breaks whatsoever. And I'm planning to go a straight, 2.5 hours
It's a normal
without
thing
breaks.
to do
I'm probably
when you're
not gonna take
streaming.
any breaks unless I absolutely have to, like a bathroom break or something like that. But I'm planning to just go. All right. And so I hope that you guys will hang in there.
What?
And I
Then
know
you
this
won't
is
need a
long,
bathroom break
arduous
if you're just
task.
gonna
I took
go.
all this time out this entire
Hang in
week
there.
to do this.
Please don't leave.
'cause
Hang
I
in
knew
there.
I wanted to get it done, all in one go. And so,
Hang in there.
you know, that's why I'm really doing it every single night, just to get it hammered out. So I hope
Shouldn't it be
that you
meaningful
guys will be
content
along
that you're
for
not
the
trying to
ride
rush
with me.
through?
Last night went
All right.
really smoothly, but I will say this, okay?
Uh-oh.
FYI, since it's demonetized, yeah, it would be absolutely awesome if you guys could support the
support.
stream. Last night you did.
Philip.
All right, so if you could, please consider contributing in
This
some
video
way.
doesn't
if
have
you're
ads,
live.
so here
There's
I
many
am
ways
to give
contribute.
you ads.
Yep, and
me.
June calls this out as well in the
In
documentary.
super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and tips.
Must not be any
And I will
support
be
yet.
stopping to shout out contributions
Okay,
during my
thank
live
God.
react as if it's
Yes.
a normal stream for me, so that we can hopefully hit the goals and keep it 32 straight streams.
Yeah!
Right, hit my King's Tips goal.
Why does he
Let's
take
keep
his
it going
thumb
tonight.
and
Let's
like
crush
hook it
again
around his index
as I go
finger?
through the arduous task
Yeah, it's
of
hard to
reacting
do.
to my
It's
past.
down.
The further
do
in we
it
get,
myself.
the
So
sweatier
unnatural.
it's going to get. By the end, I'm probably going to have like daubing my brow, trying to get
Daubing.
through this dang thing.
Daubing my
Oh,
brow.
you know what I mean?
Give-
It's gonna get
give
worse
daubing
and
the
worse.
sock to
So
make him a free
we're
elf.
just at we're at the beginning stages, right?
Daubing.
Of
I
this
don't know,
kind of
man.
stuff going on, right?
Let's do daubing.
So-
Tell me. You
We're gonna get started in just a moment. First shout out of the night is a $2 tip.
There you go. Just came in. That's why he was doing that big.
Let's
He didn't
go,
have
Felt
one.
It, etc. Get them King from Fart
Let's go.
Fella
Felt
Smart
it,
Smeller.
etc.
There's absolutely no way I'm putting that name on the leaderboard. Fart Fella Smart Smeller. But I
Why?
appreciate the $2 tip.
Fart, dude. Fart.
You tell
To
people
get
to,
the
eat
night
poop out of
started,
your
that's
butt,
nice
man.
of you
I know. We can't say fart, though.
to give us the first tip. Before we begin here
We
with the
can't say
reacting.
fart.
And
All right.
what was your name? Fart
Fart smeller.
FFSS is your name. That's your name.
Well, not very keenly.
It felt it.
All right. So I'm going to turn on my air conditioner. I'm going to need it. I get the feeling. Get it blasting here. Get it cool in here. And
Bro, it's like 7
John Smith,
PM?
I have absolutely no idea if that's a real picture of me graduating in the video
It's not.
from yesterday, the first part. It maybe
You
a
don't-
weird angle.
Wow.
So I can't really
Like,
tell.
isn't that crazy? I'm pretty sure I could recognize myself in almost every picture I've ever seen of what? Like,
When he went back to Connecticut, there were no photos of him in graduation.
yeah. All
Oh, but
right.
it
on the
could
wall?
be. I'm not
I
sure.
don't know, man. I guess they didn't really like him.
Okay. That's it. I got nothing else to shout out, guys. Nothing else so far. So hopefully we'll get some good support tonight. Let's go ahead and get started with
Pick it up,
grandma's money.
so we can make some good progress. All right.
Good progress.
FYI,
Yeah, please.
as of right now, Joon the King's documentary about me has 428,000 views in about a day and a half. So
Okay.
I
Hey,
would predict
dude,
that
you
maybe by
didn't make it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Did you make this, or are you getting a part of that?
Tomorrow
Or
morning,
okay.
Like, he
days,
acts
maybe
like
it'll
he
hit
edited it
500.
himself. Like, bro.
Okay.
This is how I act when I edit an It's a
Pretty awesome
Gundam
for him,
video. It's like, all right, how's
obviously.
the views?
I wish him the best. I hope that it continues to get reach. He even had said that this
They
was his
love
first
me.
ever documentary that
really
he did
love me.
that was trending on the trending tab on YouTube. His others
Dude.
never made it. Mine did.
Dude.
So it's giving him a
What a
boost,
flex.
which is great. I told you, it's all about
Yeah.
engagement, right? It's about liking videos, leaving comments.
Because it's
That
so
engagement
insane,
gets you on the
people wanna
trending
see
tab,
it.
And the next thing you know, your videos are getting seen. You find them in the search, and that's what's happening. So keep it going.
My
Thank you for
episode of
watching.
Cops
Not
was
only,
the best.
You know,
Yeah,
my
exactly. That's the same fucking thing.
reacts to
When they
his
found
stuff,
me
but
underneath
also,
the
you know,
kiddie
watching
pool,
his raw
everyone
thing, you know, the way I
laughed.
split it up here, this gives you guys ample time to actually be watching this over the
Ample.
week before I even finish it. Instead of rushing through and doing it all in one go, this gives people tons of time to kind of get a preview of what's coming up, right?
Okay.
Take a sip.
And you wonder why you're all sweaty.
Very good. Okay, we're about to start, but I just received a $5 tip
There you go. Begging works. Let's do it.
from two last names. The only event more infamous than Watergate is the incident. Yes,
Hilarious.
I think we'll get to the incident tonight. It's about an hour from where we are, but I do feel like we're going to get to it.
I
Like,
think
a lot
so.
of this
I think he's right
detractor
about
stuff, I'm just
that.
going to press play and watch.
Well, there
and
was
listen and
9/11,
maybe
which
kinda-
you also
I don't know that
monetized.
much to add to that
Yeah.
stuff because I wasn't involved in it. I only saw it from my perspective of the person being trolled. So I didn't know what was really going on. It's going to be more of an education if he dug the information up and everything about these guys. That's going to be
He is hoping. He was really hoping that would be a bigger
total
section. I'm
new
sure.
information
The
for me
the
that
detractor
I never
shit.
even knew. You know what I'm saying? So
But like the
I'm-
long and short of the detractor sections are Fred Fucks was crazy, the SOK was stupid, and some really fucked up detractors. Philip tries to lump in all really fucked up detractors into that's all the detractors are like that. And Joon,
Yeah.
I thought beautifully spelled that out. You know,
Is anyone going to tell him that, like, if you want to see, like, a big detractor section, watch the Turkey Tom documentary? But I guess
yeah.
he won't, because Turkey Tom said the word milk.
and also he said the 10 years of failure, which is somehow not as bad as eternal
Eternal
downfall, which is worse, brother. Big ups for Reno Ryan says ALT could recognize his graduation picture on the cave paintings 5,000 years ago. That's a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. Cave paintings. Let's jump the shark. All right, I will shout out. Every future shout outs will be after we're done. Okay, I want to keep it rolling.
fascinated by this. Let's see what happens tonight as we get through this.
Yes,
And,
you're right, Ikiro.
Again, I thank you all for giving me your time. The funny part
welcome.
is,
What
so
the
last night
fuck?
we had a lot of people, and I'm curious
Yeah.
every night will we get just as many people on the stream. Right now, we're not even close to what we had last night.
Oh my god.
I don't know if people were waiting for particular parts. Like, it is kind of weird that the earlier parts got more views when they're really not. They weren't even that dramatic, you know. But it's
It's
gonna
not
get
about
more
that.
dramatic every night
Oh
we do
my
this.
god,
Seriously.
it's not that
So,
dramatic.
Okay, are we ready to begin?
Oh my god.
I don't know, are you?
All right. Again, any
More
contributions
people,
come
please.
in, I will shout them out as appropriate. during
Guys,
the
more
stream.
people,
Let's
please.
started.
Get in here.
Capture card to improve the quality of his videos.
Can I
He
get more
sought
people, please?
experimentation
Where are
elsewhere.
you? Here we go.
Hey, can you, like, split yourself in two via mitosis or something?
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and
When you
reclaim
can
it.
hear
His
the air quotes around plot.
stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge
Howard.
of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo, known by their channel Respect the Pact. They
Shout-outs.
offered their
Actually, already, Respect the Pact were actually friends of Howard.
Howard's friend. Yes, that's what I
pitched
said.
the whole thing, actually. He wanted me to do work with them somehow. And so we had a meeting at Starbucks, and we just pitched different ideas, and eventually we came up with the idea for Project 7 together after
Did you
all talking about
have
it in
diarrhea
like a
for that
roundtable
one, or
fashion.
you showed up for that one?
persistence with the
Oh.
project for the sole
Minor
purpose of a
distinction.
shout-out.
But also,
which
like,
we
it
hope will
should make you more thankful for Howard if Respect
Yeah?
the Pack were his friends. But you're
Yep.
like, Howard, you don't even care. You don't even matter, dude.
Yeah. Just a heads up, we are going to pause a lot. We're here to shoot the shit and enjoy ourselves talking about it. But there's a lot of the people restreaming this if you want to see a more streamlined process. But we are definitely pausing a lot to talk about it, give you the full context, my friends. Let's go. Just a warning.
On their YouTube career.
Right.
Hello.
I'm John, and I'm joined by...
I love that hello.
Howard.
It's a very specific sense of humor.
So this is going to be...
This is a guy who called his show The Show. So that's the kind of sense of humor you get with John.
Here comes the first pre-bunk of the night, because he's going to try to tell you about, what's happening to try to get you ready for the fucked up part. Here's the pre-bunk.
Video that they made about me in 2015, many years later, because Project 7 we made in 2011 and part of 2012. In 2015, after I had moved away and all our relationships had changed, like we weren't close friends anymore, they made this video and basically kind of told their side of a story that they had never even told me. So when this video came out, and the audio you're hearing is from this video, it's just audio.
They're supposed
only,
to
but
tell
it is a
you, I
video
guess.
on YouTube.
Okay.
I was shocked just as much as everyone else because they had never expressed anything in this video to me directly ever. They just decided to go around me and put this video on YouTube. Go figure. Okay.
So it was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it was one day of filming.
Philip?
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous...
No comment on that one. That's true. Lie detector test determined that was true.
amount of work.
Is that one day for all 4 episodes?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, maybe, no, I think... Oh, was it? No, because they had a lot of
Like a
different
day
sets
per
and stuff.
episode,
I think a day per
probably.
episode, probably, yeah.
That only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel.
That's
There
all
was
true.
also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten raised for mid-2012. Not only was he
sneak
getting a set
disses are-
$2 per 1,000
Any comment,
views,
Phil?
frenzy.
sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel.
That's true. Now, just to make this clear, all right?
Here we go. Debunk
Because
here.
I don't know, as he says that, if he's trying to spin it like I decided to end Project 7. That's not true at all.
He didn't
I
say that at all, okay? He just said the truth of the matter.
had idea to make upwards of, 10, 12, 15 episodes, make it a season, make a DVD, sell the DVD, make money, go to
AVGN.
conventions,
Yes,
promote
the
it.
highly
Like,
successful channel awesome business model.
Make those DVDs.
this was
Release
a
it on
big thing.
YouTube for free and then make people pay for it later. That was really lucrative.
That was really a thing, though, back then. Like, everyone was doing that. Like, everyone had their DVD, It was weird.
that we were going to do.
Did you ever buy one of those? Spoonie?
Oh, hell no.
Spoonie. I mean, like a Spoonie one or anything? I never did. But
I don't think
they
he
were
made a
always selling
DVD.
them. Yeah, Spoonie never did, but there was AVGN had one every fucking year. Even the Mega 64 had one, I know. A lot of the Channel Awesome people did. That guy with the glasses people did, but I never bought one. But
And they just quit after 4 episodes and said that it was too much work for them and they weren't getting anything out of it. It wasn't that, Phil decided he just
Yeah, they
wanted to
weren't
go
getting
back
anything
and
out of it,
make gameplay
aka
videos.
money that you weren't paying
because
them.
it
Yeah.
wasn't lucrative. That wasn't actually truthful at all. It was that they didn't want to do it anymore. So
he never said that. This is a
Bro.
debunk of something Joon never said. He said it was factually more lucrative for Phil to keep pushing out low effort content. That's the truth of the matter that Joon said.
I would have kept doing it. I had all these ideas for future episodes that never got made.
Well, let's just let
The
it push
rest of the
play.
crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have no reason to stay.
That's completely false. That's not what happened at all.
Okay.
Respect the Pact contacted me directly and said, we don't want to go forward with the project anymore because we're not getting the attention and clout and growth on our own
yeah, we want
content
more
that we
clout.
thought we could get out of it.
Yep.
And we're getting too busy with other things in our own lives and we're just done with it. And I even said to them, would you consider under any circumstance doing it again? And they said, we're not sure. We were supposed to have a meeting. And this is truthful. I got food
Oh my
poisoning.
god.
Diarrhea.
Ever since the invention of currency, there has been an easy to figure out way to get people to do things for you.
Maybe if you offer them some of said currency, maybe it could be shells, could be salt, could
shiny
be
rocks.
Yes.
And I had to cancel the meeting. And then after that, I tried to reschedule. It just never worked. We never got back together ever again. The whole thing just fell apart. So I guess you could blame the real reason Project 7 fell apart is because I ate bad pizza and I got sick because the meeting might have gone well. Maybe at that meeting, they actually would have said, hey, Phil, we want money. Right? They might have said that. And if that was the case, I probably would have said, okay, let's come to an agreement to keep going because I wanted to keep going.
So you didn't want to do it that bad. I mean, that clearly you didn't want to do it that bad because you didn't come up with that. You didn't come up with the idea, the crazy idea, mind you, of offering someone money for the work they do. It is a crazy idea.
The real antagonist of Project 7, cheese.
Yes.
But we never had
Why are you eating cheese as a lactose intolerant individual?
Yeah.
About it. It was as if they had just wanted to be completely out and I wanted to be hands off and nothing. Forget about the whole project. And in fact, I reached out to a couple other people on the internet who were internet filmmakers about the possibility of stepping in to replace Respect the Pack.
So you're going to pay them instead of Project 7, Respect the Pack?
After 4 episodes with the same
you want to do
the
this
same
for free?
Actors and everything, imagine if all of a sudden
got a hold
there was a
of
giant
Phalis.
shift
He was
in
like,
tone
nah,
or
I'm
shift in
busy.
production quality or shift in, change. It wouldn't have felt the same.
Excuse me, Mike Matei. I've seen you made some cool stuff. I'm interested in your work.
A lot of people might have felt
Big
resentful.
fan of when you shit on Bugs Bunny.
That was amazing.
If I went forward with this show, with
I've heard you also
another
had a huge
crew,
cock.
saying, "Oh, but it was really Respect the Pack doing all the work previously. Why would you keep making the show without them?" Right? So I said, "Forget it. We'll just cancel it." And to this day, I really do wish that we had kept doing it, but it just fell apart.
It took a phone call.
Absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I didn't want to pay them or anything like that.
Okay, well, we'll
the
see about
conversation
that.
never happened. The upfront conversation was they just wanted clout on their channel and attention, and then there was never a follow-up conversation about, hey,
push
we
play,
want money.
please. Push play,
Okay.
please.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try.
Phil did not do so.
Oh,
That's right, because the meeting never happened. They stopped talking to me.
I didn't know that they wanted money.
Meeting was
this
never
does not make sense to any human being out there. So you have a meeting set up and you get sick. Then you lose the possibility of reaching out to them again? What? Think about that for a second. You have a meeting with someone planned, and then you get sick. All right, that's whatever. You can believe that or not. Then it's like you have no way to contact them again? Ever? What?
If you want to do it, you'll find a way.
Yeah, if you
want
wanna
to do it, you'll find any excuse not to.
Hey, what? Can we do this next week? It's pretty easy to do, right?
happened. And then they just stopped contacting me after that. And I was like,
whose fault is that?
Meeting was never happened.
Yeah.
And then they just stopped contacting me after that. And I was like,
usually when it's your fault, a meeting doesn't happen, you're responsible for rescheduling it, especially if it's something you want to do. But all right.
Well, I guess it's done then. Now I already talked about this, but I wonder if Joon will bring it up. The show made me no money at all. I lost money on Project 7.
Nope.
But let's
We
see if
mentioned
Joon brings
that.
that up at all.
He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect to Pack themselves.
Shoot.
His response.
That's bullshit. I didn't lie. I'm telling you the truth.
All right. You tell me who you believe more. John Rambo, who has what does he gain from lying here? What does he fucking gain? Nothing. Or Philip Burnell, who has admitted to lying multiple times, increased frequency in the last 3 months.
I don't know, Rambo.
It's tough.
Nonsense. Originally, up front, the original discussion was, what would you want out of this? And they said, we don't want money. We just want attention and
that's
plugs
like low-key
in
the best part. Most
it was never once did they say, we want money.
are
So that's
unmatched.
bullshit.
They don't want money. They don't
That's right.
want.
That's what they told me.
They don't want any money after this.
That's what they
That's
told
not
me.
what he says. They told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
So they lied. In the initial discussion we had, they outright
Why would they
said,
lie?
we do not
So now we have 3 people that lied. 3 people that have a different story than DSP, but yes, we're supposed to believe DSP. Sound good? You got
want
it?
money. I remember the conversation
Oh, right.
that we had in person
Yes,
at
he
Starbucks.
is.
I remember it. I remember staring at, I forget his name. It wasn't. It was the guy on the left, not the guy on the right there, but the guy on the left.
I remember it. What's his face?
I don't even remember his name, but I remember the conversation. Sound good? Oh my God. I don't know his name, but I remember the conversation. All right.
Did you
All
see
right.
Howard's
Cool.
in the middle with his New York Yankees hat? The guy on the left, him and me were there first, and we were talking, and he said right to me.
I remember it
We
like
don't
it was
want
yesterday.
money.
So-and-so and what's his face? You were there in
remember
Starbucks.
It was a beautiful morning. The sun was rising. It was about 7 a.m. And then I had a meeting with, who's a what's it? What's that guy's name again?
Looking for shout outs and attention. We want plugs in your videos so people will check out our content. All right. And then the follow-up email was again with him. I forget his name. It's been so long. And that was when we were supposed to have a meeting to convene on, do you maybe want something else? And then the meeting got canceled because I had food poisoning. And then no one ever contacted anyone ever again. Okay? So they lied to Howard.
Food poisoning makes it so you can't pick up the phone.
To save face.
Yep.
And now I'm the one who ends up looking bad because I'm the public figure.
Yes.
Isn't that great?
What am I going to do? Talk to someone when I'm on a toilet?
Looks like
What are
we
you,
got them all
crazy?
here. Bookworm is in Philip's chat. Like, you paid him the least you could. Big ups to you in their SOK account. Gengar Green, big ups.
Faced lying to his two friends.
Correct.
No, I was not. That is complete bullshit.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends.
Yes.
No, I was not. That is complete bullshit.
Yep, we believe
you cannot
you.
prove that whatsoever. That's complete hearsay.
Yep.
That's nonsense.
This was already on top of
Come up
other
with your own
compounding
conclusions,
smaller
everybody.
problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators
Oh,
and how he
shoot.
would lash out, creating unwanted
That's
attention towards his
Now that's
channel
true.
or just himself.
That part's
Comments
true.
would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point,
Uh-oh.
in this teaser trailer,
Try to
there's a
debunk
funny
this
scene
one,
featuring
Phil.
John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo.
If I'm correct, the scene was John Rambo acting like John Rambo.
Yes, that, it won many awards. Changed,
Wow.
some say it changed cinema forever, actually, that scene.
It broke new ground.
Yes, to make John Rambo act as John Rambo. It was incredible. You had to be there.
And you want to know why they did? My detractors, because at this point in
Okay,
2012,
yep, okay,
there was
there
a
you
group of
go.
people
Pull the
starting
ripcord.
videos called "This Is How You Don't Play," which I'm sure he'll cover. Okay, and then based off of that,
Yep.
they wanted to try to create trolling and a rift between me and my friends. So what they would do is they would hear me say something like that in a video.
Yeah,
and
that's
then they
the
would go
fucked
to
up
John
part.
behind the scenes, and they would flag him in all his videos. They like video comments on his YouTube channel. They would email him and be like, "Hey, John, Phil is taking all the credit. Phil is trying to say
That's
that
what you
didn't
did.
do anything, and he wrote everything in the show."
That's what
Obviously,
you just
that's
said.
Not what actually happened there.
What?
Right? But that's what they would do. They put the little bug in his ear to piss him off.
Okay,
And-
so again, we're going to the thing of detractors showed John something I said, and detractors are the one to blame, not me, who said the things. Sounds good? This is what the fuck?
And it got to him, and he confronted me about it. I don't know if he'll talk about this or not. Let's see.
Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
Dude, his unpauses are his talent. That is his highest talent ever. Listen to this.
And it got to him, and he confronted me about it. I don't know if he'll talk about this or not. Let's see.
Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages.
This I don't remember at all.
Oh, okay.
I really don't remember this at all.
Yes.
Very well, maybe I did say that just to get people to shut up about it, perhaps.
Yeah, so
I think
you
people
lied
kept
then?
asking, will you play Mario Party with John? Will you play Mario Party with John? But then I ended up playing it with my ex. Maybe I lied about that to get people to shut the fuck up about it. This I don't remember at all, so I
Okay,
can't
so
corroborate
admitting
anything
to lying.
here.
Big ups. Thank
People
you.
are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big nose piece of shit. Maybe not.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in. But as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
That's also incorrect.
You said that
Joon made
yourself.
a few mistakes here, or at least he's just going off of hearsay, okay?
No, he's going off things that Rambo said, which has equal strength, if not more strength, than your words. I don't think that's, I don't think that's a crazy
I don't think John
statement.
Rambo has a history of lying.
No. One person has lied more times than anyone on the internet ever, probably, approximately. And one person hasn't. So, okay.
That's completely incorrect.
Like, what does he have to lose? Whereas
I know.
DSP is putting everything on the line for this to be true.
John clearly doesn't give a shit about his online, he has his show and stuff, and he did that for a long time, and I'm sure he cares about it. He tried. He had put effort into it. But still, he has nothing to lose about telling the truth about DSP. Not lying about DSP, I should say. But
I was giving John 50% of the revenue on the videos he was involved in.
That's what he said.
When Machinima would provide me with reports on how much money the videos made.
So this is just a case of Joon cutting out the details, still saying the exact 100% truth.
Before YouTube had detailed analytics on YouTube.
That never makes sense to me.
11, 12,
you get the money, you take half the money, you give him the half. Why do you need Machinima to give you like a fucking spreadsheet? When you get the money, you take half of that. Like,
muddy the waters.
Time that those came out, we weren't doing this anymore. Okay, so the only way I could get actual data on what I made on each video, I had to each month write to Machinima, my partner network, and say, "Can you please give me a report?
I'm sure they love
I really
that.
need that data to pay."
You know what easy way you could have done this is get what you're making a month, divide it by the number of days of that month, however many days you were with John, cut that in half, and you give it to John, and that's it. And could that be an overpayment? Absolutely yes. But you're still making 90% of the money for that month, and you get to pay your friend a little bit more, a couple more bucks, right?
And you're not pissing your boss off with a bunch of superfluous emails. Like,
yes.
You tell, like, bro, come on.
That's what any normal human being would do, especially when you have the lucky to work with your actual friend, which one, to be clear, was one of his only friends.
My friend, who's essentially my employee, and I would wait and wait and wait, and then finally they would get back to me and send me a report. Eventually, Machinima had so much reorganization and change inside of their structure, they didn't ever provide reports anymore. I asked them, we can't do that anymore. So, and there was no analytics, so there was no way for me to know what the videos made. Now, we could guess based on view performance and what we saw previous we were making on a certain amount of views and stuff like that per video. And basically what ended up happening was John and I came to an agreement.
Yeah.
He would basically want, I think it was $100 every visit, every Saturday for his.
That is exactly to a T. Rest in peace, by the way. What Joon just said, right, Ludwig?
And also, that's basically like gas money for there and back. Like, come on.
I know.
It's nothing.
Time. So $100
He
for the whole
drove
day.
from New York to Connecticut.
I know.
So people know.
To hang out and play video games and stuff like that.
Make money for you.
And that was he wanted. That wasn't me saying, hey, I'll offer it. That's what he asked for. I would have given him more. If he said, I want $500 a weekend, I probably would have said yes.
Saying it again. I would have given him more. Is this a flex? Is this trying to be why does he think this is the flex he thinks it is? I would have given him more. What a dumb fuck Rambo. He only asked for 100.
Oh my god.
Because I enjoyed the content we were making.
He didn't get how bad that looked the first time. He does it again.
Yeah, I know. Just
together. And for the record, again, I've already talked about all this and when I reacted to the John and Howard video specifically years ago. But to clarify again, re-clarify, basically,
big ups Vikes.
I liked doing this so much with John. I just didn't see it as work. He apparently did. I thought it was a hangout session we were getting paid for, so I would have paid him whatever.
No,
just
you
to help
were
him
getting
out.
paid. Okay.
Yeah, you were getting paid for that, sir. What? A hangout session we were getting paid for. Who was getting paid for this exactly?
I thought it was a hangout session we were getting paid for, so I would have paid him whatever just to help him out. By the end, by like the last maybe year that we were doing co-op every Saturday together and I was paying him for his work, I was paying him more than the videos we're making. The videos that we were making for that one day, the co-op videos, we're not making $100 in ad revenue. They weren't.
So this is he's trying to say, oh, what a charitable Philip, paying his friend.
Still making ad revenue to this day, by the way.
Who admitted he would pay whatever he asked, who gave the kingly sum of $100 because that's what he asked for. Okay, what a king.
Just had plummeted. The views on our co-op stuff had gone way, way down for the most part. So I was paying him $100 a week when we were probably making $50 on ads. So I was out all that money, but I didn't care because I was helping my friend. You understand? Like,
helping your friend as minimum as possible. The minimum level possible is what we're doing, right? Okay. Very great friend.
That's all I really cared about, was helping him out. If he had asked for more, I would have given him even more. Okay? So there you go. That's plain as day, the truth. I've already talked about it 2 years ago, and my story has not changed, okay? So I don't know if Joon's going to play my side or not. He's literally only playing John's side here when I have already reacted to this and given my side. We got a couple shout-outs today.
Ikiro with a good point. How does he know those videos did make 100? Right? Oh, it seems like you know how much they make then, huh? Because you're quick to say they did make 100.
And how much they will ever make years down the line.
Uh-huh. Oh, interesting.
We've got
very interesting.
Kruger. Never take work from someone for free, or they'll turn around under leverage and favor or lie about the agreement. Listen, I learned so much about this. Like, another thing I learned, even if someone's your friend, you always still have a business agreement in place. It's not just, oh, I'll pay you this, or we're okay with this. Because look what happened. Everything along this whole ride where John was doing co-op with me through the years of like 2010 all the way through 2014 when I moved. He didn't say a word that he was upset about money, that he was upset about the arrangement of how he had to come to my place to film, anything about Project 7, literally nothing. He never said
Yeah, you should have signed a contract so you could
complaint.
say the contract doesn't matter, like those other contracts he signed.
Yeah, the ones you don't
That
read.
wasn't legally binding, okay?
John Rambo is, I mean, I don't know John Rambo. You know how much I know about John Rambo, the fucking videos he has on YouTube. But he seems like a very, let's say, not a type, not a very aggressive type, let's say, right? He seems like a very, like, say, gentle soul, let's say, is the right way to say it.
Yeah.
And he's not a person that's going to come at you and say, hey, Phil, I want some fucking money. He is the opposite
Like,
of that.
it's such an awkward conversation to have. Which is why, like, business arrangement with friends is, like, not very advised. You have to take a business approach to it.
So what did
we
Philip
just sort
do?
of like
yeah, go ahead, you go.
treat it like friends. Like, it's so easy to take advantage of each other.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, that's what I was going to say. Is Phil took 100% advantage of that personality of John to give as little as possible to him, even though John was doing him such a big favor. And you still, to this day, Philip, as you just heard him say, we were making money. That is not the case at all, right? Philip was making $1,000 a month, $10,000 a month or more, and threw 100 to John's way because that's what John asked for. That sounds like a friend?
Those are the questions you should have been asking Machinima. Like, how do I make this work? Don't give me, like, detailed analytics. You should have been like, okay, how do I, like, set up a contract and a business arrangement? I'm sure they would have helped you with that.
He every once in a while complained, like, for example, that clip where I said, oh, I wrote that scene. He did complain about that because he was upset because it sounds like I'm taking all the credit for the show when that's not what I meant. But again, that was my detractors interjecting themselves into the conversation, pissing him off. But
John Rambo said it was your fans, but okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the membership.
Right on time, Howard, by the way. Big ups, RCG. So, again, detractors are interjecting themselves into the situation by, once again, sharing a video that Philip made. That is how detractors are interjecting themselves into this. Okay? Sound good? That's what we're doing.
Everyone is informed. That's poisoning the well.
Get ready for that with iJustine segment as well. I'm sure about that. Oh, my detractors are the reason she got pissed. Like the detractors said the comment.
Outside of that, he never said a word. So how would you even know that someone's upset? So you're absolutely right, Kruger. Moving forward, if I ever get into a situation where I'm making a show or I'm working with another
If I ever get another friend,
I'm going to have contracts in place. Oh, you can be well assured,
Don't
guys,
worry, brother, it
that
won't
that
happen.
Mike Klum documentary about me that didn't get made, we already had contracts in place and
Correct.
stuff about, limitation
He's getting a little
of
bit more
work,
salty
if
today.
there's going to be any pay involved. That was all done up front because I learned my lesson back then about this kind of stuff. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that John Rambo years later would be making a video on the internet crapping on me, saying that I'm such an unfair person and stuff, when in reality he never said a word to me about it in person, and I didn't think we needed to make contracts because we were friends. So I definitely 100% learned my lesson on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Dick Jones, for gifting 5 memberships to the community. And I also received a $10 tip from One Sick Puppy. A wise man once said, when things involve money, stuff gets funny. Yeah, you're right.
What?
Because again, until we started being involved in things like this, Never was there a problem. It was just like a fun hangout session. Come over to my place, we'll play games. Maybe I'll film some of it or whatever. But then all of a sudden, when now it's money, now it's a transaction, now there's serious work involved. That's when it all fell apart. You're absolutely.
It all fell apart when he just didn't shut up and take his $100. It all fell apart when he wasn't happy with his $100 pittance that I gave him. That's when it all fell apart, guys.
Absolutely right.
Reminds me of the contrast between how John Rambo treated Brian. Like, Brian and John Rambo were just much better friends because Rambo knew how to treat a guest.
Yep.
And again, for me, I kind of still saw it as fun times with my friends. I didn't really look at this like, wow, this is like crazy hard work that we're doing to pump this stuff out. So to me, I didn't think of it like that. And apparently, you know, the other people involved did. And I guess that's on me for not being aware enough of the situation and really recognizing and reading the room. But again, they didn't say anything. So if they don't say anything, I don't know.
We're at 1 hour and 1 minute right now.
Basically, they had passive aggression towards me.
We're not getting to 2 hours.
And many years later, they made a video about it instead of just talking to me about it, which would have helped me a lot more.
Okay. Yep. Speak up,
Good job,
Rainbow.
Phil.
But also,
Successfully
virtually every time
debunked.
he
You're
did
not a
visit,
liar.
Correct. Nailed it.
DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube.
Correct.
This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions.
Now, for the record, because he's going to talk about
Pre-bunk.
what I think amounts to jealousy, okay? But no, when John came over, the first thing we would do is hang out for like an hour talking. Like just hanging out. Just say, how you doing? What's going on in your life? I'll tell him what's going on in my life. Sitting down and shooting the shit. We would do all of that before we ever turned on a camera. It was a hangout session.
For an hour.
And then in between making videos and stuff, we went out, we got a meal.
Oh my God.
And hung out together. So was there work
pre-stream.
involved? Absolutely.
Did you pay them for lunch, I hope, Phil? Or?
But were they also hangout
Give
sessions?
him a recap of last
now,
week.
outside of the
All right, John.
Talk about the week ahead. What are you going to do?
All right, John, you got a Big Mac? Okay, so that's $2. You got a large fry, John? Or the medium fry? Okay, that's $3. Let's put this down the middle, okay, John?
Film of making videos for YouTube. There was a couple other things that we did to hang out. For example, we would go over Howard's house, and he would be having people play fighting games in his house. And I would go over there without a camera.
Years earlier.
Without
That's
filming
years
a piece
earlier.
of content. And just hanging out with them, playing games and stuff, because I was good at Street Fighter, and they liked playing against someone who was really good at Street Fighter.
Well, how cool
so
are you?
The narrative falls apart when you actually hear the full story.
I brought my gaming powers with me.
The narrative falls apart when I tell my side of the story, which is, as you know, usually a lie. But okay.
So the narrative falls apart when you actually hear the full story. The problem is no one wants to hear my side. Everyone just wants to hear the negative drama side to it and emphasize that as the truth.
Okay.
But the truth is, a lot of this stuff is fabricated or over-exaggerated to try to prove a narrative that they're trying to prove that I'm a bad friend and a bad guy. I wasn't really invited to anything. Like, for example...
Oh, yeah, I can believe that.
There was never a party that he said, hey, Phil, would you just come over to a party?
Why didn't anyone want to ride with Phil?
That never happened.
Because he's Phil.
Serious. Only those Street Fighter gatherings. Outside of that, it wasn't like, oh, it was John's birthday and I was invited to his house and I didn't show up. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or Howard was having a cookout. That's the opposite. In fact, I did cookouts and things at my parents' house. And
this off topic?
Yeah.
So I have no idea what they're talking about here outside of the realm that maybe they wanted to do less work.
The cookouts are years earlier, by the way. The cookouts happened well before this.
He's really just flying off the handle here.
Just saying stuff. The cookouts happened like at his parents' house. Like, not even, he did not have this condo at the time the cookouts happened.
Yeah. But they never said that to me. So I don't know.
Okay. The point of this segment is you're spending insane amounts of money while throwing Rambo a pittance of $100 while statues that cost upwards of $500, $600 are growing around him as
like
he
mold.
sits there. Yeah, exactly. So, okay.
Like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house.
Because it's my money, and I can do whatever I want with it, Howard. I'm the one who's working my ass off 7 days a week.
You owe people money, and you're buying dumb shit. It's a bad look.
I'm not paying you guys with that money. That's what I can do.
Thousands of videos to make a lot of money, so I can spend my money however I want.
I don't have to pay you with it.
If you came over my house, and I was wearing a fucking platinum mink robe from head to toe, and I had gaudy jewels all over me and a big metal grill on my mouth, and I had fucking cocaine all over my countertop, and I snorted it right in front of you, you can't say anything because I earned it because it's my money.
Okay, so
I earned being
you paid Howard a good amount then,
What
right?
is your point? What this
Did
is,
Andy Worski tell you that about the cocaine?
The cocaine joke, yeah.
Playthroughs in Project 7. And he thinks that somehow the few playthroughs in Project 7 that he was involved in would have amounted to like him making tons of money or something.
No, he did not say
Howard.
that.
It wasn't. It was me busting my ass in all those gameplay videos by myself that
busting
made
my
that
ass.
money that I could buy all those
Howard.
figures and I could
More like
lease the
busting my
BMW
controllers.
with. So what are you talking about? You have no fucking point. All you're doing is you're exposing yourself for being incredibly jealous by saying these things.
Okay,
Toss one day,
definitely.
and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
Respect the pack.
I don't know because they didn't tell me. If it were they were jealous because I busted my ass as a YouTuber to make all that money, I mean, I can't help that. You know,
You could have gave them any money at
They never asked
all?
me for anything. They told me they didn't want money up front. I'm not psychic.
They had a meeting planned that you shit yourself at that you couldn't make. So maybe they were trying to do something at that meeting? All right.
You know, I'm not. What exactly do you want? So because I'm a YouTuber who makes money, you just want me to start giving it out to people in my life all around me who don't say that they want it
People
or
who
need
are
it or
making
anything like
your project happen.
Yes.
that. You just think I should just hand
But of
out
course,
money
we have to
around
exaggerate it. Be like, I didn't give it to the guy at McDonald's. Like, what the fuck? That's not what
even though
are
people
saying,
distinctly tell me up front they don't want it.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I get. I mean, I really don't know what else to say in this situation.
Correct.
This is
Yes.
100% pure jealousy
Okay.
exposed here.
Push on
with how I'm
pause.
saying this because again, out of
Like,
all the people,
if you
who have
offered them
argued-
money, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Get that shit out of my face.
Huh? What, you want to pay me $250 instead of $100? What's wrong with you,
You're an
Philip?
asshole. Get out of here. I'm done.
Fuck you.
You could say maybe Respect the Pact had an argument because they did
Yeah.
a lot of work on Project 7 that they didn't get any monetary compensation for.
Yeah.
John got paid for his work. Maybe he was disgruntled about the amount of pay, but he never brought it up. But literally, Howard appeared in a few things with me. Every once in a while, I'd have a big bash, and he'd come over and do some gameplay with us against Street Fighter stuff and Project 7, and that was it. He was the least involved of all of us. Yet he's the one who's freaking out in this video about how I had so much money and
He's
so
not
many
freaking
things,
out.
and they
He's
didn't
bringing
have
it
it
up
or
a
whatever.
point.
It's like, dude, you are completely exposing yourself to the world, showing how jealous you were of me. John doesn't say any of this, by the way. This is all
because John is a very much a softer soul than Howard is. You know what I'm saying? So
Howard ranting about this shit in this video they made about
Ludwig
me.
is goaded. DSP Historical
And he
Society.
never said a word about this to me to my face either. But the funny part about it is,
Yeah, but you don't
now
see
he said
like John Rambo arguing with Howard, being like,
No.
obviously you were just jealous. Like, no,
this publicly.
he basically co-signs with him.
And yeah,
Like,
and Joon thought
not
this
so
was
many
worth
words.
including. Joon was thought this was worth including for a fucking reason. You know that.
This to me to my face either. But the funny part about it is,
Here's the funny
now
part,
that
guys.
he said this publicly, it exposed the whole relationship that we had because I had always noticed that Howard was kind of the guy who I would invite him and he'd always be on the fence, and a lot of the times he would cancel or he
Yeah?
would say he's going to
He
do something that he
self-exposed
would
himself.
cancel at the
Gotcha.
last minute.
Okay,
And I'm
self-panther.
paused now.
He used to
We gotta
invite me to the Street
get your
Fighter
narrative
gatherings,
here.
and then he stopped inviting me. He had everyone else over, like John and all the other players in Connecticut, and
So
not
he
me.
didn't
He
like
just
you
stopped
then.
inviting me outright without telling me why. But now I know why. This was why. Because he was jealous.
Or
No,
he just
because you're an asshole.
yeah, or he just doesn't like you anymore. That could also be it.
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to
sweet.
his 2011 40-minute condo tour,
Whoops.
this new condo tour
Oh.
took a
Some
total of
pauses.
1 hour.
Huh? What?
Don't you understand, Howard? I need to buy a boob painting.
2011
That's a great
40-minute
card to
condo
pull up,
tour. This
$150
new
trash
condo
can.
tour
Yeah,
took
yeah.
a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and
Well,
27
yep, you got it.
seconds.
Dumb bitch.
This is all
What a
true,
dumb
and I
bitch.
do regret spending a lot of my money like I did back then. I 100% do, because if I had kept
No,
it
it's
all
none of
in
their
savings,
business, right?
Right? Like a hoarder, then probably I
Do you
wouldn't
regret
have
not
gotten half
paying
the
that?
financial troubles that I got into in the next decade. But
Okay.
instead, I blew
In the
a lot
last
of it 'cause
react,
I
he said
never
he
had
looked
money.
like a hoarder.
Yeah,
But like, no, dude, you are a hoarder.
Yeah, this is just the hoarder behavior.
Financial troubles that I got
Behind
into
him right
in
now are the
next
boxes
decade.
for his Xbox and his PlayStation that he just
point.
hides behind junk because he doesn't want to get rid of the boxes.
But instead, I blew a lot of it because I never had money like that before, and I was irresponsible, and I bought a bunch of statues and clutter and shit.
Yes.
However,
and
to be fair,
still refused to pay Rambo or Howard or respect the pack.
I was also making a ton of money.
So it should be easy to pay your friends then, right?
Like, take a look. My condo tour is 12 parts, about 15 to 20,000 views each. No exaggeration. This condo tour alone made me hundreds upon hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Which just buys another statue if I want it. So,
is this a flex?
It's not really investing in your business, man.
No.
Oh, he's frivolously spending, but he's not making the money. I was making the money, and then I was frivolously spending it. You understand?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me get a few crayons in me and try this one again. Because okay, listen to this phrase here. Okay, hold on. Let me hear this again.
Want it?
Okay.
So it wasn't like, oh, he's frivolously spending, but he's not making the money. I was making the money, and then I was frivolously spending it. You understand?
Okay, so the point is I was making a lot of money, therefore I was spending it. I wasn't not making money and spending money I didn't make? Okay, hold on.
Right. My brain's leaking out of my nose. I can't follow this.
I don't know. Let me try the orange one. Hang on.
This wasn't... I actually didn't even have like a credit card balance at this point in my history. I had nothing at all. I was clean. I had savings actually at this point in the bank in the tens of thousands of dollars.
You blew it all on the move.
I had over 40.
Yeah, sure. We haven't moved yet, so yeah, we'll get there.
$1,000 in savings,
right.
saved up. Okay. Okay, I received a $2.25 tip.
Cool.
From a troll.
Walrus Nipples.
Oh. The names are getting more unhinged as the more Kino bros join.
I don't think you should have said that about John in the writing the scene. It made you sound like a hole. We all learn from our mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason I said it, you want to know why? Because of my distractions.
A-hole. He said a-hole.
You look like a hole. Whatever that means.
Makes you sound like a hole.
Because they were attacking me, saying, oh, it looks like the entire show is good. Only the parts with John Rambo are good. Like, literally, they were saying the parts with Howard suck, the parts with DSP suck. Only anything involving John Rambo is good.
So you know what a friend does? Laughs it off and says, yeah, that's pretty funny, dude. That's what a friend does that's not so self-conscious that they can't handle anyone getting any attention of any kind.
And you know he's exaggerating it, but in reality, like, Rambo's deadpan delivery was the best delivery.
Yeah.
The other deliveries were so, like, hammed up and weird and awkward. Like, his delivery felt the most authentic.
Best performance goes to Gaseous Snake, though. I will take that to my grave.
Yeah. I mean, he was an actual actor.
Yeah.
In that clip was, it's not just Rambo, it's a collective effort. Everyone is working on that show at all times. Some jokes are written by someone else, but they're spoken by a different character. For you to say that only Rambo's funny...
I like how the personality type he gave to Howard was like the fat guy when DSP was fatter than him.
Yeah.
Howard saw candy, he was like, candy! And like...
Philip
bro,
spilling out of his shirt.
Everyone
Dude, I lost 150 pounds. I'd be eating nothing but goldfish.
Again, so he's trying to flex on... Hold on, let me hear this again.
For you to say that only Rambo's funny is actually kind of discrediting everyone involved. It wasn't just about me. It was about Respect the Pack and Howard and everyone.
Sir, you said, I wrote that part. You're sticking... Now he's saying he's sticking up for everybody, actually. He said, I wrote that funny part. That he's trying to take credit for what John did. He's not trying to stick up for anybody else. Come on.
Discrediting everyone involved. It wasn't just about me. It was about Respect the Pack and Howard and everyone. But of course, what do my detractors do? They spin it and say, oh, see, Phil's incredibly jealous of John. He can't even give him credit or anything like that.
That's
exactly what they did. It was them putting a wedge between me and my friends with their comments and their drama and their effort to put that crowbar in. Okay? But my problem was,
they were putting a wedge when literally you're like, he didn't write it, I did.
That's
you putting the wedge in.
Seems like a pretty big fucking wedge.
I took all their bait and I said all that shit publicly that I never should have said. I should have just completely ignored them and gave them no time whatsoever. But instead, I did entertain it and I talked about it, and it really upset John.
Yeah, it's like, so easy.
It's me.
It's so easy to say it's team effort. Yeah, that's a funny part. End of story, if you're actually friends with people. But all right.
Okay, let's continue.
On the surfaces of his apartments,
Debunk,
sans
Phil.
some of the
You're
walls
just
and
knocking them all out
ceilings,
of the
it
park.
became
It's
a
like home run
challenge.
after home run, man.
Yeah, this is so much better than side scrollers for credibility. Let me tell you.
To now find a square inch of clear space. There
right.
wasn't even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now
Hollywood.
quickly become a
Big ups.
graveyard of shit that I can't either. I have nowhere to put.
He's
I have no
absolutely
use
right.
for, I can't store. I don't.
For the record, my home now looks absolutely nothing like this at all. The only part,
Irrelevant.
like my office here,
Irrelevant. Even if that's true, irrelevant.
has shit
Show me the
all
nook.
over that I'm using, and my closet is cluttered. But
X's
outside of this room,
spill
this office,
through
my
the
entire
No, you've
house
seen
is
his
organized and
room. Like,
clean.
he's turned his camera around. There's, like, shit everywhere.
Yeah, there's
How
no
do you
place
spray
to step.
Jasper for getting near the wires when the floor is covered in wire? It's like, what the fuck?
And that's thanks in part to my wife, but also me. I like to keep a clean home, but me,
I like to
don't.
keep a clean home, not a clean office.
I was doing YouTube videos 7 days a week full time.
Yep.
All his shit is just sitting around him, the vest, the hats, they're just laying on the floor around him.
I was a fucking mess. I was just constantly pumping shit into that place, and it was just a nightmare. I didn't take any time
Yeah.
off to clean it or
Don't
anything.
forget about
So it
the
just sat there.
tower of styrofoam.
Yep, the tower of styrofoam, so high to the ceiling,
Can't even
You
reach the
move-
light bulb.
Can't even reach the light bulb.
Clutter.
I don't know what to do with it. All right.
Yeah, Asmund Phil, you're right.
Asmund Phil.
I in the past
Asmund
have said,
Phil.
oh, I heard that Asmund Gold lives in like a hoarder's mess of a place. My place was pretty bad too. There was no trash. There was no trash, no food trash and shit like that. But it was
Yes.
a bunch of boxes and fucking shit all around.
Okay,
DSP
much
had run
cooler.
out of storage for his baubles.
No
and
trash. Forget about
memorabilia.
the garage.
I
Yeah,
don't
no
know.
trash.
It's too much. Too much. And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be
It
able
was
to
so
see
weird.
it,
Like,
but-
he was going to
Yep.
conventions, and he was buying shit at conventions, which is up-priced so much.
Oh, every
No, but-
convention he went to, he had reports of what he bought. Remember those like reports? Like, look at all what I bought.
Yeah.
Here's my purchases, guys. I got this painting, this pixel art. Got 4 of them from them. He was the biggest mark of all time at those fucking booths. You know?
I got these 3 Batman trade paperbacks. I'm not going to read them, though.
Yeah. When he comes to your booth, it's a lucky fucking day. Because you're like, oh, Phil, look at this, Mario. You're a gamer, right? You're a real gamer.
And it was just the flex on the people he went with to be like, look, I'm a big baller.
Yep.
It's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is.
You
I'm not
can't,
gonna go all
like,
the
break
way.
down those boxes and flatten them.
No.
They're empty.
Come on. Fuck that.
Look
at that nice closet space.
Look at all the boxes I've got. From
Oh
the
my
models.
god.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when
Yep.
it came to others.
Rogue Biz, big
Phil,
ups.
when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for
Yep.
the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300.
Oh, good
it had
purchase.
less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot.
Good
Yet was
purchase.
the
I
majority
loved
of
it.
shared expenses. He would use this and other items.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, the handgun I'm holding was more expensive than the Lancer. Because
Irrelevant.
the Lancer was made of plastic.
Is this a
And
flex?
the handgun I'm using was actually like
How was that
a,
an
a
actually?
replica gun.
Yeah.
That had like metal and other things on it. So that gun in my hand is like $4.99 from when I bought it. And it lit up and it made noises and shit. We didn't use it for that in the thing, but yeah.
Sounds like
there
a
was
waste of
more.
money.
There was other things I bought. We were going to have a whole sci-fi episode. And it was
Jude, you missed this point. I actually spent it even. I spent money even more frivolously. Dumb fuck.
Actually,
Yeah, could have used an actual gun for less money.
going to have
yeah.
like
Bought a
scenes with
portal
Mass
gun.
Effect.
and I sold it to a furry.
And
It's pretty cool.
Bought a life-size
Cosplay.
replica of the Avenger rifle from
Is
Mass
this a
Effect
flex?
that lit up and fucking made all this sound. And that thing cost, I'm not kidding you, cost $799 because we had already had all these plans.
That's eight John Rambo meetings in a gun that they didn't even use.
Out of things we were going to do at the show. So I went ahead and got all the stuff, and then it got canceled after 4 episodes. So I lost a lot.
It was so he could
canceled.
say he's putting money into the show.
It got
So if anyone's
canceled.
like, "Hey Phil, you're not really like carrying your weight here," you'd be like, "No, look at all these props that I'm buying."
Uh-huh.
And like, is this toys for him?
It got canceled. Remember, the reason it got canceled is because Philip had the shit.
The studio didn't renew it.
Yeah, it got canceled because he had diarrhea and didn't make a follow-up meeting because he didn't want to pay them money. All right.
A lot of money on this show overall. But they're talking about, oh, why don't they just get paid? Because the show didn't actually make me any money.
DSP Historical.
At all. What was making me money was the insane amount of gameplay videos that I
was making more money than other shit. Was so, like, off balance.
Was pumping out on a daily basis. That's where all my profits were coming from. This, again, like I say right now about my DSP throwback channel, I call it like a passion project. Project 7 was meant to be a passion project that hopefully we could finance and get off the ground.
If you really cared, you would have taken some of those cardboard boxes and made your own fucking Gears of War Lancer out of cardboard, and your crayons, if you can keep from eating them, you wouldn't have had to spend hundreds of dollars on like an actual prop, dude.
Yeah, it's a fucking internet show.
No one would have cared, yeah.
People use fucking Nerf guns for the same effect. That's what they fucking doing. They got the glasses shit, you know?
Yeah, like what do you think? What do you think? Doug Walker went to like a movie studio and got his M. Bison cape? No, he got a fucking bed curtain.
Yep, that's what it takes. That's a passion project. Passion projects usually don't just spend as much money as possible to make happen, to make as cool as possible, you know. But
DVDs, we could appear at
AVGN used a Nintendo gun. Yeah,
conventions, get the word out there, and then maybe we could do other shows and shit. That was supposed to be like
that would have been
thematic
idea, too,
but it didn't. It only got 4 episodes, and then the whole thing just fell apart. So it ended up being a giant loss for me.
That's what
Joon
said.
Didn't lose anything besides time. Respect the pack. They're the biggest losers.
the most important commodity one has. In life.
We're running out of it all the time.
They worked on it the most with all the editing and everything. And again, I feel bad because yes, I do feel like I should have paid them. If they had asked, I would have. We never had the conversation. If they said that we didn't or whatever, that's a complete lie. I'm sorry that they would lie about that because they were so angry or
if
upset.
They said
sorry that they lied.
I would have. We never had the conversation.
Because you didn't make a follow-up meeting after saying you had the shits.
Said that we didn't or whatever, that's a complete lie. I'm sorry that they would lie about that because they were so angry or upset or salty about the situation. But that's totally not what happened at all. That's complete bullshit.
I'm sorry they lied. I'm sorry they lied.
Hopefully Joon can like confront him on this.
Doug Savona, thank you for a super chat. He says, this is for you, King. Thank you, Doug. And Papa Gino with a $2 super chat says, Howard sounds like a jealous bum. He's not a bum, but I do feel like he had a lot of resentment and jealousy towards me that he would never vocally say. It was passive aggression.
Except when he did? Okay.
Guys, if you're here tonight, please click like on the stream. Get some engagement. It helps this channel a lot. And please support the stream if you're enjoying it so far. This is ad-free. I'm not running any ads on here tonight. So anything would be...
This is interesting. Sometimes a viewer will give you advice or something criticism, and even without negative delivery, you at times get rather aggressive. Yeah. That's a little bit in the future. We'll see how Philip handles that. So let's get ready for that. Kevin, who would have guessed he would say everyone but him is at fault? I wouldn't have guessed that, actually.
Appreciated. I want to keep my streak going.
Oh, please, streak.
So if we can hit that would be great. Thank
you for your
contributions.
I don't want to worry about it.
Let's continue.
To try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no.
It's about respect. My favorite Howard clip ever. Right
spending
here.
habits.
Yeah,
my favorite is the fucking people who are dead. That's my favorite one.
I don't think he goes that far here, but let's see.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family.
Yep.
You don't give a shit about anybody but
yourself.
He didn't justify that statement. All he did was say it, but he never justified it. What are you talking about? When did I ever disrespect everyone around me?
Read between the lines, brother.
What? My family didn't have any issues with me. These guys never even said they had an issue with me. So what are you talking about? He's just trying to be overly crazy.
They're doing it right now.
Except they did, and they made an entire video about it.
To basically say, this is the end. I don't ever want to have anything to do with Phil again. So he says this over-the-top statement, but where's the justification for what you just said? You don't even have it. And again,
he already laid that out.
If this legit was John Rambo saying that to me, that would hurt so bad. But the fact that Howard's saying
He's
it,
signing off on
minimal.
He's signing off on it.
Minimal input and work done on my channel. Minimal. It was Project 7 and a few playthroughs here and there, if that.
Okay.
That's stupid. Like, who are you? Why are you interjecting yourself into the friendship that I had with John and into this conversation at all?
This is
You're
what
the
John's
last
thinking, but can't bring himself to say.
Yes, John just doesn't have the, the personality to say that kind of stuff. Howard does, and he said it.
And sometimes you need that friend who says what you're thinking. And Howard was that person. And if it wasn't, then he would have said, no, you're going too far, but he didn't.
And it's easy to say now Howard was not a good friend back in these days, but how did you get him involved in all this shit then, back then? Philip, why was he involved in everything if you're not really friends? It's easy to say you're not friends now, but it seemed like you were pretty good friends back in the day.
And I brought this up before. It's like the only reason that Respect the Pack was even involved is because of Howard. And Howard has to feel really shitty that these people that he brought on were getting fucked over.
Yeah.
Respect the Pack and John did more for my content than you ever did, so go fuck yourself, man. Seriously, like, get the fuck out of here with this disingenuous bullshit because you want to look like an internet tough guy.
I don't think he does.
Examples of DSP.
I don't think that's what he wants to do. This guard's
good. Poor spending habits. Pew Trump his 3
It's so good because Philip tries to make these like felt moments and then unpause, and it's just like the most unhinged shit possible. Here we go.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's
Was this from Project 7?
Pew Trump his 3 custom-made quilts.
Was this the quilt episode?
Individually and also factoring inflation.
Yeah, we're going to go to Quilt Land, and we're gonna felt some quilts, and I was gonna get my quilt powers back.
Panda quilt.
$1,000.
Let me think about that. Probably right. He's probably right.
$1,000 on quilts. That's 10 Rambo meetings now. 10 Rambo meetings in quilts.
Expensive, yes. But keep in mind, I was debt-free outside of paying my mortgage on my condo and this lease that I had on the BMW. I was debt-free. I didn't have any credit card debt. I was making more than enough money.
You could have paid for the house.
For all of this out of pocket. This was not me racking up any kind of debt.
That's not the point. It's showing your ridiculous spending habits. Who needs $1,000 worth of quilts? A single gentleman at this point, by the way, without kids. It's just showing how insane the spending was.
How many quilts do you need?
He's saying basically this is laying the groundwork for overspending habits. I think that's what he's saying. So let's continue.
No. You're already doing the overspending habits. This is part of it. Okay, yes.
How much was Phil earning?
He's getting there.
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major.
I love this clip.
I knew day one when I started making
I didn't waste my money.
YouTube.
I banked my money.
Bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house.
You stole that from John Rambo.
I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW.
I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I'm driving a BMW, but it's not that expensive. Sure, I have a Corvette, but it's okay. It's cool.
Like, debunking himself in the same sentence is very intense. That's very difficult to do, but he pulls it off somehow.
A lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012,
it's economical, a fucking Accord.
million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base.
So he's showing there that he's doing the conservative math here, because it could be $2.25.
Yeah, and he ends it with just a knockout line.
Yeah.
CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
Probably close to true. I don't know if that's exactly true.
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, Philip, that's a conservative estimate. And what are you going to do? What's the point of pausing here, Philip? Just say, yes, that's true, and move the fuck on. This is not making you look better.
But it's probably very close.
Yeah.
I think my best earning year was 2011. That was the year that I made big bank.
So you definitely paid off your house then, right? I mean, absolutely. You'd have to do that. Debt-free and stuff. I mean, you might as well get that mortgage taken care of. Live a very easy life, right?
2012 was probably around that. 2013, it went down a little. And then 2014, 2015, it went down more. And then it just plummeted after 2015 because of the copyright strikes, which I'm sure we'll get to. By the way, thank you, Hard Nose.
these names.
Who gifted a membership and went to Harakiri Rock. Enjoy Harakiri Rock.
The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts.
Yep.
What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to at base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming.
Yeah.
And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is
This is the best.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only...
Yeah, he lies about his income by tenfold. Come on, Phil,
to the
pause.
heart.
I probably was talking about monthly. Is what I.
Oh, give me a break.
That's what we're going with. That's what we're going with.
Nearly tenfold.
Yeah,
Not
Joon
only-
fucked it up, man.
In 2012, I only barely reached like million views.
I want to hear
In the year
exactly
of
what Phil says here.
2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only...
I probably was talking about monthly.
Oh.
Is what I was saying. I'm not talking about overall in the
He
year. I
misspoke,
think that
you
would
guys.
meant like
He
by
just
month.
misspoke.
Okay.
Because the
Big up to
highest I ever
Regis.
did on DSP Gaming was over 10 million. Because Machinima, I remember, specifically paid a bonus when you got over 10.
Oh, word salad. I'm really sorry, everybody. I really want to hear exactly what he said here, just to be sure we're not getting this incorrect, okay? I really apologize for this. I'll fast forward back.
And
Hold
for
on.
Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to at base $2.
I just want to make
In
sure.
the year of 2012, my
In the year of 2012.
What I meant to say was the month of 2012.
The month of 2012. Okay, just want to be clear on that. I will go back. My bad.
Overall in the year, I think that would meant like by month. Because the highest I ever did on DSP Gaming was over 10 million.
Did you plan out
Because
response
Machinima, I
out
remember,
after you
specifically
watched it
paid a
first
bonus.
time?
It sounds a lot like it, doesn't it?
When you got over 10 million. And so I think, at least, again, I don't even know what video that is. I think I'm stating like monthly. The highest I ever did, I was bringing in like 10, 11 million views a month. But then in the next year, it did go way down.
Okay.
So, no, that's not
So you
me
lied.
miscalculating. That's me saying monthly. Maybe I didn't say monthly in the video.
Okay.
This is
that's
what you
I
presented to your
probably
audience
meant,
as
I would
part of a
think.
This is
begging
proven
video,
incorrect.
bro.
So this is
what
say
you
how things
presented
are
to
so
them
bad.
is what he said.
By archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel where there are screenshots from the start of 2000.
Yeah, you should have just
Telling you,
looked.
I meant probably.
Yeah, okay.
Directly on his own
You should have
YouTube
just
channel
looked at my
where there are
channel
screenshots
analytics
from
instead
the
of
start
believing what I
Correct,
told
just
you
telling
in my
I meant probably
videos.
meant monthly.
What the
It's not a
fuck?
big deal.
2012,
Hey,
screenshots from the start of
you
2000.
can't decide that,
Telling you,
Philip.
I probably meant monthly. It's not a big deal.
2012,
Yeah,
It's not, so I directly lied, and it's not a big deal. Okay, gotcha.
It's your fault for listening to me.
Don't listen.
That shows he got nearly 90 million views.
Oh,
It was
okay,
also
Philip.
here that Phil was toting his financial
If
responsibility.
you believed what I said, you're
You don't see
stupid.
me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money. So,
I did.
regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I
Okay,
just want
great.
everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
Oh, no.
All right,
no,
this
Pitchforks.
is the troll arc. Yes,
Those
here we
crazy
go.
people.
He's
Here
excited for this
comes
one.
The troll arc.
He's
this
excited
is
for this.
probably the arc that I will learn most from.
Okay.
Because
You already
again,
said this.
I don't really follow my trolls. I don't know much or
Right.
anything about them.
Except for Duty, who
They
you
all were
devote
hating on
daily pre-streams to.
Oh, yeah, that's just Duty pre-streams now on his channel.
me. I didn't even know who the fuck they were. I just kept making content. So I might learn a ton in this section. I might be like, oh my god, I never knew that. But to
Okay.
just
Guys.
end cap
Can we
that
start
part,
it, please?
for the most part, he covered the most dramatic stuff about the John and Howard and Project 7 situation, but he literally only took their side. He didn't even take anything from my rebuttal years later that basically
Yeah, it's
said,
too boring of a video. He couldn't sit through that shit, man. Who wants to watch that shit?
no, most of the stuff they're saying is fake, you know, or over-exaggerated, or it's really only from one perspective and it's not correct. Maybe he will later, because I didn't do my response to that till like 2-3 years ago. So maybe he will later, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just discredit and never pretend like I never rebutted. I don't know. But let's go.
What?
Maybe he will later, because I didn't do my response to that till like 2-3 years ago. So maybe he will later, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just discredit and never pretend like I never rebutted. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
or he just won't believe your lies, which is another option.
Did you send him a link to your John and Howard video rebuttal like you did to Craig? You didn't even watch it.
I recommend you watch part 1, 2, and 3. These are 3 hours. Please watch my rebuttal for my full take. Thank you.
Let's go.
Make sure you set aside an entire day. Get a snack.
Reasons. There are 2 underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Stabilizing.
That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number 1, he's just insanely jealous of me.
People see that Blue Point logo, they're like, fuck yes, I know what's
coming. The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
Okay.
What the?
So this is me. I think this is me reacting to This Is How You Don't Play.
I think we're going to pretend we don't know what this is. Come on, man.
Is this Mario?
You said evil.
It looks like Luigi there on the ground sitting on.
Yeah. This is a Goomba.
That he's probably about to explain, Joon.
Yeah.
And this is completely now I know, 12 plus years later, this is insanely stupid. This is the worst way I could have possibly gone about
pre-bunk here.
This kind of stuff.
Another pre-bunk.
I went about it every way possibly wrong. Okay, I'll say it up front.
You do it today, bro.
I'm about to be embarrassed with this.
I'm editing your Elden Ring footage. You are acting like a fucking fool, man.
Complete moron the way that I tried to handle this. Okay.
The fuck?
Great zoom.
What?
On February 15th,
they took my shotgun.
YouTube user Evil
I gotta take out the sniper. Where's my shotgun?
How do you use rations? Evil AJ, big ups, legend.
10, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
Yes. Shot, miss.
Even with that.
How the fuck?
I recommend when you watch this, if you watch it back anytime, like the clips they use are so well chosen. Like, look at this. Like, he just chose the little they had 3 seconds to get this point across, and he shows the shots, missing, just spraying the shots everywhere. Just commentary. Beautiful choice. Watch. Boom, 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 boom. Miss. Not a single hit. Not a single hit.
This game is a first-person mode.
Not a single hit.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long.
Oh.
In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding.
Yes.
A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was
Those are my
spreading.
views.
Him and Snort Burnell.
Okay.
The idea of comedy, of just the juxtaposition of the footage and his commentary side to side, was just like such an innovative, sort of emergent form of comedy, and it just inspired me to make my own.
Big ups. There you go.
It's like a train wreck.
That's how I got into it. Was This How You Don't Play? So that's what got me into this nonsense.
That you can't look away from. That's on every day, 10 times a day,
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
I don't know who two best friends play are, but yeah, this kind of stuff started happening. Like, people started seeing This Is How You Don't Play.
Do you need to know?
And this was their reaction. Everyone started talking about it, that they love This Is How You Don't Play because it highlights me in the most negative way possible as an inept.
In the most negative way possible. Remember, we're just showing clips of Philip playing. This is before anyone add any commentary of any kind to those This Is How You Don't Plays. Not even memes yet. It was like, this is him fucking up, and here's the funny comment. That's what it was. Okay, but okay. Yes, this is us painting him in the most negative way possible, which I guess is true.
This is How You Don't Play because it highlights me in the most negative way possible.
What would a positive highlight look like? It would be a minute and a half?
Yeah, I figured it out. Fuck, took me 3 hours.
Completely ignoring the good parts of my playthroughs. And
the good parts.
Where I read out shoutouts. I don't know. What the fuck?
Please give me the good parts of the Metal Gear Solid playthroughs. Please put together a compilation of those. Please.
Loved that. Like, they thought it was a laugh.
Big up, Sekiro.
So again, this up to this point, 2008 to like 2012, 2013, was like, everyone likes DSP. There are some people who are disgruntled and don't.
Not everyone liked DSP. Many years before.
You were just able to ban everyone who didn't like you. And then it got too big for you to ban. It outnumbered your quote-unquote, followers. I mean, you go back to those old videos. There are legitimate fans, but it's like, because they had nothing else to watch.
Yes, and as you've heard from this, yesterday night, everyone loved DSP is just false. Not everyone liked DSP since the beginning of his FGC days. So I mean, that's just the truth. So
Going back
everyone
how far?
loved DSP.
Like 2003?
Well, people made fun of him in the AOL news groups. So that's 2001, 1999.
Okay,
they made Monkey Spank. So, I mean, that's a little bit lighter. They didn't even know who they were talking to, really. But, like, people could tell he was already getting made fun of at those times. So
for the most part, everyone's laughing with him. It's a great ride. 2013, when This Is How You Don't Play began, it started to be, we're laughing at Phil now rather than with him. He's the butt of the joke. He's the loser. Why does he have success? Because look at what a schlub he is as a gamer and a content creator.
That was the funny part.
And this is where all the waves of negativity started. And like you
he
see,
could turn
all the
his
YouTubers
playthroughs
are
into
reacting
comedy.
basically to those kind of videos in this way and talking negatively about me. And this big meme that Phil sucks started around this time.
And another thing I want to point out here is they were also a way to, at this time already, people were making edited style videos, right? So you want to see my playthrough of this? It would be an hour. This was the only way you could get that kind of content from a lot of games, back then. It was like, this is cut down. When Phillips, you want to watch part 78 of Metal Gear Solid 2? Fuck no,
And this is how a lot of people learned how to edit. And a lot of people just want to revisit old games. And sometimes it's funny to see it through the lens of a really bad gamer.
Uh-huh.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay.
Correct.
The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his
Look at that! Legend forever!
creations.
Great clip
The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also
going prone
employ
right here.
every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacked severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
He played it like Call of Duty, bro.
Yes, oh god, yeah.
Kojima does not want to make...
I say even worse than that. He played it like Mega Man. Just like every enemy is someone to shoot. It's like, all right, I gotta run up and shoot this dude. There's an enemy. Better go up there and shoot him.
Video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
This guy sucks. He has no
He
future.
wanted to blur the line between games and movies to be more accurate.
He has no future, though. That's why, where's Kojima today? Nowhere. Obviously.
In July, we'll go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1, respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him.
Oh, no.
Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch.
Yes.
Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
Yep.
This,
It says fail.
how many more people
Every time he
It's like,
says
it's
fail,
so
I know.
clear. Just fail.
doing Let's Plays. Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube unfortunately doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who...
Leanna's thinking about, the window, we're on the 3rd floor right now. If I jump out of the window, will it end it all? I'm not sure.
Man,
Doing it.
it makes Sims for a phone. I'm playing it right now.
Let's face it, why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's
There's a
not
standing room only, by the way. If you turn the camera around, it would just be like wall-to-wall people.
You hear that hush of the crowd right here? There's so many people. It's tough to hear them, but all right.
Notice now on
Like,
YouTube.
I thought we came here to learn, like, how to get rich off YouTube. This guy's giving him, like, his back problems. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I thought this was how to be a successful YouTuber. You're just telling us how hard it all is.
Were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content.
Okay,
Yes.
I want to do some shout-outs before I get too backlogged here.
Cool.
So Arrow Squirrel does a super chat. Metal Gear Solid was funny as fuck, but not worth hating Phil. Yeah, again, what I have to emphasize here
I have to emphasize here, at this point, it wasn't like hating Phil. It was laughing at his lack of skills of him, Phil. You could hate him for a lot of reasons, like the lying and all that shit. But like, let's say you don't know who this person is. It's not like you hate that person. You're just frustrated and say this guy's the worst gamer of all time. That's it.
And just intentional projection of emotional response. It's like they're just making fun of you. They don't hate you.
Yeah, like first time I saw
like
it,
when I see the fucking, I said like the Olympic breakdancer. I don't hate her for being a bad dancer. I'm laughing at her.
Yeah.
Like this situation that she's in. Why is she here at the Olympics dancing like a complete idiot? Why is DSP at the top of gaming YouTube and he plays like this?
Yeah, it's like you can't. The first time you see it, it's like, is this real? Like that's what I thought when I saw like the GTA. I was like, is this legit? Like, and then you get more like, this guy's the worst gamer of all time. It can't be real. And then you get more into it, and then you learn things that make you hate him. But it's not about that.
Is that it was
exactly?
Things you really hate him is his personal life.
Yeah,
not his gaming,
lying, and the begging.
Shtick to always be over the top. If I was playing a difficult game,
now we were over the top. That's why we couldn't play Metal Gear Solid correctly. Got it.
Yeah, the game could be difficult, but I'm gonna completely over exaggerate how hard it is and yell and complain and scream. That was the DSP character people knew. They knew it from when I played online.
The character who said it was no bullshit, the realest motherfucker on the internet. That was the character. The character of Darkside Phil, who's also the same name as the serious guy who you should take seriously, Darkside Phil.
Couldn't find the rations, wants to Kojima to kill himself. Yeah, that person.
Right? So if I'm losing to Metal Gear Solid because it's actually a tough game, I'm going to complain about the game. I'm going to say it sucks. I'm going to say Kojima's a terrible game director. It's all part of my shtick. And the thing is, up until I did Metal Gear Solid, no one really cared. It wasn't like, oh, Phil's like an awful gamer, awful content
people were
creator.
already saying that, and the channels that were doing that were already established at this point. Just Evil AJ put in a good little package, but there's already montages at this time.
It was funny. When I
played
Metal Gear Solid,
like it has a high like learning curve.
Yeah.
If you suck at video games, you're gonna suck at the game. It's the same issue with Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, because it was Metal Gear Solid and Kojima that I was doing that to, it was like blasphemous. Like, how dare you criticize our gaming god and idol? Oh, holy Kojima
Again,
may not be
intentional
criticized.
misprojection of emotional response.
It could have been any game that he played that poorly. It doesn't matter who it was. It was not just special because it was Kojima.
It just did a good job of exposing his lack of adaptation.
If Nintendo put out a game like Metal Gear Solid 2, he would be saying the same shit about Miyamoto. It's same shit. Doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, like my cousin brought over Metal Gear Solid, and I've never played it before, and he's like, I don't know how to play this game. And I'm playing it, and I'm like, it clicks with me in that first mission when you get out of the water and you're trying to get to the elevator. And I'm like, oh, now I get it. You have to use stealth. And my cousin was literally like, what's stealth?
See, yeah.
And like you can see in like the radar here in the corner, you can see their cones of vision. That means that they can only see you within that cone. And so you have to like navigate around that.
Here's the problem. You have to think. That's the problem. You have to think. And that's the thing.
There's the problem.
Yeah, when thinking is involved, we have problems.
Holy Kojima may not be criticized.
Nothing to do with
How
Kojima.
dare you say these things? And when I saw that, okay, I essentially hammed it up even worse.
Good question, Wesley.
This was not a playthrough I did in a day. This was a playthrough that I would do in a week or 2 weeks. So I'm going to ham it up even worse. I'm going to make more fun of Kojima because you claim that you're upset by it. That's how I was. I was this antagonist, and that's how I got a lot of attention for myself. So this was the first time
you couldn't handle the attention that you got.
You see what happens when you got attention. Let's see.
Before this.
Oh, here we go.
Same story is with the FGC. Like no one asked him to be a heel. No one asked him to insult Kojima.
So, but that's just went out of his way to do both of those things, and everyone thought he was an asshole because of it.
The first time I was like, I don't get it. I'm doing the same thing that I used to do and people liked, and now people are hating on me for it, saying like I fucked up, but I swear to God, this is the same thing I did with every other game. So I'm confused.
And just as an example from last night, when we saw the drunk Gout stuff, there was comments there saying, "Holy shit, man, this can't be real." I mean, it's been happening since then. He's pretending this is a new thing, but it's not. People were making fun of his gameplay and videos since he put videos on YouTube. So again, we're just pretending this is a new thing that Evil AJ started when it's happened since he started his YouTube career.
Fused. Man,
but I wish chat would pause when you pause a video. That would.
I know,
that would
it sucks.
Restream so easy.
I know it sucks. Yeah.
I received an $11 tip.
There we go.
Probably, maybe, allegedly. So we're all big mad at Phil for living like a bachelor. filling his condo with stuff of his own interests. Why is this such a topic? Why Phil? What Phil does was
because you weren't paying your friends.
Because you weren't paying your friends, and in about 30 minutes from now, you're going to start doing the most insane bigs any person has ever done on the internet. That's why it's interesting.
This has been,
okay.
Yeah.
It literally always has been a topic, and I think what Joon's getting at, is that this is an established history of being financially irresponsible. That even when I had money, I spent it on dumb shit.
He's painting a picture. He's painting a picture for us
of being financially irresponsible. That even when I had money, I spent it on dumb shit.
Yeah.
I didn't handle it well. And this is going to eventually lead to my financial downfall later.
Okay, yes.
You know, declaring bankruptcy, having to beg my audience constantly for contributions, etc.
And content, though. You could have said content. That would have been fine. But he just admitted there. Listen to that. That was very matter-of-fact Philip right there. He usually doesn't say it that fucking straight. Listen.
Bankruptcy, having to beg my audience constantly for contributions, etc. Right? I think he's establishing a narrative and a pattern. This is the story arc. Do you understand? This is the ongoing background story of DSP. I mean, it even said in the description of the video, I've been around for nearly 20 years, leaving a path of chaos and financial ruin behind me.
Yes.
So that's his story. His story is that I'm bad with money. So expect more of this. There will be even more. If you're okay with a man spending his money however he wants,
you're probably the detractors getting in his ear.
Yeah.
The rest of this documentary, because it's probably going to be highly critical.
Yes,
of
I
me
have
spending
now
money.
at this point. I watched it all this morning. We're not clear. We
Lots
talked about
of
it that being said
viewership
today,
was
too.
because people were familiar with what.
Yeah, the premiere was pretty hype. I wish I could be there. I saw the screenshots.
It was fucked up in a couple places. Like, it was weird. Like, how do you fuck up a premiere? That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fucking YouTube.
It was just overloaded.
Yeah, they don't usually have 20,000 or whatever, you know. It's pretty crazy.
He produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, "Oh no, I lost views."
He's been gaslit into thinking that the premiere crashed during the incident moment, but actually it happened during the pay me tons moment. That's when it actually happened.
To think it's caused by one specific part of a video is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, my incident broke the internet yet again.
I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris,
I love his transitions, man. Joon's a legend for these transitions. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to stick through it. Philip would keep losing viewership. It's so good.
No, I lost views. Stop my feet. Oh, man. But I said, no, I'm going to stay positive. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado,
we share the same editing prowess of DSP versus DSP.
Yeah, it's awesome.
DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer actually had a falling out with
Furtado
DSP.
segment.
Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy.
I want to hear more what he has to say.
Yeah, I mean, I've interviewed him once on we did the computer thing, and he detailed it more. But I would like to see his full response to this segment, right? Just to give all.
I never knew that he didn't pay $3,000 for it. He only paid $1,600 for it.
Oh, let's just hold on. Let's just get
actually
there.
Not wanting to adapt to direct capture.
That is true. If I remember correctly, he insulted me first.
I remember
and it started this whole feud between us. But let's see, because I don't really remember the situation. I want to see what Joon dug up here on between us.
What?
To adapt to DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture.
Yeah, like the half of the internet was saying that. Even your fans were saying that. But okay, yes.
That is true. If I remember correctly, he insulted me first, and it started
me, saying you're lazy for not doing direct capture.
Whole feud between
sweet.
us. But let's see, because I don't really remember the situation. I want to see what
I definitely want to check that out
here on this.
Which DSP demanded an apology for.
Yes.
At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it.
Correct.
So at that point, I was like, why am I going to
This is the first time you realized that Joon the King had his own independent interviews with people. And that really impressed me.
Yes.
Trying to help for so many years.
Whenever I tried to help, he shat on me for it.
Yes.
You didn't try to help. He was saying things like DSP is a dinosaur because he's not doing direct capture and live streaming.
Philip, unpause. You can see Chris telling you in the chat. I don't know if Joon shows that, but there's visual proof of him showing him in the chat what he should be doing to get direct capture up and running. I mean, it's absolutely proven in visual evidence. But okay, yes, Phillips, keep talking how the only thing he did was make fun of you.
I actually just had this very same conversation with Keemstar the other day when I interviewed him. okay?
Oh, God.
I'm the kind of guy that if you talk to me with respect and being nice, I will listen to you, and I will actually cherish your opinions and your...
And wait for this unpause.
Once you grow up and you use the internet more often and you deal with criticism more often, you learn to separate the insults from the actual constructive criticism. And you just respond to everything but the insults, and you just leave the insults aside. You don't have to respond with more insults because you don't get anywhere that way.
Just wait. Just wait for the unpause. Okay. Just wait for the unpause. Wait.
If you come at me in a very negative way, trolling, insults, I'm literally going to shut you off. Even if what you're saying is valid, I don't care.
Shut off. That's an interesting choice of words. Because shat on and shut off mean two very different things. So let's wait till the unpause.
You came at me in a very negative way. It's the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated, right? I'm sure that he wouldn't have wanted me to immediately say, "Hey,
no, it's a better rule. Don't be like DSP." Like if you're in a burning building and someone runs in and says, "Hey, the building's burning, asshole," what are you gonna do? You're gonna stay there and like, dude, this guy called me an asshole. I'm gonna stay in the burning building. Or do you listen to like, oh, the building is burning. I need to get out of here. Separate the insult from the actual information you're being given.
You're an asshole, blah, blah, blah. Here's what you need to improve. Wait, what?
This is what you need to improve.
Preface saying that I'm an asshole.
Whoa!
Right? So if you preface it saying that I'm a dinosaur,
how thin skin do you have?
I'm not going to listen to you.
I know,
all right?
right?
How
thin
mind,
is your
maybe
skin?
He thinks I'm helping Phil, but if you come at me in a negative, awful way, I'm not going to give a crap.
He helped him in many different ways, by the way, Chris Furtado. I mean, it's not just one incident here where he called him lazy for the thing, but you know.
About what you're saying.
Oppositional defiance disorder is bigger than the Boglum.
His forums, co-built his gaming PC.
See all the stuff that he did for you, Philip? I hope you're going to comment on this, which he did for totally free, by the way, except for the PC, which he just paid for the parts.
What you're saying.
You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much.
Now,
and when I try to help him try to adapt to direct
Mm-hmm.
capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions
Let
from myself.
this be a lesson, literally, everybody. If you try and help this guy, you're going to eventually regret it.
Everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
Nice bald spot.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
Are you going to suddenly remember the amount, you fucking asshole, lying fucking fuckwit?
Here's, I think, the video in question. Someone sent this to me this morning.
Okay, well, don't worry.
This is the video. I'm going to show it to you. September 8th, 2013. Okay? This was a channel update that I made addressing the negativity. And this was directly addressing the situation with this man, Mighty Furtado. Okay?
This man.
I think I have the timestamp right, but let's listen. Okay? It looked amazing. Had these lights and all these bells and whistles, had everything that I wanted. But I was looking at it, and it has this door. I don't know if you guys know, but on a lot of PC cases, there's a door on the front. You open the door, and inside you'll have your CD drive, your USB ports, and stuff like that. The door had a big crack on it. And I was looking at it like, how did that happen? Okay.
Good thing you got the timestamp right.
Maybe, unfortunately, the case, I think this is the timestamp because this is someone sent me the video this morning. We found it, but this may not be the timestamp.
Good thing you did any 10 seconds of research for your show, but all right, cool. We'll find it together. We'll get there someday.
Close to it, though. It showed up damaged or whatever. I don't know. But I thought Chris would have told me
a transcript
that this
where you
case
can
has a
search for
giant
specific dialogue.
We got to watch the whole thing. Hang on.
The front of it, but he never did.
We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Hang on.
I finally boot the thing up. Come to find out, when I finally booted the thing up, okay, this is what I wanted. I wanted the amount because I say the amount in the video here, but I can't find it.
Okay,
I
so
think it was. Shit.
How long have you been on YouTube?
He can't even get this. If he just skips right past this supposed felt he's trying to get, that'd be very funny.
I wish I'd saved the tip message. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
You know, you can search the transcript. Okay.
You might not have this amount of RAM. If you're doing that amount of video editing, you might need this amount of RAM. Okay.
Okay.
So, initially, what I wanted to be maybe between $700 to $1,000.
Bro, it's an hour and a half long video.
I can't even tell you what it cost because I can't find the damn receipts. Chris actually, when the PC was done, he mailed me all the receipts to prove that he obviously didn't waste my money, which he didn't. He did not, absolutely not. He was very upfront, transparent with what he did when he built that PC. He sent me all the receipts. It's filed away in literally thousands of documents.
Are you realizing that you're long-winded as fuck, bro? Can it, like, sink in?
We'll get there eventually. Hang on, guys.
Now. But what I did do is that I went on my PayPal to see how
Talk
much
like you
money
get
I
paid
sent
by
to
the
him
word,
directly
bro.
through PayPal to build this PC. It ended up that I paid him almost $1,600 to build this PC by the time it was done. Now
cool.
Okay. So on September 8th, 2013, I said publicly in a video addressing the negativity. This is in regards to this mighty Furtado guy constantly going out and saying negative things about me, criticizing me, saying on Dinosaur, basically like doing a whole bunch of negative things towards me. And I'm like frustrated at my wit's end. I don't want to have to make this video. I just want to move on with my life and do content. You know, at this point, I've already paid the $1,600 for this, what people would call a lemon PC, where half the RAM didn't work, the door case was cracked, and there were other issues with it too. I just said, fuck it.
What were those other issues?
And keep talking about it. This guy kept talking and wouldn't shut up. He basically became kind of a detractor.
Can you pause? Like the reason like half the RAM didn't work is because it got unseated in shipping, which is extremely common, and all you have to do is just push the RAM back in. But no, it's Mighty Furtado's fault. Like this will happen with like a perfectly built PC. You'll get it and like, okay, half the RAM's not working. Well, duh, like it maybe got unseated during shipping. Just fucking get in there and use your thumb and just push it in.
So Philip says on September 8th, he said $1,600. Well, I'm going to check you this up. The King of Hate vlogs. This is from long time ago. Chris did not make the website. Teo did, and the current site is completely coded by foes. I paid Chris over $3,000 to make my PC.
This is a very annoying quality of his. He says literally everything, but when he has to like debunk something, he only points to the one part where he said one thing. Where like, no, dude, you said both.
Shoot, it looks like he did actually say 3,000 here. Shoot, dang, not sure which one to believe. And there he is, right here. Big ups Furtado.
When in reality,
nice, big ups.
Go ahead.
And like you tell him what to do. And you tell him that it's easy, which it is, and then he demands an apology in chat because he's arguing with you that it's not easy.
And shitting on him. I told you this. I know Joon didn't include that, but he could have.
I demand an apology before like I go live or something like that.
You said this was easy. It's not easy. I told you. And real quick, I just want to. So Philip wants to keep talking about stuff about how 3,000. And I said $1,600. So not that. I want to show you this real quick. This is just something interesting. I don't know if it's relevant or not, but who knows?
Cost me no exaggeration, $3,000.
Oh, huh?
In fact, we went
no exaggeration. Oh, okay.
See, that cost me no exaggeration, $3,000.
No.
Oh yeah, we can't pull up that video though. You would think that videos that come out later override videos that came out earlier, but nah, man.
No exaggeration, 3,000, huh?
Or whatever over the years, not a big deal. Just buy a new one, all right? A big deal. So, at that time, I bought...
Anyways, let's move on positively. Phil is getting his timeline wrong. The video he's looking at happened after Furtado responded to Phil saying 3,000. So this is Phil after saying 3,000.
He never really disproved the fact that the door was cracked when it showed up, that half the RAM was either misinstalled or didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Shipping. You never answered the fact that the door is cracked. Okay. Sometimes shit happens in shipping.
It had all these issues. So,
issues, by the way.
You know, for him, it was like, I must have said the wrong amount of money. In reality, I don't know what I spent on the PC. I don't have receipts for it anymore. I say in this...
We have verbal receipts, and you said 3,000 many times.
This video...
The fuck do you have that
September
file
8, 2013,
$1,600.
I know.
Paperwork.
What's in there, you know?
People in chat are saying, oh, there's other videos in the future where you said $3,000.
Yes.
Maybe I did.
Thank you. At least you admitted that. Thank God you're some cool guys in chat today. Good job.
Yeah, I had a comment on a forum post or something where I said $3,000. You're right. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is the original video where I addressed it, and I said $1,600. Okay.
I may have lied to you in the future, but in this moment in time, I didn't. Please tip. It's as simple as that. Please give me money, okay? Make sense? Felted.
So, what information are we going off of here that this becomes some big fucking controversy? I said $1,600.
Tell them it doesn't matter.
Here, black and white.
And that's not the original video.
Tell them people shouldn't care.
Yeah.
Said I went through my records, and that's what it said from PayPal, correct? You just all saw it. I didn't make it up.
Yeah.
So there it is.
But you like Philip. It's so like this is how like he's not a smart individual. Like okay, we know, and I'm happy he did point out in chat people saying 3,000. But like if Philip had any sense, you just ignore that comment and keep your narrative going that you did say 1,600, right? It's so simple. You know what I'm saying? That's how he's just not a smart individual. Like he is now building doubt even with people that want to believe him. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so stupid. Just ignore them. Can't do it though. Can't do it.
Now let's continue.
You gotta have Furtado on sometime.
Yeah. I've talked to him before, but yeah, we got to get you after. I want to first. I want to watch your response to this part.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
Large margin.
So he's showing $1,200, and I'm saying $1,600. So
that is incorrect, sir. You said 3,000 multiple times.
So he's showing $1,200, and I'm saying $1,600. So
you just said
we're off by that. But keep in mind, I said I checked my PayPal, so that was every transaction towards him from PayPal amounted to around $1,600.
So then, why did you admit yourself to saying 3,000 multiple times in the future? Why?
A little under, right? Maybe there's other things involved there, shipping. I don't know.
So I had actually made my own video defending
They
myself.
paid the shipping, bro.
Yes, they paid the shipping. So let's hear them say
and
that.
I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did.
I have no idea. I showed you the original video where I said it was $1,600.
That's not the original video?
Maybe there was confusion. Maybe... I don't know. I literally have no idea. What I can tell you, all I can tell you, because again, this is from like 2013, so this is over 11 years ago.
Okay, so don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I lied 11 years ago. It's fine.
By the way, we need to believe everything that Joon the King said about Rich Review Tech.
Well, I hope so. Yeah.
How many times has he said that's not true in this video?
Yep.
Feeling like I really got screwed in this situation. Okay, I went out of my way to build a PC with this guy. I could have went with a reputable company. Okay, let me go full screen for this. I'm going to talk for just a little bit. I could have easily gone with a reputable company that probably would have charged me around the same. Remember, I said in the video right there, I only
they would have charged you way more.
I know. Oh, I did you the favor, Chris, of letting you make my PC. I was doing you a favor, Chris. I'm the king after all.
They basically give it to him at cost.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Right.
To spend $1,600 on this thing. And as I was working with this guy, Mighty Furtado, basically he was like, well, if you want this, you got to spend more. If you want this, you got to spend more. And it just kept adding up.
You know how computers work or no?
And if you don't want this, you don't have to add.
Yeah, you can say no to stuff too. That's optional. You to have, you know.
But I gave him the money. I was not happy, but I was like, as long as the PC does what it's supposed to do, I guess it's fine in the end, right? Yeah. I kind of felt like he was kind of leading me along. I get the PC and it's all fucked up. The door has a crack.
From shipping?
Fucking half the RAM doesn't work in the PC.
It needs to be reseated?
PC? And it's like, dude, so not only did I pay this guy way more money than I was expecting or wanted to spend, but now he hosed me. He gave me a PC that's fucked up.
UPS hosed him.
So I call him out on it, and he freaks out. Like I'm a villain for saying...
you've seen the Chris Furtado video. There's no freaking out going on. He matter-of-factly explains what's going on with receipts.
Literally, like, laughing at him. Because you're being crazy.
Freaking out. Freaking out.
Facts about the situation, okay? In the original video, I said $1,600. I will guarantee you there will be people who will now say, well, we have all this evidence you said $3,000.
Yes.
Fine. I'm not going to be here to dispute what I said or didn't say, because I'm not going to sit here and go through my history of videos. I have...
okay, so yes, he's admitting to lying about saying 3,000 then. That's the only thing you can take from that statement right there.
No idea why I ever would have said $3,000, whether it was confusion, whether it was me misremembering, because all I can really remember is the emotion behind this situation, and I was just like, every time...
Okay.
That's the most
only
important
recalling
point.
Emotion rather than fact is a very specific sort of disorder.
Okay, I might have done something bad. I might have murdered someone, but I can't remember the action. I just remember my emotion. I was really pissed off. So, I mean, please tip. Thank you.
And I thought the situation was over. Someone would be like, hey, Phil, did you hear the new video Mighty Furtado made about you today, making fun of you again? Did you hear that he's hating on you again? Did you hear? I was like, what the fuck are we still talking about Mighty Furtado for?
He said it was
bought
cracked
the
in
website
shipping.
from him, so it's not in his hands anymore. He already hosed me for the PC. Why is this still a discussion? And people just kept bringing it up. The guy like wouldn't shut up about me.
He made one video, and that was it. And, of course, people are going to keep talking about your asshole behavior on the internet.
It was an ongoing thing. He was getting internet notoriety for being a hater of mine.
Oh, yeah.
And it pissed me off.
Yeah.
And I just wanted it to be over, and it kept
He was
going.
on Drama Alert. Let's get Chris Furtado on here with Keem. Hey, right into the news. We have Chris Furtado breaking the internet with his felting of DSP.
Going on and on. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Hosing of DSP.
Oh, man. Over 11 years later, I have not spoken a word about this man in how long? And in this fucking documentary, it's coming up again.
Because it is asshole behavior, which it directly gives an example of your lying and deception and assholeness.
Wow, look at that pause. Every pause is painting. Come on, believe me. Also, give me money, please. I only had $17.
What? Like, how could this not be in an interview about a lolcow that does something fucked up?
Yeah. Hands palms up. If you're a watcher of true crime documentaries, hands palm up is pleading to be believed.
Please, guys. I can't find it now, but yeah.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about the PC. All right.
It doesn't matter what you care about. Joon is trying to make an interesting documentary about the fucked up shit that you have done, or good stuff if there's that. But unfortunately, there's not too much of that in here so far. Maybe that's in the finale.
I don't give a fuck about it. I don't give a fuck that I got ripped off or whatever. Here's what I want to do.
Sounds like you
Mighty
do.
Furtado, I want you to move the fuck on with your life and leave.
He has. You're now claiming because Joon put him in your documentary, this is Furtado? Hey, Furtado was in the DMs. Joon, put this in. You're going to love it.
Why do you expect him to move on when you're lying about him?
Yeah. If you lie about someone...
You're directly addressing him, you're lying about him. Why would he just forget about it? And
also admitting to lying, by the way. I'm not saying I didn't say 3,000 in other places, by the way. I'm not saying that. But move on. Okay.
Leave the fuck alone? Because at this...
He is leaving you alone. Joon is bringing this up.
Point, this is weird shit. 11 years later...
Someone brings you up in a documentary?
And you're talking about this?
Okay, listen, yesterday I watched a documentary. It was on Christopher Columbus. And it was really... I was like, what? 400 years ago? And you're bringing this shit up? What? It's not even a big deal anymore. Come on. That's what we're saying here right now.
Are you out of your mind? Like,
no,
what the
are.
fuck is going on? I have not mentioned this in so long, I don't even remember the situation to defend myself of why I would have said one thing and another. You saw the original response I had. I said it was 1,600. It should have ended there. He kept going, and that's why the situation continued, and that's likely why I probably misremembered or exaggerated or whatever the...
Or lied directly to your fans' faces. Got it.
The fuck it is. I have absolutely no fucking idea.
Okay, got it.
All right? If you have evidence, and I'm sure people will now have it, then I made it up, or I misremembered, or I lied, whatever it is. Who knows?
You said lie twice there. You said, what was it again? Let's hear how he describes a lie.
Idea. All right? If you have evidence, and I'm sure people will now have it, then I made it up, or
I made it up.
I misremembered, or I
misremembered,
lied, whatever it is. Who knows?
Lied.
I don't know, but I don't care either. I don't give a fuck about 11 years ago. This fucking PC. This is.
I'm really sorry to keep pausing on this one, but it doesn't matter what you think is important. That is so not a topic of conversation when someone's making a documentary about you. Hey, Joon, I don't care about that part where I did something fucked up in my life. I don't care about that. Okay. I'm missing the part where I'm supposed to care about that. But, okay. Big ups to Greedo the Green. Says, do you think he knows when he lies, then tells the truth, then will lie again? I think he has lied for so long and told so many people he can't tell anymore. I know nothing about this, then spent 35 minutes telling us what really happened. Uh-huh.
Well, like I said, narcissists don't doubt their ability to persuade people ever. They think that they're able to just say anything and everyone has to believe it. And if they don't say anything outright, then nobody knows anything about it. Like, they can't put pieces together. They can't draw a line. They can't use Occam's razor between point A and point B. If he doesn't say it outright, they don't know it.
This is amazing. I know nothing about this, and yet he had even receipts at the ready for this, but he knows nothing about this, right?
2 PCs ago now, right? Why the fuck do I care about it today? It was a dumb, stupid little thing that was a blip for me, but then became a giant annoying thing as people who didn't like me made it into a
that's kind of how
giant
documentaries
molehill.
work.
And also, when you lie about someone, it doesn't matter how long we remove from the lie, they still might be pretty pissed off about the lie. So when someone asks them about it, they might have some things to say about it, right? It's not really that hard of a concept here.
Out of this tiny little, you know what I'm saying? Or, excuse me, made it a mountain out of a molehill. That's exactly what it was.
Why did this documentary look at all the details in order to back up the assertion that it's making? Shouldn't it just like said one detail that doesn't convince anyone and then moved on?
Yeah. Why don't we just do the debunk where DSP says that's not true? That would work.
Anyways, let's do some shout outs.
It's so funny because this is the one point that Joon the King was like, hey, do you want to defend this? Because I'm going to put it in the video. And he's just like, I don't know. Fuck, I don't care.
So
like you could have you had every opportunity to supplement this section and you were just like, fuck it, I don't know. I'm going to fucking play a video game, man.
Who says, sometimes a viewer will give you advice or sometimes constructive criticism, and without negative delivery, at times you'll get aggressive.
Yes.
You're right. And that's something that I have to get better at, because sometimes if it's
okay, 42 years old, bro. Come on. I don't think you'll ever figure it out.
Start with Furtado.
A way where I feel like it's an attack, or if it is a detractor meme that's been going on recently, I do sometimes get very
like
defensive.
WWE champions, like the Jin thing, like my wife being Lord.
Wait a second. Calling me a dinosaur? That's a detractor meme. Hey, that's
all the things that Casino Bros made fun of me before we were all the best of friends, that kind of stuff. Okay.
And that is something that I need to get better at, I feel. And I feel like I have gotten a lot better at that over the years.
Right. Well, you can feel whatever the fuck you want to feel, man.
I agree with you there.
Max don't care about your feelings.
Super chat. If you ever said $3,000, you lied, so admit it. If I ever said $3,000, I lied. You're right.
Bloomkit is like trying to be Snowcrawl, by the way. They've been doing that a lot recently. Like just direct shit like that. I mean, like the low tip and say a fact that Philip can't deny. I mean,
ever said $3,000, you lied, so admit it. If I ever said $3,000, I lied.
Yes.
You're right.
Okay.
Why though?
I see a video at the very beginning of this feud happening where I said 1,600.
So you actually said over 3,000, but just I don't want to get too nitpicky, but you actually said in the comment over 3,000. Okay. There we go.
So that's the evidence I have. So I said 1,600 in a video I just watched. That literally happened at the beginning of this situation. So if ever I said it after 3,000, I guess I've just proved myself that I lied about it after, correct?
Yes.
But originally the video I put out said 1,600.
So therefore all future lies should be ignored. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yes.
It's the opposite of how he thinks that it should work.
Yes. So just ignore all future lies. I have said the truth at some point in history. Therefore, ignore all future lies. Thank you.
And then the situation continued because he wouldn't shut up. I didn't care. Why would I keep talking about it? He's the one who kept bringing shit up and being a detractor.
I mean, he's the one who says like, "Oh, he charged me more. He nickeled and dined me. I asked for more things. He like, so it could have gone from 1,600 to 3,000 in his own words."
Talking about him. Okay. Okay. Cave Teeth to the super chat. Only 1,600. Phil is now Fitler. One of the many stupid things over the years.
I don't even know what that. Okay, I don't care.
Essentially.
Oh, it's Pigler.
Got blown up by my detractors early, because this is the early days. This is 2013, right?
Yep.
It was so dumb and innocuous and stupid and not a big deal. And I just wanted to move on with my life, but people would keep bringing it up.
Yep.
Oh, it's important.
It's a preponderance of evidence where the conclusion is that you're an unreliable narrator.
People keep bringing it up. Why can't they just forget that I lied every time I talk? Just forget about it, guys. Okay?
Because you said this. You said, I don't care. I'm fucking playing games. I'm making content. Can you shut the fuck up about the PC?
Come on, I don't care about games.
Guys, I'm playing video games. Forget the fact that I lied and treated a fan like shit.
Focus on the important things like bug snacks.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Anymore. I bought the website. I bought the PC. He's out of my life. Why are we still talking? And people would keep bringing it up to annoy me. And this is what it was. They knew that it got my goat. So they kept bringing it up to piss me off. And that's eventually when you get further and further down into the depths of, what did Phil say? Well, I was pissed and I said 3,000, right? There you go.
Wrong.
So lying for being pissed.
Yeah, lying as a form of revenge. That's fucked up.
Yeah, we lie because we want revenge now. Pretty cool, dude. Nice. Very mature.
Look.
Okay.
Man, that's some good non-alcoholic water.
$20 tip. Just a $20 tip. It's anonymous. Thank you so much, whoever sent that.
Big
I really appreciate that. That will get us to $50 out of the $150.
That's probably snood.
That is my goal for the night. and we still have about an hour and a half
tries to
left
sneak
on
him
the
in.
stream,
Remember when the goal was
FYI.
50?
So, it would be great if you like the content.
Man,
if
it
you
seemed
like,
like
I am
3 weeks ago.
reacting to all of this.
As it was.
The way that I am. If you could contribute tonight, that would be very, very good.
I
would
like the
appreciate that.
receiving contributions into the bag. I love those. Nice.
Yeah, very much.
Thanks for the 20. Keep it coming though, fuckers.
I want to keep this king streak going.
Definitely.
Of hitting this tips goal every stream. I've done it 32 straight streams so far. So if we do it, the sooner the better, and then we can continue on positively, right?
You can get that lovely animation of a rain of burnt bread.
Yeah, the middle of the Big Mac, I think.
To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
Oh, Philip, that's a little different than what you just said, huh? You said shipping was on top of that, which you said you paid him in the PayPal? Oh, okay.
Actually paid.
Okay, well, he's saying that. I can't defend myself there because I have no evidence. I mean, we're talking about PayPal receipts from 12 years ago, so I can't dispute this.
Oopsie poopsie.
150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
Yep.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
I know there were.
So this is when fans break pignosis, by the way, this segment here.
At this point, there weren't. It was this is how.
At this point, there weren't. This gentleman is saying otherwise. At this point, there weren't? What?
Exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
I know there weren't. At this point, there weren't. It was this is how you don't play videos were the ones that were coming out and getting traction.
Okay, I'm going to try to say this
So
as simply
he's
as I can.
lying about the video that made him think that you were being exposed? What?
This video, this gentleman here, videos are still up. I've played on WPIG before. He has a really, almost too heartfelt message about why he left DSP. Because it really fucking hurt this dude to unsubscribe from DSP. He grew up with DSP and made a tough decision in his mind. I know it sounds stupid, but I'm just telling the deal. He was a young dude. Give him the benefit of the doubt here. You know, he's a young dude and he liked DSP. And he that video hurt him so bad that he said, I'm gonna unsubscribe to DSP. I'm gonna throw away his shirt and stuff he did. But now Philip is saying, no, that's not why it happened. That's not what he's doing here. By the way, this never happened. We're watching a video of it happening.
There's just no sense of empathy. Think about him in his position. Why would he be dishonest about that?
This dude, and this guy's, at the time of this video came out, probably had 10 subscribers. I mean, he made a channel to say this. You know what I'm saying? It's...
At this one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
I know there weren't. At this point, there weren't. It was this is how you don't play videos were the ones that were coming out and getting traction. There wasn't a lot of videos that Phil's been exposed and shit. That's bullshit. Videos like this were getting a few thousand views.
Is he just trying to find any reason to pause now? Because
I think so.
He needs time to recover.
He's drowning, so a pause gives him a little bit of air, you know? Because once you unpause it for 5 minutes, at this point, it is just beating him down, you know? So
yeah,
we gotta
he's been
pause
called a
lot.
liar 8 times.
This dude is doing it to share with other people why he made in his mind was a tough decision.
Wait.
Hold on, that's not true. Yeah, and why
this is how you don't play that turned him against me, okay?
Why does the number of views matter, by the way, in this kind of video? It's one person making a decision and sharing with others. He's not calling for action or anything. He's just telling this is why I made my choice, but all right.
This is how you don't play that was blowing up and was getting hundreds of thousands of views.
That's
and
not
those
what this
are the ones
person
I
is
was
saying.
worried about. Because
Okay.
what I was worried about was, if people are just going to go watch This Is How You Don't Play instead of my raw gameplay.
We're moved past This Is How You Don't Play right now. We're talking about something else here, a different case of you being an asshole to your fans, which This Is How You Don't Play is not you being an asshole, but you know what I mean.
My business is going to suffer. They're not going to watch me put out the videos on my channel. They're going to wait for someone else to make the This Is How You Don't Play, and they're going to get my view and my
This is
revenue
irrelevant.
that I should have earned on my original content, and I never did.
Irrelevant.
That's where my concern was. I didn't give a shit
Irrelevant.
about people making this kind of video.
Who designed
I don't think Joon claimed you did. He just wants to show what your actual fans were thinking from back in the day.
Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common
Also, it's
dislike
funny
of
because
Phil.
people like Wings of Redemption, when they say that they're a fan of DSP, it's not because he watched Phil's raw footage. It's because he's watched This Is How You Don't Plays.
Yes.
Threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Yes. Yep, this is totally true.
Yep. So did I.
This is all my fault. I will take all of the blame for everything involved with This Is How You Don't Play. Okay, here's why.
So you won't take the blame for people leaving you as a fan because you were an asshole to Chris? You're not taking the blame for that one. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
If I had reacted differently, if I had laughed along with them, if I had maybe even taken advantage and started making my own or having someone pay to
He
make
did do that, sir.
For me, and
they suck shit because they weren't funny.
Up on my
Yeah,
channel,
because they tried to find the positive moments, which there were none.
Yeah. The positive moments of you acting at finding a glitch.
On all of this, and it would have been a completely different situation. I actually don't even feel that today I would be in a situation where so many people hate me and I have these detractors if I had reacted completely differently to This Is How You Don't Play. But publicly, I will tell you all this, all right? This is a confession. I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purpose
This is my depression. That was confession, excuse me. Sorry. I thought I heard something else.
That was my depression.
This is a confession. I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purposes of
It's not really a
this
confession, then, denthead. God damn it. I love the new background, how it just makes his hair just so much more prominent. Thank you, Phil, for putting that white panel behind you. It makes you so much more,
thumbnails
makes you stand out a lot more.
I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purposes of this React.
This is the second confession. Okay, second coming of the confession here. Okay.
I, at this point, thought my shit didn't stink. I was of the impression that if I was a successful YouTuber for 5 years, I knew what was good, and everyone else didn't know anything.
Okay.
Just because everyone else was going direct capture and live stream didn't mean I had to. I didn't have to follow the trends. I was being a contrarian, right? Everyone says, no, Phil, you're a dinosaur. I'd be like, well, fuck you. Then
That's
I'm the
a
dinosaur
mental
that'll keep
disorder.
making a good business, and you can go fuck yourself. That's what my attitude was.
It's one I can identify with, but it's very easy to fall into that contrarian mindset because it makes you feel like an underdog. It makes you feel like everyone's against you and you're the one who's standing alone and you're right. But sometimes you're just wrong.
It was 100% the wrong attitude to have. Because even though there were people coming at me in a negative way, saying it in an insulting way, a lot of people just wanted to see me continue to win. And the fact that they saw that my channel was losing views, I was starting to get made fun of by people. People didn't like it. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is such a brave confession, by the way. Oh, man, this must be... It takes so much courage here to say this. The most obvious take of all time. I handled This How You Don't Play poorly. What a brave person here. Oh, my God. Please tip this man.
What a brave stance you took.
Please tip this man.
And he was such a popular guy. And now look, now everyone's laughing at him and shit, right? I didn't listen. I had opportunity to listen. I had opportunity to take constructive criticism and grow. But at this point, my head was so fucking big.
I drowned my sorrow in another
from
statue.
Being a popular YouTuber, from making the money I was making, and not giving in, not changing to trends, but still doing what I'd done all along and still being successful, that I refuse to change for the better. Okay?
Future refuse to change.
That's absolutely 100% on me. Even when I adopted direct capture and live streaming in 2013, I ignored the stream chat. I refused to talk to people in the chat as if they were there and have a conversation. I was like,
come on,
you guys
give
are
them
peanut
respect.
gallery. You can watch
like somebody committed a crime, they get sentenced, the judge serves them guilty, he's sitting in jail, and he's like, all right, I admit it, I did it.
What the fuck is
at this point, it doesn't matter, man.
I know, it's such an irrelevant fucking point. It's so obvious. He can't admit to wrongdoing with Chris Furtado, which was actual wrongdoing. But no. We're taking the large world changing stance that I handled This How You Don't Play poorly. What a saint, dude.
And he can say that now when This Is How You Don't Play is suffering so much because he gets handheld through every single game. That's one of the things that really pissed me off watching the crouch jump moment. We could have had so many more of that exact same moment. But there's fucking idiots like Dentronics in chat who are just telling him exactly what to do in every single game.
Video.
What the fuck was that?
Stroke mouth.
Live if you want. I'm going to pretend like this is an offline video.
What?
What am I, a moron? Yeah, I was. I literally 100% was a fucking moron. I never should have acted like that.
What a brave
that was a
soldier
gold
here.
mine
Oh my God.
to have that interaction with my live audience to create new kinds of content, right? And I ignored it all.
So brave.
I streamed without interacting with the audience for 4 years.
Oh my
4
God.
fucking years.
Oh
I'm
my
an
God.
idiot, you know? But now I know.
Philip, careful. You're saying too much. You might get canceled for these takes. They're so hot.
That because eventually I said, okay, I'll change now. All right.
Careful, Philip.
I will, totally listen.
I don't think the internet's ready to hear this.
And in 2017, I changed, and all of a sudden, it was like night and day. My God, my audience is talking to me. We're having a good time. Where people are getting to know the real me instead of the asshole. You know what I mean? And then I changed for the better over the last 7 years to not even think that.
And Killducker is correct. The only reason he even did that was because of the money. So, yes.
That right. Now, I cherish your criticism. I cherish your input.
No, instead we get like a dozen
constructive-
bans a day.
I cherish your input. I cherish it.
I love that dent in his head, man. It's so prominent. Look at the curve in his head.
Forget about it, Chris. Fuck you.
Like a bowling ball fell from the ceiling and just landed on him.
I cherish your feedback, guys. Forget about it, Chris. Fuck you. 11 years ago, liar. I cherish your input, please.
Suggestions. It makes my content
I mean,
way
how
better.
long ago was it where if you said WWE champions in chat, you got banned, but he cherishes your input.
I cherishes it. It was a banned word in chat.
But back then, in 2012, 2013, I was a big-headed idiot. I literally thought I was top of the world and everyone else sucked. How dare you tell me to improve? How tell you tell me to change? I didn't want to listen to anyone. And that's on me. And that's really one of the core reasons why I had that situation where everyone hated me and I got into a massive decline.
Okay, this is one of those cases where the Joon documentary is not going how Philip expected, so he's just inserting the narrative that he thought Joon was going to say. I mean, it's my opinion. But, you know, I'm pretty sure he thought he was going to get a chance to say this, like, oh yeah, Joon said this perfectly. And this is definitely what happened, but it's not happening. So now Philip is just adding this in when it's not, it's kind of related, but kind of not, you know, like, we're actually kind of moved past this so you don't play kind of quickly here, but no, we have to make sure we get this point out because we have our narrative to share. You know what I mean? That's just my take on that, but it's interesting.
Yeah, not very much time is spent on it.
No.
The origin of the detractors came from.
Yes.
Okay? But that's different from today.
Okay.
As you'll see, my detractors definitely evolved differently over the years to be something so much more harmful than just a bunch of people
literally
making fun of
new people. Like,
yes,
come on.
to be different
how do you expect
people?
them not to change? If they're, like, come on.
He thinks every detractor, by the way, has been around since 2013, and they're all the same person that do everything, all the same shit. So there you go.
It's one of the funniest comments. Like, who else has like 4 generations of detractors?
Play, and we'll get to that. The crunchiest onion did a super chat. Do you not feel like sometimes a valid criticism has to be insulting because it's a harsh truth? Do you feel you sometimes confuse nice criticism as insults? Of course. Again, I'm a human, and I make mistakes, and I can be human.
I'm a human. Oh, so brave. He's
Whoa,
admitting all his
I thought
faults.
he wasn't.
Oh my God, he's not
thought
an
he was
alien.
perfect.
Heated about certain topics and things, and yes, absolutely,
wow.
that's possible.
That's possible, or is that true?
But
it's possible.
You know, that's just the kind of guy I am. As you know, if you say
it's possible. He didn't say that's true. He's like, oh, that's possible. I'm not sure.
something in a certain way, it kind of pisses me off. If you're nice to me, it changes that fact. Look at me with Kino Casino recently. They're nice to me, and look at what happened as a result.
Yeah, like
they're nice. They're nice to me. They're nice.
They can
to
blow
me.
smoke up your ass, and you can do. You'll do anything they say.
The nicest thing I think Kino Casino did was when they had you on, they could talk about any topic on Earth, but they chose to bring up when Ethan Ralph jerked off and then ask for your expert opinion. That was one part when I thought they were the most nice.
Look at me with Kino Casino recently.
That's my theory now, is that the whole plan
yeah.
was just to blow so much smoke up his ass and then unplug the cork that he spins around like an out-of-control bottle rocket and just hits other things.
Let him go. Unleash the monster. Yeah. I think that's it too. I mean, they just want to make sure Philip spends as much time on the theater of LolCow as he can, you know what I mean? And just give him the most energy to go out there and enjoy the world. And now we get to enjoy Philip interacting with said world. And it's been good so far.
Like a metal ball in Crossfire. Just like shoot him out there.
Yeah.
As a result, as opposed to originally they were just making fun of me and being dicks to me,
yeah.
None of this last month would have happened of all this positive content and all this crazy stuff that's been happening, right?
If they had not called my wife Fat Cat, this would not have happened. Green of the Green says, they're nice to me. I do pulls on stream now. Yeah. They've given me a way to do my addiction while on stream. That always works out well, by the way, for every lolcow. It definitely does.
I received a $5 tip.
Cool.
From
your next
Bloody Penis.
Next PC did cost $3.
Walrus nipples.
They take the cost, the new PC, they slap it on the Chris PC and cause confusion throughout the years. The new PC,
I don't care.
I bought in 2014. I don't know if anyone was saying that the new
Imagine how
PC's
stupid
cost
it is,
the
by the
same as
way,
the
to
cost
try and run OBS and stream from the same platform that you're running a video game. Not only stream, but record in OBS at the same time while running like a AAA game at the time, like Rage.
The old one? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think that topic was spent on so long for no fucking reason because it doesn't mean anything. It's just worthless drama that didn't amount to anything.
Worthless drama that didn't amount to anything. You treated your fan like a complete fuck and lied. So I'm pretty sure it was a good addition for me. I'm pretty sure it was a good addition, be honest. And it was 2 minutes. Thank you, big guy. The complete running time of that was 2 minutes. So pretty good addition. Big ups, Joon.
Right? But
that's another good comment. Like, while not setting like graphical hardware enhancement. Trying to run everything off the CPU instead of the GPU.
Covered it the way he did. But I don't even care at this point. I played the video that showed that originally I said it was 1600. I told the truth. If I misremembered and lied after that, whatever, I guess that sucks that I did. But originally I said the right thing. So there you have it. I received a $2 tip.
It sucks that I lied, but I said the right thing.
What? Huh?
Right after that, whatever, that originally I said it was 1600. I told the truth. If I misremembered and lied after that, whatever, I guess that sucks that I did. But originally I said the right thing. So there you have it.
Originally I said the right thing. Felt
Your
it,
Honor.
detractors.
Your Honor, when I was arrested, I said the truth, but when I was in the courtroom, I lied. So whatever.
So that's unfortunate, honestly. It is unfortunate, but I said the right thing initially. Thank you. That does suck. Thank you. What the fuck is going on?
I received a $2 tip.
Cool.
This is from Walrus Cock.
Steal
sorry.
your views. Why didn't you make the logical jump to making your own? Because
wow, man, these super chats are going at him a bit tonight, aren't they? Last night was a total glazing. That glazing is now gone.
I was a stubborn fool because I thought my shit didn't stink. Because I thought I was above criticism. Because I thought that I was the best YouTuber on the planet and all my content was better than everyone else's and no one held a candle to me. And I was grumpy and I was jealous and I was disgruntled about everyone around me was growing and getting all the views and getting the prominence and I wasn't getting invited.
Yep. I'm way better than that, guys.
To be a featured guest at a convention anymore because everyone wanted to make fun of me rather than actually be having fun with me. I was a really, really miserable wretch. That's why.
Okay, so
give me money.
I really want to. I don't want to bring this up again. So it kind of makes sense why why Joon included that part about Chris Furtado's PC because it did.
Move on.
It did outline exactly why you are a miserable wretch. I mean, I thought it did a pretty good job of that. But
Leave it alone. Why do you care so much? You're rent free. You're obsessed.
Okay.
That's the honest
Please
answer.
tip.
I received a $2 tip from Bio. I've been watching for a long time. Honestly, I've noticed some contradictions in what you've said over the years. Misremembering a PC price from 10 years ago isn't lying. It's a mistake, not a lie. You're fine.
He did a mistake multiple times.
How many times?
Yes, and in written form, by the way.
No, but they're saying that I misremembered like right away. Like immediately I was saying the wrong price. And again, that wasn't intentional.
It wasn't intentional. Okay. They're on vacation right now, DSP Historical Society.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't intentional to me at all to say the wrong thing. At all. It probably was something that was just, I was angry and I didn't care anymore and I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Joke or...
Someone Clay to the super chat, you really feel like you owe the computer kid an apology. You didn't give him the opportunity to fix issues before publicly shaming.
Wow, another negative super chat.
I actually don't know. I actually don't know.
Should I apologize? I don't know. What do you think? Will you threaten to not give me money anymore? Then I'll consider it.
Yeah.
He said negative things, or if I did talk to him behind the scenes about it, I have no idea. Nor would I. That was so long ago. There's no way that I would have any emails or receipts or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Like, you called it. I believe you said, I believe you just said
you have like a talk
what?
show where you bring guests on. You might want to like consider that now because you're doing that now.
I believe he called it was weird that he's still talking about this when in fact it wasn't Chris Furtado talking about this. It was Joon asking Chris about this. You called him weird, I think?
It's convenient for a documentarian to be able to reach out and get the receipts from him because apparently he saved them, right? I didn't save any of that. Again, back when I started on YouTube, there was no track record of this kind of shit, of internet drama that resulted from being a creator. I never thought in my wildest dreams that here we are, 11, 12 years later, and there's a 4-hour documentary being made about me, and now I need to try to defend
It's not the fucking 90s or 80s. We're
then.
talking about like the mid-2000s.
He makes it sound like Chris Furtado like stored this away for future use. He had an email account.
Or how I acted. I have no clue. Maybe I was an asshole. Maybe I did publicly take it and complain about it right away instead of going directly to him first. Maybe I did go to him first. I don't know. Nor do I think that. I think we've already wasted like a half an hour on this tiny little thing that's again, it was a blip, a tiny little molehill that was blown into a mountain by people who didn't like me. It didn't mean anything. But
I don't know. How much did you blow up your fucking fourth one Navy, you fucker?
It should have been what it was, right? I was very arrogant and full of myself back then. Okay.
How long did it take you to get that 4th place win, man?
So therefore, I forget the future lies I have told. I said the truth at one point, and I was an asshole, and I handled This How You Don't Play very poorly. I rest my case. Please ignore all future lies. Thank you.
Anyways, can you unpause? Go back to.
Okay.
Let's see. We got a $2 tip from Walrus Anus.
I received a $25 tip.
Cool.
I've been watching you for a few years. I honestly think your current content is the best stuff you've ever done. Lean into the good stuff and let the haters get fucked. Thank you so much. Anonymous $25.
Lean into the good stuff. You mean the drama stuff? Because the gameplay hasn't changed at all.
Tipper. I appreciate that very, very much.
Let the haters get fucked. I don't know, man. I'm eating pretty well.
Yeah. We are the winners.
And by
here.
the way, following along with the trends of what we're talking about tonight, how I said, back in the day, by the way, the pop-ups aren't working, huh? Because I just did a pop-up and you guys didn't see it, right?
Oh, no. Hold on a second.
Oh, I know why. They're not working because I'm on this screen. Let me go back to this screen.
Oh, shit.
There it is. See, there's the
there it
I'm on
is.
the wrong screen.
You can put those on every screen. You could put those on every screen. Not that big a deal, but all right.
I told you that previously.
Yeah, he's obviously on a different scene with different sources.
So he has one
Just
scene.
copy and paste reference. Come on.
It's very simple to do. But
Trolls and detractors who were trying to wedge themselves between myself and John Rambo, right?
We're going back to that? Oh, come on, man. We're going back to that again?
Literally trying to do that right now. I'm not even kidding you. Someone in chat's like, yeah, did you know that PPP's opinion on you has changed and he now hates you? And
kind of has.
Really? I mean, he's on vacation, dude.
He has a Twitter
but he
account?
is tweeting. Yeah.
He's on vacation, dude. Come on.
He's kind of implying that he's washed his hands of you.
It's implied. I still think it's part of the theater. But yeah, he is saying some things that Philip would not be able to understand. Like, I would like to get Phil's reaction on that because he would have no clue what it means. No clue.
Right.
He would not know how to read into what Triple P is doing. I think he's just doing...
I think it's by intention, yeah.
Yeah, just to but not let... You don't know exactly how he's thinking. That's exactly what he's doing, to keep this train going.
So what the
fuck
are you
a gif of Carrie of getting the pig's blood thrown on her.
Pig's
it's
blood
like this
thrown.
is Phil at the end of the movie getting humiliated.
And today he said this is all going according to plan. I believe was what he tweeted, something like that. I'll show the tweets. Why not? That's what we're here for, right? What else are we here for? Power of Truth there, and this last tweet here says. That's not it. Here we go. So the Ethan Routh stuff. Everything is going. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. So yeah, he just
which is him attacking another locale.
Yeah. That's a funny picture.
He looks like a giant dork.
He looks like a Derek style individual, if you know what I'm saying. Just in looks. But yeah, that's a very funny picture. And yeah, he also did this. He also did this. That's the pig's blood.
Yeah.
So
that's the one I replied to. Like, okay, so like, this is pretty blatant if you can read between the lines, but DSP can't do that.
Yeah, there you go. Registry style individual. Yeah.
He's on vacation. He's not making content.
Okay.
But this is what I mean. What they're trying to do is they try to stir the flames.
Are you not picking them up, brother?
Stir
the flames as we're jacking ourselves off, I guess.
They're literally trying to do it at this very moment. They're so angry that there's people who I've done content with now and are cool with me. They can't take it at all.
Digging the ear,
so
rubbing
here they are being totally negative. He was here. Dude, PPP was in the chat earlier.
Was he?
And I modded him so that way when he's in here, people can see that it's the real PPP. He's not here now. He was here earlier when I started.
Ban Derek whenever he pops up.
He got bored.
So where exactly do you see him turning on me, right?
Check Twitter and see what you think.
Anyways, some pause.
Anyways,
back to this insanely, mind-numbingly dumb thing I did. Let's go.
Let's continue.
How far are we in? Like a half hour? Jesus.
Yeah, we're 1 hour and 30. Oh, wait. No, that cannot be correct. 1 hour and 13 minutes in, guys. What?
3 hours, 43 minutes, I think.
What? We've made it 13 minutes?
Chat did a super chat and he says, Philly cheese is showing real growth. Thank you to Bland.
Yes, it has showing growth.
I apologize because I missed that one and I jumped to the Soap and Clay super chat first.
We are behind an hour, though, so it's my bad.
Okay. Are we ready?
I gotta stop pausing.
Because already that was like a half an hour stall.
Yes.
For something
you might
that
want
was
to put
so
it to
dumb.
like 1.25.
Like this right here, I think is
right.
way more funny and interesting and pertinent than what we just wasted all that time on.
You said it led you were a spoiled wretch. What was the exact wording? But anyways.
Like there are people doing walkthroughs of this game and they just easily jump up.
Can you imagine like Baldur's Gate 3 without hand holding? It would have been this every single stream. My God, man. I'm so okay. I'll try not to let it get to me, but like,
yes, please.
I said, this is how you don't play Maker. This is like peak, and then it's just downhill from here. I mean, I'm currently doing the Erd Tree DLC. And there's some good stuff in there, but like
it's hard, much harder.
Garbage.
Aaron says he's live and he's 15 in the next hour. He gets to another 15 minutes.
Okay. Oh my God!
Jump!
Crouch jump!
Jump! You fucking idiot!
Fucking idiot! Man. That's the best. Calling the character the idiot.
Okay.
This was
viewers were quickly realizing that
he was playing the System Shock remake, but System Shock is where the crouch jump really originated, and the creators of Half-Life were big fans of System Shock, which is where they adapted the mechanics into Sierra, the developers at the time.
Big up.
That wasn't even what you were supposed to do, because then I got stuck and I couldn't make progress. It's supposed to be a crouching jump, which I never learned how to do in the tutorial.
It was in the tutorial, bro.
Yeah, you skip past it, actually.
With his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series.
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate on a bunch of little immature shits.
I wish he would have shown what Panda said in chat.
I know. I wish he did that too, because she said like these idiots or
very antagonistic.
She wanted the smoke. She wanted it.
She wanted some attention for one reason or another.
Fuck you.
A DSP soundboard.
You could have put it right over Donald, just her chat message.
Or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game
definitely.
cases.
Remember those?
Because he traded in the games to GameStop to get his money back. Which contributed to them getting rid of their game trading program, or like extremely devaluing it.
Material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. In addition,
well, I think it was more of a meme, like I don't know how much people were trying to overtake his search results. I think it's more of a meme, but all right.
The purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long form "This is how you don't" plays. Some just criticize DSP's
I'll
habits.
bathe myself in your tears, Kingdom Hearts fans. Like, Jesus.
Shoutouts to Dexter Charles Ward and DSP Hate Legion.
Outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video...
What was I thinking of with the empty cases? I was giving away all the collector's edition content of the collector's edition.
He's going to defend it.
No, you
oh
didn't.
my God. He's going to defend it. He's going to defend it. Yes. This is the best
He didn't give
timeline.
away collector's edition content. He didn't give away statues. He gave away like fucking steel books. Like who gives a fuck?
He gave away the art books, which, you know, they're fine. But who wants the art book? He's going to defend
Theo
it.
does.
Think of that.
Yeah, Theo. Shout out to Theo. Piss Theo didn't get a shout out. A lot of other people did from the time.
Empty
but
cases.
Theo.
I was giving away all the collector's edition content of the collector's editions of games. So even though I was giving away an empty game case, I was giving you the art book, the soundtrack, all the collector's packaging and everything. I didn't have the game because I
the shit no one gives a fuck about.
traded it in. Back then, my methodology was buy a whole bunch of games, play through them within a week or two, trade them all in together at GameStop to get almost all my money back, because back then you could do that.
Uh-huh.
You traded in 3 or more games at a time, you could get like a huge bonus on your trading credit. So even though I was buying an exorbitant amount of games, I actually wasn't spending that much money at the time. You see?
Yeah, the shit you can't use or sell. That's what you got.
But people were lining up in
GameStop got like a profit margin of 5 times that of new games that they were given to sell.
in droves to get those. But people were lining up in droves to get those cases. I had forums, and
I know about this from editing the Game Informer video for Gundam.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it, but there's many times he said, I don't know, no one's even interested in this one. Doesn't seem like that many people are interested. He complained about how many people wanted his shit multiple times, but all right.
I'm even kidding you. Hundreds upon hundreds of people would post in the forum, and I would use a random number generator to pick. I mean, at one point there was like 1,000 people posting in the
because all it took was writing a single letter in a forum post to get free shit. It's not that big a deal. It's not that fucking deep, dude. If you're on the forum, yeah, why not? It's free. I'll do it. I don't give a shit. I'll take it, you know? He's acting like people wanted it when that is not the case.
In the forum to get that empty box because it was from DSP, because it was a bunch of collector's edition content they weren't going to get because they didn't buy the collector's edition, and I would autograph whatever they wanted.
Yeah, we're in for a show, it looks like.
So to them, I'm giving them a free piece of memorabilia of their favorite YouTuber, and they loved it. But my detractors spun it as, oh, he just gives away.
The detractors spun it this way. It looks like Joon is spinning it this way right now. So let's see. And you're still defending it to this very fucking day. So it's a good thing he put it in.
Empty game boxes. What they failed to mention is the time I gave away whole games, the time that I gave away a PS4 at the launch of the PlayStation 4.
I'm just being honest. I don't think Joon interview is happening. I don't think it's going to happen anymore. My odds of it happening now are down to like, let's say 50. Like,
it's decreasing, yeah.
He just is not having fun anymore. The fun is gone. Last night there was
I don't know
some
if the
moments of
Craig
fun.
shit's gonna happen. Like, man, what does he have to say? Just like, I stand by what I said, dude. We told you we were gonna read the super chats. The fuck are you complaining about?
Yeah, would rather us read the nasty shit about you when you were right
to
there?
live.
Okay, cool.
Because I wanted to help my community. I thought it would be a nice thing to do. I had an extra one that I wasn't using, so I just gave it away. But they won't mention that. To them, it's never happened. All I did was give away empty game boxes, you know, because that's the narrative they want to spin.
Okay. The narrative they want to spin. The documentary is sharing things that you did. But okay.
Cave Teeth gifted a membership to the community. Congrats to Sofa Ninja on getting it. And I received a $2.51 tip.
From Harry Balls.
I find it funny how detractors make fun of people that donate to you, but then they directly benefit from it because you need to support to exist, and they spend so much time watching detractor content. It's a catch-22. Detractors are fans, they just don't realize it.
That's a LARP.
And they, of course, they would never
Fans want
admit
good
it,
people,
right?
Good things to happen to the people that they're fans of. I don't want good things to happen to you. It's a very easy distinction to make.
I like to watch people that make content that's entertaining, and that's pretty much the long and short of it.
Thank you for the tip.
Oh, that covers fails.
The more desperate you are, the funnier you are.
2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I like to live in a clean house. Remember that part?
Yeah.
It's a clean house.
I'm not a hoarder. I look like a hoarder, but I'm not.
Look at this.
I've got the corner of boxes.
What the fuck? And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit. But
it's so weird how he uses like a flashlight to light everything because it's so cluttered you can't even get like consistent lighting throughout.
He has to use a flashlight.
Curiosity about DSP's expenditures.
It's like that scene in Silence of the Lambs where you're in like the house and like the moth aquariums.
Yeah.
Alone, he took at least 4 trips.
Oh.
Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pen Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant...
Oh, look at this little cut here. I like that. The turn of the bottle.
Was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings.
Oh.
His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
Hilarious, by the way. I recommend watching that.
He lives and rob him. Like, I gotta go to his house.
Man, you're taking... Oh, the ad block, right? Because at the time,
turn off that pesky ad block.
You just getting it, Philip?
They weren't called detractors at this point. I think they were I called them trolls or whatever. They were literally going around.
I think they were actually though. I'm not strong on this, but I believe the SOK definitely. I don't know. SOK is not around yet, so no, they wouldn't be. But the first time that detractor was really used as a term, I believe, was SOK, but I'm not sure.
Just watch
it was
Phil's
ironically
content.
adopted as a reference to what DSP called him.
Yeah.
With the ads on, with ad block on, excuse me. That way, you could still watch him, but he makes no money, right? Now, today, I want you to think about that. Today, if someone said, hey, it's okay to watch everyone's content with ad block on, a lot of people would be like, well, no, actually, it's not. That's kind of messed up. But back then,
kidding me?
You think.
That's kind of messed up.
And
it's pretty commonplace, man. I don't know the circles you roll in. I guess you pay for a YouTube premium, so you give everyone a fucking penny when you watch it.
It was a hot piece of contention. It was actually things people talked about all the time.
Right,
Should you have ads on? Should you not have ads on? Should you be able to make a living on
Duty.
YouTube videos?
Like, he's watching Duty videos, and he has YouTube Premium giving Duty money while bitching about him. Like, okay, dude.
The thing is that a lot of content creators, as when I say a lot of, I mean all of, weren't bitching about it on a daily basis like DSP was, and that's the thing people are talking about here.
You think I give a shit? You think you give a shit?
No.
Is it
like,
okay?
If you wanted to watch ads, you would. Like,
if you don't use ad block, I'm wondering why not. You know what I'm saying? That's my first thought is why not? You know what I mean? Because, all right.
When they're watching someone who they know
Most
that
people
they're
watching
living
on
is
their
made
phones
on
anyways.
Yeah.
YouTube ads. Keep in mind at this time, during this time period, there was no live streaming. There was no super chats, no memberships, no subscriptions, no tips, none of that. It was just my entire living was made on ad revenue. I didn't even have any sponsorships or product placements.
Then get
my
one.
Shit was basically
Come on.
just ads. So if you're watching my content with ad block on, you are taking my livelihood away from me. And I directly talk about it.
I thought that was the whole thing with you and Super Turbo. Like, those people didn't adapt. That's why they lost. You got to do that, man. It's like
quiet.
Fish
never
swim, monkeys climb trees,
and
humans
just
adapt.
let people do what they want. Because what happens is when you bring shit up like this, it just makes it bigger. So what happens? More people do it, right? So by me addressing it and bringing it up, immediately more and more people start doing the bad thing that I don't want them to do, and it ends up hurting me. And that's my fault. I'm dumb for having brought it up and acted and addressed it in the way that I did, right?
Making my money. That's just like if you use ad block on one of my videos.
But you know what'd be great? You could really teach him a lesson if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this.
Got him. Oh my god, every detractor. Well, it's a good thing he wasn't paying attention to that, I guess.
Why haven't I come yet? What am I supposed to do?
Accompanied other memes. As to only help
the memes
build
came
attention,
classic.
DSP set out on
Press any
attacking
button,
other
the power
creators whose
button.
channels powered over his own.
Holy shit!
This is true. This was so bad of me because as I noticed that there started to be a decline,
Corner demon, he's waking up!
Oh god, yeah, I got it.
And laughing at me instead of with me, I basically became incredibly sensitive and basically started lashing out at others who were doing better than me, saying that I was better than them and shit like that. It was really bad. I would argue that this was a very toxic time of my life where I was saying really dumb shit and being very offended and offensive.
It only gets better from here.
He's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil.
Yes.
What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch.
Why are you pointing up when you're? Why are you pointing up to talk about PewDiePie? By the way, like he's up in his ivory tower, you know. PewDiePie, by the way, way up there.
My content back when he had no money.
Nope, that he didn't say that. That's a lie.
This is 2014.
Here's me.
It has to be around there, yeah, because we're not moved yet. So
he had no money.
Nope, that he didn't say that.
Oh.
That's a lie. Here's me being stupid, right?
Oh, okay.
No, here's the truth.
Okay,
so
we lied.
PewDiePie used to leave comments on my videos. I've seen some of the comments before PewDiePie ever even uploaded a single video to YouTube.
So did Larry
to make
Von
his own
man.
content.
Yeah.
He watched my old content, and he actually left comments on my videos. I've seen some of them. Okay? Then, if you look at some of PewDiePie's early content, he talks about me. In his Heavy Rain playthrough, when the detective is on the wasteland where the first body is, and Norman Jaden walks out.
You mean Shelby? Come on, motherfucker.
Area, and the first detective walks up who has a goatee.
Norman Jaden.
PewDiePie says,
He doesn't know the
like
names of
Darkside
these people,
Phil,
but it's so meaningful to him.
So 100% it's proven he used to watch me before he even made content, and then he's referencing me in his early content, okay? Does that mean directly that he was inspired by me to make videos?
Yeah,
no.
sure.
Okay. So then why did you say that?
Okay. The only evidence I could ever say is that I know he watched me at some point.
Okay.
And he did reference me in his early content.
So just
this
lying.
is me grossly over-exaggerating that
gotcha.
to try to get clout. That's what this
AKA
is.
lying.
This is me being incredibly stupid,
so lying,
being dishonest, overly exaggerating the situation to get clout.
Okay,
and
so
it was
lying.
dumb. Because eventually, obviously, this kind of behavior was going to blow up in my face, saying dumb shit like this, constantly trying to act like I was bigger or more important than I actually was. Someone tipped me $5, but it got frozen by PayPal. I apologize. This happens from time to time. I can't see your message, so I can't shout it out. I'm sorry about that. Whoever did the $5 tip
happens a lot
PayPal
more
is
recently
it for
than
some
usual.
reason.
Yeah, what's that?
To buy games, he would watch me play the games. That's how
Sounds
he
like
got the idea to make
PayPal
his
has
content.
That's completely false. I have no evidence of that whatsoever. I made all that up.
PewDiePie did, in fact, like some of DSP's videos back in 2011. Though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion.
Yeah.
As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Debunking,
Oh,
who launched his own
Debunking.
gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA football 2013.
I fucking hated this guy at the time for a lot of reasons. I'm sure we're going to go into them.
The reason was he was more successful than you. That's kind of it. That's the beginning of it, and that's the end of it. He was more successful than you. Okay.
And his video on it was used
That's kind
as
of a
an
great
advertisement for...
I watched a recent video of his. He's like at a convention and he's like singing a song with a guy playing guitar. It's like this guy's still out there,
still doing it. iJustine had a documentary released about her. Said I put on Twitter 11 days ago released. iJustine, the YouTuber that refused to quit, and it's got this happiest smile, you know. And then I put it in comparison to Philip's one of the eternal whatever downfall. It's perfect.
the game on YouTube. Phil displeased.
She's still, by the way, releasing videos, 100,000 views without batting an eye. You know, that's what she's still doing, and she's releasing them like very sporadic. I'm not saying I'm some iJustine fan, by the way. It's funny how the career trajectory went. You know,
with what he perceived as YouTube
no one cares
advertising,
no one cares.
his competitors was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad.
I'm at
I
1.3
understand why
now,
it's
so
on my
we'll get
video.
there.
But
I'm
at
not
the end of the
simping,
fucking
iJustine.
ads, there's a link to his channel.
Hey, I'll simp
was
for
thoroughly laughed
Pippa. She shows up earlier or later. Probably won't get to her because at this fucking rate.
Testing entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed.
No, I'm
games
brunette.
that were
I'm a
rising in
brunette guy. Come
popularity
on.
like
No
Minecraft or
blondies.
its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
He thinks. Listen to the comment. He thinks I'm an idiot. Great. He thinks I'm an idiot.
No idea.
He's a fucking
that Nadia
billionaire,
said something,
by the way.
or at least I don't think I
Literally.
did then.
I love that one tweet, like,
This is the-
racist, alt-right, fucking bigoted millionaire, and then he responds, actually, it's a billionaire.
First, I'm actually seeing it in writing, but I have said this to this day.
What?
All right? I have said that my comments on Minecraft were some of the biggest examples of me being a misinformed idiot. Saying shit for absolutely no reason, talking out of my ass. All right? And
You
then
didn't have time. You actually banned people, so okay.
eating
Just want to
crow
be clear
for
about that.
it. Years later, after so many people telling me, Phil, you were wrong. You've got to try Minecraft. It's not just a kid's game. It's not
Oh my god, can we skip ahead?
Yeah.
Good god. He ends up playing Minecraft
Someone
and he
It's handheld.
what was it? Fucking Papavera gives him a bunch of blueprints to make shit. He makes a big giant bird. He shits on Cyberpunk where you can customize your genitals and he shits all over it, but then he makes a giant penis in Minecraft. It's like it's nothing.
Yep.
Me because people are like, no, that's not the combo to get attention. And I regret that tremendously today, because today I look back at this kind of shit and I'm like, this is sad that I opened my mouth about shit I was not.
I do not know,
on.
Big Guy.
And the thing is, I had a lot of people who followed
Big Guy,
me
respond
back
to
then,
Discord.
who
I sent you a
listened to
message
me, who
many moons
believed
ago.
me, who thought, oh yeah, Minecraft is a kiddie game and shit. It's not. But I was dumb and I talked out of my ass because I thought my shit didn't stink and I was smarter than everybody else. I'm a moron.
Same guy who wants to
Because of
stream
DSP's
making
rapid decline,
Lego.
Where'd that go, by the way? Since the Casino Bros showed up, fuck Legos. Fuck that shit.
Firstly, a lucrative
Seeing him
market
put up
to make content.
shit on his wall makes me very enthusiastic about the Lego. Because
criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels.
Here we
the
go.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was a unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World
KWO,
Order as of right now.
way better than
Everything that Kojima has made is godlike.
Yeah, they just made funny shit and they didn't care about anything else. They just put out funny videos. That's what they do. There we go. Bam, bam.
Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only
love that
fuel
one.
to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everyone?
Oh, here it is. The video everyone loves to laugh at. That I freaking did an unboxing and I didn't unbox the game. Let's see what Joon has to say about
Now, the
this.
dumbest part is actually the paper towels.
Still here, and
Right.
welcome to
I love
Release Day
Nerd Bruce edit
Unboxing
where he
for
takes out
Tuesday.
the beeping, so it
Yeah,
just sounds like a schizo reacting to nothing. Oh no, we're biting our
that's good.
fingernails. What's going on?
It's a good idea.
February 11th, 2014. Before everyone says what on earth is going on, you probably
All he had to
hear
do was take it
an
outside
incredibly
and like
annoying
prop it up against a
high-pitched
tree
droning
because he had
sound
a.
going on.
He was recording from a handy cam, so.
This is the fire alarm in my condo facility.
That's a good point, Ed Army.
And the problem
Something that makes
is-
me look stupid, not like an asshole. Finally.
The fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit.
Nasty
of, during
habit.
the middle of the winter, especially when it's very
Turn off that
cold,
pesky
of
fire
going
alarm.
off As a malfunction.
The most offensive part of
That
this
was
is
from
the Machinima intro, because like you're putting this on their channel. Like, you gotta just no empathy for anyone else.
P's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door,
Amazing.
and
Look
shows
at
his
this.
stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing
That'll do
alarm.
it.
Like, imagine your mental state to think
Takes it
this
to
will
the
do
door
something,
and shows
guys.
his stuffed paper.
Like, this is aggressively stupid. Like, paper towels, guys.
That'll block the sound.
Paper towels in the door. Like,
You know what
it's-
really pissed him off too is because he's taken down his own fire alarm. This is the complex fire alarm.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
He's already taken care of his own. I already knocked that shit out. Come on.
Paper towels in the slits to
If
muffle
my
some
place
of the
sets on
ongoing
fire, I'll
alarm.
just jump out the window.
And the
Well, what
entire
about everyone
14
else?
minutes.
What do you mean, everyone else?
Too bad
I don't
Jude
care
didn't
about
bring
them.
that up.
DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game.
Yes.
This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is
Then
what
why even
DSP
post
was
this?
now known for.
Nice ratio, by the way.
Valedictorian, exactly. Valedictorian
ratio.
doesn't understand putting paper towels in little slits that doesn't block sound.
This is an ancient ratio, 6 years ago ratio.
Comment, realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video is what DSP was now known for.
Wow.
Though few
I
videos of his
forgot.
own rarely capture this entertainment
Hey,
from
that's
failing in
bullshit.
such a way.
Das Boden.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space
Featuring
with his
Takahata,
commentary, his
good voice
decisions,
actor.
especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible
Those
reasons
khaki
for a
shorts,
move
man.
were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage.
Yes.
And with
Same
both Phil
khaki
and
shorts he
Panda
wore
leaving
at
their own
the
space,
Screw Attack convention.
This is Pandalee's most iconic pose, by the way. That's most icon
Best
right
moment.
there.
Oh my god. She was wearing
Icon.
practically nothing.
Get it
no
out.
bra, no panties. It's a one piece.
Get it out, guys.
Bodycon dress.
Okay, get it out. Keep the
You know
camera
what he
off.
did? You know what he did during this? You know what he did during this.
Complained about food, I think. Complained about something. I can't remember.
No,
but-
he played a mobile game.
Oh, yeah,
called,
Pokemon Go.
Pokemon
Go time. Hell
The
yeah.
entire time.
As they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo, and then...
Before we get into this,
I brought this up today. The common sense idea.
Out to do. But this will be spent so much time on the stupid PC, it wasted a ton of time.
Who chose to waste time on that, brother?
So I received a $5 tip. Someone says, everyone has turned the page, Your Majesty. For everyone to hate on you now, it's just ridiculous. There's no need for you to defend yourself. That was then and this is now.
Okay,
it's
then why are we
clear
doing
for all
this?
to see you've changed.
Right.
You're the king,
Yeah,
so
sir.
it will remain long live
End
your
the
reign.
stream,
Yours
play
respectfully,
monkey
I'm
game.
Troublesome. Thank you to I'm Troublesome
believe
for
it
a
so much.
$5 tip.
Yep.
So guys, with that, we're up to $91 in tips. FYI, I'm going to be broadcasting for about another hour tonight.
Oh my God.
We'll see how
Gotta
far we
hurry
can
up.
get. Again, the goal is 150 by the end of the stream to continue this big streak. I hope that we can continue this big streak.
Yeah, you think?
Of 32
I
straight
hope the
streams
thing that
hitting the
gets me
goals.
money
Thank you
gets
so
me
much
money.
for the support.
Hope you guys keep giving money.
Let's keep it rolling. Let's go into the next saga, the Washington Move saga. Here we go.
then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance.
Oh, he just skipped right
the
past that
social
line.
elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living
Nah,
in
don't have those
Bridgeport.
anymore.
With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500.
Damn.
I shit you not. It's that expensive to move across the country.
It cost me way more than that.
Joke's on you, Joon. That was lowballing. Great.
They had a
Way
car
more than
ship
that.
too.
Uh-huh.
Because
Shipping a
that
car
was
is
what
crazy.
the estimate was, and then when they actually hit me with the
It's its
bill,
own truck.
it was more. After the move, I was like, "What the fuck?" And then, of course,
Like,
I mean,
at
you
that
got-
point, like, give your car back to the dealership,
Uh-huh.
end your lease, and get another car at your destination. Because
He
if
tried
you have
to do
a
that.
deal with your
You know
dealership
that, right?
to like get your oil change, it's not like you're gonna drive the fucking 42 hours back.
You make a good point, Ludwig. That would be a good idea. He did walk into the dealership with that idea in mind, but unfortunately, he walked out with a brand new lease. So, unfortunately, when I moved from Japan to America, my total costs were to move my shit. I'm saying just moving my shit was less than $2,000. By the way,
Yeah.
that's just my shit.
I moved from
sitting here. Yeah.
moved from Florida to California, but the car I shipped I owned. I didn't like have a deal with the dealership.
got to think of other things like furnishing the house, right? Getting a foothold out here, all what it costs to do that. So it was way more than that.
Phil had to.
I'm not flexing. I'm saying, like, I don't know how we would make a choice that's that financially irresponsible when, like, you don't have to do that. You got, I mean, it's incredible. You don't have to do that this way.
Decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross. A steep
Yeah, I
decline
don't live in
from
California
the
anymore.
$170,000 gross in 2012.
Gave that up.
This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Yeah, King County.
yes.
That's so
Oh,
funny.
yes.
Meme magic
Right now,
is real.
Honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
$100,000. I need help, guys. Come on.
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought.
Yes.
Phil
Bro,
was
he could live in
technically
the
still in
fucking
debt
Philippines and have the same quality of life. It's not like moving to Seattle has done him any favors.
No.
He paid the minimum on his mortgage for his...
He has no tech knowledge to take advantage of the tech capital.
Oh
It's
yeah,
nothing.
he didn't go deep on that in this, but he could have. He did mention it, I guess, but yeah, he didn't bring it up. But Phil's not is confused about where where we're going with this, by the way, as you can see.
Thought.
He moved to this place to be closer to like the hub of gaming and just stays in his house as long as he can.
Debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed,
And it doesn't even have
Phil,
central
as he
AC.
claims,
Like,
emptied his bank
you
account
can't
to
mention that.
finance
You
a
can't
move.
mention that he begs for money for the mortgage on a house that he can't even keep cold in the wintertime.
Dude, like, Phil is not knowing where he's going with this, and like, I know it's like, you know, Joon just said like he's paying the minimum on his mortgage. Like, watch, he's like so confused right now about what to do.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Where are we
You're
going
right.
with
The
this?
air did fix his back. I forgot about that.
Correct. That was worth it.
I basically emptied my bank account to finance the move. All my savings went to like the down payment on the place and or furnishing
That's
this
from
place.
DSP's chat,
I had to
by
pay
the way.
for the move of all my shit across the country. So basically, I had no cash left by the
Big
time
ups.
I moved. Then I racked up a ton of credit cards, which I'm sure is what he's going to talk about next.
Meaning, somehow, the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone.
dude.
In addition to this, he
It's not
began
like
using credit
Pandalee
cards
was eating
to
that much
continue his lavish
food.
lifestyle. That was-
Where to go, brother?
What he doesn't know, or what he doesn't
Here we
address,
go.
all the money I made in my early days of YouTube paid off a lot of debt for my previous life. So it paid off my student loans. It paid off credit card debt.
That you accrued doing what exactly? I hope it wasn't those Evo qualifiers. It could be that, right?
The Evo days that he talked about earlier in this actual documentary.
Oopsie poopsie.
I had a lot of
they
debt
say.
that I was dragging around for many years, and when I became a YouTuber, I had to pay all of that off. Okay.
How many hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt did you go in your life? I mean, it's pretty crazy right now.
Basically, by the time that I moved in 2014, I want to argue I had maybe like $30,000 saved in the bank.
My God.
Oh,
And the rest of it was, you know,
around me in figurine form.
Well, no, I spent it all. Like all my savings were spent on
Wow.
the move across the country, 100%. And then I went into debt.
Yeah, remember that? Good point, big guy. Remember Phil said it was okay to buy those statues because he had no debt, guys. It was a positive.
Who
Wow.
doesn't sell the place that they're moving from before they go to the place they're moving to? Who
Because I had
keeps
to basically
it?
keep paying for shit. So I had to keep racking stuff up on credit cards and shit. And let's see how much he talks about, because I know I've talked about this over the years.
was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge
If I
and
was
spent
editing
around
this, I would have
$200.
spliced in that earlier bit of him being like, I didn't spend my money, I banked my money. I didn't be stupid, waste my money.
I wasn't stupid.
$100, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight plus fives, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet,
I've already
Nope.
Be fessed up to all of this. Okay.
So therefore it's not important, I guess? It's not important? Okay, cool.
He fessed up to it. I moved out here, and basically I financed some of the move with my cash. The others, I racked up credit cards. And yes, I got into mobile game. It was WWE Supercard was the first big one. And the other one was Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle.
Oh,
And I
great.
spent
That sounds fun.
a ton of money on them. Like
Hey, you forgot Final Fantasy Xvius or whatever. Don't forget about that one. That's a classic.
complete moron. 100% I fess up
he
to
should
that
have done
entirely.
CSGO.
That is all completely true.
That
Okay?
shit can sell off. That's Boss Man Jack.
his new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease.
That is true too. My ex wanted to do something other than just a 9-to-5 job.
Brother,
So-
the maximum you spent on that soap business is probably $500. I mean, let's not try to blame Leanna for any more shit.
I don't
What do you
know.
think? You think more?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
there were a lot of molds, a lot of wax, a lot of chemicals that she had to brew there.
Nonetheless, it's a fraction of what he spent on mobile games.
So she wanted to make soap, and I financed the entire.
She wanted to be a business owner, like
thing.
her
I bought all of
husband.
the
Her waffles.
ingredients she needed to make the soap. I bought all the molds. I bought all the chemicals.
what a
I bought
hero.
a printer so she could print all laser printers so she could print all the
Oh,
shit.
laser printers.
I bought all the boxes.
Only the
I
best
did it
for
all.
you, honey.
I financed her entire business.
Oh my God, he's
up front
flexing. He's
For her to
flexing.
make soap, and that would be her job / hobby.
He's
so she would have
flexing.
something to do to make some money and not be bored while I was working all day to pay for the move. That's exactly what happened.
So you are flexing, or
he would
Something
drive
very
at most
entitled
2,000
there.
miles
Oh, nice.
a year. Evidence
So
of
that's the only mistake Joon made. One of the mistakes, I know some spelling shit, but he said Philip renewed his lease. He actually got another lease, and this is a new car.
Phil's poor spending.
That's why he had to do another tour of the car, because it's a brand new one.
So funny.
Yep.
Had been mounting
Dealership
for some
just saw
time.
Mark right when I walked in.
Yep. By the way, do you have a deadline for time, Ludwig, by the way? Because I know we're pausing
No,
a lot,
not
but
at all.
I don't feel like stopping. Yeah, me either. So, guys, we're in for the long haul, okay?
But
No work
Yeah, my
tomorrow.
vodka and
We're
Diet Mountain
free.
Dew, I'm good to go.
Hell yeah.
Or has it been this overwhelming?
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an
Yeah, there was a
interesting week
lot
to
of
test it,
abusive
right?
boyfriend behavior here. We'll get to it.
1, 2, 3, or 4
a
if you
three-pronged
include the
plan.
capture card Phil is using. That's
Those
how many
are all in
capture
the
cards
closet.
Phil has.
Yep.
No.
What?
It's 3. That extreme cap is the one I used for a whole decade and never bought another one.
Okay. I really apologize. I believe he said 1, 2, 3. Did I miss something?
Card Phil is using. That's how
Work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
Okay.
No.
Felt it, Joon. I only had 3.
It's
And
3.
he said if, by
That
the way,
extreme
too.
cap is the one I used for a whole decade and never bought another one. The other 2,
Okay,
I
got
bought
him. The whole
and didn't work.
documentary debunked.
In fact, that one Intensity I just tried to use a year ago, or earlier this year, or last year, and it crashed my PC. The other one didn't even work at all. It was just the wrong card. That box,
They're
I don't
9
know
years
what's in
old.
there,
Why? Because this is
but
an
if I
internal
remember correctly,
card
that
and
was
you didn't have
cable.
like a PCIe.
He didn't know what that
guessing.
is. He's like, what are those letters?
That was HDMI cables.
PCIe,
So, no, it
what's
wasn't
that?
4 or 5. I did buy 3 capture devices. Only one worked, the Extreme Cap, and that's the one I used for literally a decade.
Then you
He
returned the
purchased
other
3
two,
new
right?
ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases.
Yes.
Quote, lol. So he ordered one capture card, changed his mind, and bought another.
Yep.
Then changed his mind
Yeah.
again and bought another,
Yep.
all before the first could even be delivered.
I mean, we
don't
see
remember
it today.
the
Like,
specifics.
Muddy burns a hole in his pocket and he just fucking buys shit. Like that stupid fucking LED shit behind him for $150 just to put like a slideshow. Like, man,
He
come
has
on.
an allergy to money. And like when he has it, he has to get it away from him as fast as possible.
He thinks
Everything I
people who
probably would.
have money are evil. So
Yeah.
in order to make himself feel good, he has to get rid of it. It's weird.
All 3 of them at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You got more money than sense.
Well, what was that? What was that?
And bought another, all
Yeah?
before the first could even be delivered.
I don't remember the specifics. I would think I probably ordered all 3 of them at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You got
Get fucked, Joon. Another L, Joon.
more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them?
I put that on Twitter.
I
That
know.
person is right on every single account there. So you have more money than sense, true, and also the credit card debt is rising. Very true.
Dude, you could
Yeah.
just figure
It's
this stuff
easy
out.
come, easy go. Like he gets that
Yeah.
money and he's just like he doesn't care about spending it.
Wacky Roadie, 9 years
Like-
ago, you said a very true statement. Big ups, dude.
With a Google search.
Yep.
Lol.
No, you can't. That's
Yes, you
ridiculous.
can. Yes, you can.
Oh my
So
god.
Google search
bro.
is not
If it's not a
Come
Google
on.
search, watch a YouTube video about it.
going to figure out the
I-
best option.
I can
for
build
business.
computers with a blindfold on. I'm not gonna buy a motherboard unless I know it's like future proof. I'm gonna do my research on it. But no, you don't.
No.
You do need to kind of mess around with equipment.
Yeah.
I wasn't as tech savvy as I wish I was.
So now you said the truth. Okay, thank you for saying the
I
truth
wish
at the
I
end.
was. Well, how do you fix that?
You got
And I needed to mess around with an external, an internal. I needed to mess around with different things. Okay.
Unquote. What the comments miss
Yeah,
is that
got-
Phil also
I guess we're felted on that one, boys. Wrap it up.
bought a new
Got 'em.
pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video,
Oh,
and did
this
the
is beautiful.
unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Words that didn't age well.
He got so ripped off on his new PC, by the way. You could have spent much less to get a better PC, but
Yeah.
of course he hasn't learned a damn thing.
Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving.
Uh-oh.
Yep. The top, even with this PC shipped that way, it still had things broken on it.
So
It is-
would you say this company hosed you? Because you said Chris Furtado hosed you.
It's still broken. It moved. The whole top moves. when you touch it. It doesn't stay in place. It's fucked up.
Did this
but
company
it still
hose you?
worked. Don't get me wrong. The PC worked.
Okay.
It's and you know how it was supposed to. It's just the fucking plastic was loose on the front.
It's the post that goes through that holds
Did
this
it?
in place broke off and shipped.
Did you see today?
The
He
price of
wrote
the
like
PC.
a developer note because the Black Ops 6 beta crashed on him. It's like one thing, dude. Like it's a beta, it's gonna crash.
Yeah.
Second thing is he's got like a notorious 14th generation Intel, which is prone to crashing.
Yeah, I saw.
Whoops.
Did he say like they're idiots or something? $1 billion company
he
or
called
something?
them monkeys, like dev monkeys. It's like
yeah.
whoa, oh, step back, dude.
It was $3,000.
Okay, Frieza.
Here it is in action.
Yeah.
What the
Oh,
hell?
I thought the PC worked. Philip just said 10 seconds ago that the PC worked as it was supposed to. Okay, let's check that out.
Choppy, look.
Oh, I thought it worked as it was supposed
James choppy as fuck on my new PC.
Yeah, he filled out the crash
Great,
report.
yep.
Said this is $1 billion
So he
company.
didn't know
You
that there was
dev
an
monkeys.
option
It's
to
like,
switch
dude,
from
it's a beta.
encoding
Come
with your
on.
CPU and encoding with your GPU.
Yep.
Like, he just
Relaxing
didn't know how to
challenge
use his-
impossible.
Chris Furtado showing
So,
featuring
yeah,
again.
this is brought up. He's trying to record and stream and play the game at the same platform, and he has not set an OBS hardware acceleration.
Yep, and
so
also
it's all running on the CPU.
encoding with your
Which
CPU
probably wouldn't have
and
fixed it
encoding with your
even-
GPU.
even if you
like
did
he just
set it,
didn't
but-
know how to use his PC.
This is
Correct.
why you have
That's
a different
absolute-
PC for streaming than you do running the game. Like you
Yeah.
don't plug in, you don't like. There's a reason you plug in a console to a PC in order to stream. You don't do it all in the same machine.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
You split the
I
load.
was inept. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was trying to listen to advice from like people on the internet
like Chris Furtado
on how to do shit. You know? And now today what I do,
all
right,
I
is
make pay pigs give it to me.
Capture direct capture with my it's my CPU and I stream with my GPU. But back then you couldn't even do that.
Oh.
We're talking about 20.
What do you mean?
I know.
Back
there was
then
no
you
way to
couldn't
do
do that.
Now in OBS,
Pretty sure
there's
you
options.
could,
You
but
could capture
alright.
one way, you could stream another way, you could split the processing power to do these things. And that's I'm literally right now using the same exact PC to capture and stream as in this video right now. It's the same PC.
Yeah, but you're not running
the
the
difference is
game
when I
on the
got it,
same
you couldn't
PC.
do that. So here we go. Mighty Furtado trying to weigh in. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay. I really do apologize for this, but I want to
Yeah, I
get Philip's
don't get
first
it.
comment on this.
And Ace from absolute
GPU.
I didn't know what I was
didn't
doing.
know-
Also, Mighty Furtado doesn't know what he's talking about.
So
somehow.
the first words out of his mouth.
How to use his PC.
correct. That's
Okay.
absolutely correct.
That's absolutely correct. Correct. That's absolutely correct. And then what do we say at the end here?
The difference is when I got in, what happened was what they didn't understand, and it was two separate on-demand videos. Streaming like a, so I
sorry.
was splitting it in process and handle it.
Okay.
So, but I didn't have two PCs. I spent $3,000 on one that wasn't good enough to do what I wanted. So
I thought you spent
no, it wasn't
16.
that. Oh, I could have split the processes between the CPU and the G. I couldn't do that at that
Okay,
point.
so-
my knowledge is later on down the road. Do it right now at 50 frames per second. It's at the same time. It just wasn't possible to one gaming PC.
The PC game.
I skipped over, but you heard him. He said he's an idiot. So
Maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot
you heard
play
it.
a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As
Not even having general competence. Ooh.
for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP
funny.
could cite
It's like it
that he
goes
was
right
trying
over
to
his
improve
head
the
so many
quality
times.
Like that point, he's like, all right, I can't say anything about that one. I'll just let it go.
of streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes. But he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the
I would
unnecessary
have loved
parts
Joon to
out.
point out the fact
Phil-
that one of the reasons DSP moved to Washington is that he thought that because they didn't have income tax, that it meant they didn't have any tax, including business tax, which is the reason why he didn't pay any business tax, and he got dinged later for not paying this business tax.
Yeah, they would have been hyped to show that detail, but
Phil was
Yeah,
still
and he
refusing
blamed his old tax guy for not
wait,
telling him that
old-
Washington had business tax.
to do this. His cited reason, he
I gotta
was a
BRB, I
gamer.
gotta send a big tweet. You know what I mean?
Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle.
Correct, because if you choose to ignore everything around you, you're never going to remain pertinent, right? And I didn't want to change with the times. I didn't want to roll with the trends.
Oh, so
I didn't want to
brave,
stay up
Philip.
on technology. I literally just wanted to sit here and play games and share that with the world. But I couldn't make a living doing it like that anymore because people didn't want to see that anymore. I really was a dinosaur. It wasn't 2009 anymore. It was 2014, 2015. People wanted more edited content, more scripted content, more other stuff. And I wasn't down for that. I was obstinate. My shit didn't stink in my own head.
How many times was saying that? Holy
I fell
shit.
massively behind the curve of everyone else out there as a content creator. 100% Joon is right on the money with this here. Okay?
As he's
in
been the
November
whole
of
time.
2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate.
Yes.
This is basically asking him to lower the quality. Well,
I wish they went into the details here because, the Philip's bitrate was insane for the time. Like, it did not have to be this large, and every streamer was doing lower quality. Like, not even saying lower quality, but an adequate quality didn't take that much as he had, but he didn't go into it.
While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where
I didn't delete my Twitch account. I think I deactivated it because I went back.
Okay, but in your own tweet, it says, I deleted it. Okay, so is that a lie, or?
Back to it many years later, and I used it again when Twitch upped their bitrate limitations and said, hey, you could do different bitrates and stuff.
So the tweet was a lie then. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. But yeah, that absolutely happened. I said I deleted it, but I didn't. I didn't delete it. I deactivated it, and I went back to it many years later.
Quite a lot of lies tonight, huh, guys?
Okay.
where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to
I was not getting only 90 views a video. That's false. That's bullshit. Even today...
Dude, you don't know when that screenshot was taken. Relax.
Users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to
I was not getting only 90 views a video. That's false. That's bullshit. Even today...
Relax!
Even on today, when I have massively declined, like the least video views I'll get on a gaming video is like maybe 200-300 tops over a little bit of time.
It's
on
a
average, my gameplay videos get around
screenshot!
500 views. You know, if it's not a popular game. If it's a popular game, I'll get thousands of views. It depends. But those views were not representative at all of the time. It looks like he captured a moment in time when those videos had just been uploaded and only had a few views.
to blunder.
Yeah, I think everyone with the brain understands that.
Miscalculating,
Yeah, and the Throwback Channel, a little bit different story, isn't it?
failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter
Some of these are worth a pause.
gleefully joined in and shared.
Twitch on the left. Fanta.
Yeah, one of them is 672's profile picture, the one with fucking Patrick. With the black shirt.
There
if
we
you
go.
scroll up.
Let me see.
It's weird.
The
Yeah, you
participants
see that
Patrick.
on
Okay, there.
the top left.
Yep.
he
It's
could.
really tight,
For
but yeah.
example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you
participants
want to
on
remember what the vest streak ended on, 672 is 276 backwards.
Ooh.
Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast.
Kojima with Leanna is a favorite.
This continued
DSP
I love
with
that
Doritos.
one, the baby.
failure was too much
Look at these, they're going so fast. Cooking with Jack there on the left.
to even be documented.
Wow. That one says, I'm always open to feedback, but I always ignore it. So that's very true to this day.
This continued failure was too much to
an idiot except for me.
even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting
what
a
I would
Patreon.
have loved to see in this is his pizza. Some of the Instagram is just gold.
Yeah,
It's
he didn't go into
absolute
not much Instagram at all, except for the OK thing, which is
Yeah,
minor.
the OK.
But But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust.
What a
but I
generous
trust my
guy.
parents.
He
They
trusts
actually are
his
staying at a
parents enough to
hotel that's
drive
less
the
than 10
car.
minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
Philip doesn't even know this is unhinged. He doesn't even know this is unhinged.
Are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
How is that discourteous to my parents?
Dude.
Well, people think he owns a house. He doesn't really. It's sort of like a townhouse. It's like there's a like a triplex, right? It's in the middle of two different places, and there's like a wall separating him from his neighbors. They could have slept downstairs. Him and Lana could have slept upstairs. Like, they didn't have to get a hotel.
And okay, that's fine. If you think that's the truth there, that's fine. Like, they could absolutely do that. And it could be a worry, right? But you don't have to say to the internet, I trust them with my car. I mean, come on, man. It's disrespectful to even say that. Even if you do think that, like, all right, my parents aren't the best drivers. But you don't say that to the internet. It makes the parents look like assholes. Like he does with Kat all the time.
It was a hotel that was 10 minutes away. That was a really nice hotel room that I paid for.
Uh-huh.
And
you watch this
in
in today's, that being said, it's like every time he tries to make himself look good, he has to make the person that he feels like he's being gracious towards look bad.
Yep.
One spare bedroom of my house that was really small and not set up to be a bedroom. How is that discourteous?
The trust
couch is downstairs. They can sleep on that.
Than what it would have been in my house. And I let them drive my BMW around town.
You said you trusted them with it. He does not get it. This shows
he said
how
that was discourteous.
That shows how unhinged he is.
Like Meerkat says, it's a very prideful moment to let your parents stay in a place that you bought with your own money. But he's like, nah, y'all gotta get a hotel. Sorry, y'all.
I trust them. It's a lot of trust, I know.
Now that I'm really confused about.
Okay, yep.
If you were going to go visit someone and stay with them for a week, and they had a small spare bedroom that wasn't set up as a bedroom, so you're going to have to sleep on like crappy accommodations, like a inflatable mattress on the floor or something, right?
Live it in your own son's house. Who gives a fuck?
Or if they said, instead of that,
like a weekend.
I'm going to pay for you to have a suite. You know the suite at a hotel room where it's like the giant room where you have two rooms you walk between and it has all that shit. You know what I mean? A really nice one. I'm going to pay for that for you to stay there instead, and I'm going to give you my BMW to drive around town while you're here. Would you be upset?
I thought that was no big deal. I thought the BMW was like not as impressive as people think it is.
All of a sudden,
the BMW is impressive, right?
Yeah, all of a sudden we're flexing about this car, aren't we? Giving our parents the experience of the BMW.
That's in a bedroom that's not set up as a bedroom and sleep on the floor. I'm a little confused about that one.
Okay, well, ask him about it.
That one, I really feel like now we're starting to get nitpicky.
Okay, ask him about it.
My parents loved the fact that we got them the hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ask him about it.
Nah, really.
It has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas.
I wish this dude made one for every year, but this website is very, very cool and very factual and a lot of source of great videos.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's when it goes from literally, okay, Phil is a bad gamer, to Phil is a bad person.
Yes.
So now let's go extreme into his personal shit in his life rather than just deride his gameplay. This is kind of where it's
because gameplay gets boring after a while. There's a lot more to look at when it comes to his personal life.
When you show great examples of how much of an asshole you are outside of the gameplay, that's what it kind of got interesting, because how much of an asshole you are. That's kind of where, lolcows, they do that.
To capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot to Phil spending. And
the actual quote on that is the whiniest man alive.
Great find.
14. From this magazine.
Yep, possibly the whiniest man alive to have ever fallen out of a womb has become so popular, but look at Twitch chat. It's like the derpy citizens of YouTube have gathered to have a conversation. There's one thing that type of person enjoys, it's laughing at the failure of others. Go ahead.
Whoever is holding onto a hard copy of that issue is holding gold in their hands.
Please.
Magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's
Oh yeah, that's out of nowhere. Just says, "Are you confused me with DSP?" So the guy just said like a
spending and
a
conflict
joke,
with creators like
PewDiePie tries to open door. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? What is this? How am I supposed to do this? Are you confused me with DSP? For PewDiePie's own
There's
mind.
a good Spoonie moment of that too. It's like, oh, you're comparing me to DSP. I'm not that bad.
like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, foreign drama, a list of over 2,000
Spoiler,
words.
Spoonie
The
is
most
that
shocking
bad.
fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value.
And that's the thing. Like, I want you to think about that.
Okay, how can we make this into a positive?
So these are the people who become obsessed. Most people are like, I'm happy to just laugh. I'll watch the This Is How You Don't Play, and I'll laugh at Phil because he sucks at games, right? And it became a meme, and I reacted badly. But then you get the people who become the hyper-obsessed people who, like, it is now their agenda to memorize everything I've done, what they consider wrong, okay, in a year, and start fucking really getting crazy stalkerish.
Being so
right?
ridiculous that people are able to make money off of making fun of you is not the flex that you think it is.
The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. And then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't Plays.
Yes, that was
then
me at
those
this time.
that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of
LARPers.
him. And then you have an entirely different people. One that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
SOK.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast.
Classic intro.
You guys want to introduce
SOK.
yourselves? I'd be more than
What's going on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
Gamer J Lee, right there. That's a Gamer J Lee meme. We'll see him later.
Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah, Miles.
And we are going to be
I'm
joined
actually
by
glad
Loophole
I don't
5
spend a whole lot of time on this.
Yeah, kind of went quick, yeah.
7-2 shortly.
That was his son.
Like, they were gone before I even made my channel, and I'm a fucking old fig.
And I'll absorb it. I have literally heard absolutely none of any of this. I never paid attention to
No one
these
cares.
people.
Okay.
I never listened to the meme. I never paid
But you recently said they were not that bad, so how'd you know that?
I heard things these guys. I don't know anything.
Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd
Fred
video.
Fox?
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment.
Are you? I think Mr. Ludacris is older than Ludwig. Is that a correct statement? Mr. Ludacris, I think, is before your time. I would guess. But,
oh yeah, I got started like
rarely due to
16.
Yeah, I think Ludacris has 10-year-old videos easy.
Actors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment.
Yeah.
Right. If you're gonna make a This Is How You Don't Play, right?
Oh god.
It's making fun of a playthrough of mine, and it really highlights my shortcomings or whatever, and it's funny to the common person. That's gonna work on YouTube. If you're hyper analyzing each aspect of my life in such scrutiny,
Philip, they still had tens of thousands of views. I mean,
to
come
the point
on.
where only the most obsessed person would know or care what you're even talking about, you're not going to get traction on YouTube. That's the difference here.
They had attraction. They had tens of thousands of views.
Majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures. The Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa.
Shout-outs to the well.
Mostly through Fred
Feel
Fox's will,
disappointed. Like,
attempted to dictate.
Kevin's Extra Life charity raises like $10,000 per year.
Yeah.
For children's hospitals. Like, you kind of want to point that out if you want to actually like draw this whole distinction.
Yep. I got to get a card of this water, by the way.
detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels
Which
and
is
or
so
make
fucking
profit
dumb.
through Phil as to remain morally superior.
morally
Yet
superior.
they, in the background, would work with others
Oh,
to
that
strike
happened?
Phil
Big
with
ups.
illegitimate copyright strikes.
Shout outs.
Fan art played a central role in this campaign.
Congrats.
In 2015,
Thanks.
the
Thank
Sons
you.
of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns
The
they
awesome
were
one.
launching during this time.
Nice.
A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015,
Invaluable
were
because
honestly
he hated
declined.
Witcher 3.
Yeah.
He wants to say like, oh, Witcher
troll-
3, there was nothing wrong with that game, but he hated that game.
There's a lot of montage of him crying about that shit.
The community was
Yeah,
active like
it's
never
especially
before.
important given his criticism of Cyberpunk, because CD Projekt Red made Witcher 3, and he's like, oh, why can't they reach that level of notoriety? And it's like, you hated both of them.
Yep.
Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon.
Oh,
but there
great.
was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this.
This is how you don't donate tier. Shout outs to you. Evil AJ tier. I will personally call the white coats to come get you. It's obvious that you're only donating this amount of money to troll me. That guy, whoever made this, you are a humorous individual.
This is how you don't donate tier.
Wait, I gotta read these. Previous fan tier. While you definitely should be giving me more money, I understand that people like to move on. That being said, please upgrade your rewards to the next level. Rebel tier. By donating this certain amount of money, you prove not only that you are not a true fan of mine and is starting to become a hater, but also that you think that it's just some big joke. I need the money, you fucking morons. Twitch chatter
This is
cheer.
why
All those
his name on
kappas come
Twitch
up.
is like DSP Gaming Real or something.
On the
like
high.
that.
Yeah.
Because everyone had poached every other username.
Oh my god. IRC chatter tier. I'll send you a game case of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions plus a business card. Dedicated
Send you a
follower.
Street Fighter figurine plus a business card.
I understand.
This dude's a legend. Hate Army tier. One of the best gamer tiers. True fan tier. I'll find this a different day. We'll go through it.
Was the 7 million tier or the theft tier? In between these were 15 more tiers,
$7
littered with
million.
inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the
reaction
number of
from
patrons
Phil.
Yeah, we're not saying anything about this.
rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon
Yeah, cool.
to center around milestones that, once hit, would guarantee the release of a video
sounds
or a
cool.
stream around a game. Like,
And now I'll just say this. In retrospect, I bit off way more than I could chew.
Okay, we are pre-bunking again.
Okay. I should not have approached Patreon in this manner because already I was working 6 to 7 days a week so much. And now I'm taking on even more responsibility to do extra content on top of that to receive more money from Patreon. And I was not equipped to do it. All right. I definitely screwed up and then eventually completely changed the way that my Patreon worked to not be doing these kind of tiered things over the years because I couldn't handle it.
So what you're about to hear is not that bad. Get ready for it.
I did. It's my fault. That's like I say today, I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. I learned that lesson from my Patreon 9 years ago.
Okay.
From fucking it up. All right. So here we go.
Don't worry about what you hear. It's all, don't worry about it. Not a big deal.
craft that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
Sound good?
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You've spoken droves. So we
Investing.
don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay. And we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete
Come
against
on, show
This Is How You
the
Don't
top racist moments.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't play that. I was like, I know it has to come up, but it didn't.
plays, or at
they
least
did not.
captures some of the market. As
They're
they
awful.
failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also, during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down.
Oh.
While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention.
Yes.
Which wasn't the truth at all. And I've already
It doesn't matter what you've already said. Can you just say it?
formally covered this. Last year, I did a special event on this channel about my history with Machinima, and I showed the receipts. I showed that Machinima, who was my partner network at the time,
Joon
heard
just
about
said
this
that.
is how you don't play, and heard about my detractors, and they emailed me and said,
just said
Phil, we
that.
heard about this. We want to take action on it now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use your channel to issue strikes and things. They screwed it all up. They never should have done it like that, because even they didn't understand the nature of DMCA
Joon
law.
already said
They
that.
were issuing these takedowns without the intention of ever suing anyone. They were actually doing it wrong, but they were doing it through my channel, so it made it look like I was the asshole doing it. So now all my detractors are pissed
But
at
then
me.
you
Why are you
did
taking
do
down
it.
our videos?
Yeah.
I'm literally not doing it at all. I don't have control of this. They're doing it.
Okay, so again, we're going very hard for something that Joon said as well. We don't have to. It's not even debunk. It's reinforce Joon's words. What's
On
what
my
we're doing
behalf,
here?
I guess. And it's kind of messed up. So after doing that for a few months, like they tried to take down a whole bunch of videos, right? And what happened is all the people just disputed those claims. And so they all got reinstated. All those videos within like 2-3 weeks got reinstated on YouTube. And I said to Machinima, you realize now you made me look like the villain because
Big up,
you
Solid
did all
Colt.
this in my name. And now people think
But
I
then
personally did it to
Lavaria
them,
approached
even though I-
him saying we could monetize
Yep.
tractor channels, and
Uh-huh.
he said, "Yeah, do it." But then later on, he said he didn't do it, which is a short on my channel.
Yeah, because the biggest W is taking something from detractors. So you know that.
I did it.
He'd rather have a
Yeah.
PDF file in his community for years after knowing he's a PDF file than get a troll W out in the universe.
And now all the videos
Which
are back
tells you
anyway.
he's willing
So
to do anything to prevent a troll W.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Now everyone hates me.
what else would
Anything.
there be?
Anything.
and the videos are still live.
Well, I hope that's how he sees it.
So
I
then
hope it's
what
anything
Machinima
for him.
claimed they did, they claimed they went through the content ID system and they claimed my
Oh,
detractors.
this is so stupid. I do not
videos.
care.
Nor did they ever get a penny for it.
Okay.
And this is how they paid me for it. So that
Man,
so now
if you
Paid me
take
for it.
DSP at his word, Joon is a terrible documentarian.
Yeah, man.
Okay. I literally did not. And now everyone hates me. All my detractors
Joon started this by saying it was done by Machinima.
are after me because of this. Okay.
As these
And I have evidence. I have the emails. I showed the receipts last year.
takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in
Yes.
April.
Oh,
but when
there
they
you
were
go.
reinstated, they were immediately
Well, there you
claimed,
go.
meaning
Well, there
the
you
money
go.
would remain
Pausing.
up, but all the money would go to Machinima.
There you go.
The same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released.
One day.
I knew that they would do that though. Like I did this because
Oh, great.
I wanted to have a
Got
green
'em.
screen.
I
video
knew
up
they
so
would do
fans
that.
could
I
make
was trying to give the trolls content.
shit, but I very well knew all my detractors were
I
gonna
put
do
out
it
a
too. I
bait
didn't
and
care.
it fell into my
This
trap.
included reference to Phil's declining
This is
views,
this is my
his
favorite one.
alcoholism,
Oh.
and the copyright
Yeah,
strikes
that
applied
posture,
to
man. Come on.
They're going down.
detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full
Oh.
force. After all,
Detractors
for
have
a
gotten
day,
so much
there is-
mileage out of that green screen footage than he has.
I know. It's really wild if you think about it.
For him,
The
it's like
actual-
one tip notification. For detractors, it's like 2,500 videos.
Shout outs to these videos, by the way, by LD. I've used them many times. They are very funny.
at least 17 and a half hours of footage of Phil consuming fast food
17 and a half hours of fast food eating.
or
Yeah.
foods of similar quality.
He gave himself gout under the idea that if he ate food and monetized it, he would get his money back for the food that he paid for. But he ended up going overboard and giving himself gout, which is so funny. Like perpetual illnesses aren't usually funny, but when you give them to yourself as a result of your greed, it becomes pretty funny.
That is funny, yes. And by the way, shout outs to Joon for not showing the foot. He cut it out right after that, so I want to say props for that. I don't want to see that
Yeah, I
anymore.
thought it was coming, but no.
I've seen that enough in my life.
Foot is incredibly swollen. You
The
cannot.
impossible
the Gout saga.
flexibility.
The Gout saga. The Gout saga. If by saga you mean disease you've given yourself from your eating habits, yes.
The Gout saga. I didn't know he was going to put this in here, but okay.
Tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5
Looks like a
times
Halloween
the
prop
chubbiness of my
Yeah.
other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Yeah.
Gout, or historically known
he should
as
have included like the arguing that he did beforehand, where people were telling him he has gout, and he's like, "I never had gout before. Why would I have it now?" It's like, well, that's what an illness is.
disease of kings is
The what? The disease,
of kings.
Hold on a second.
We're flexing
King
it.
Phil.
That's not a flex.
King
No.
Phil has
Crown
the
on.
king's disease.
I drank so much
Anyways.
and ate so much fast
it's
food
pretty
to give
funny
myself
now.
this.
It's pretty ironic now.
Yep.
That's what it's called, because now everything that's happened in the last month, the memes and everything about me being a king,
I know,
right?
there's no memes.
But back then, it was just like, fuck.
That meme has been
I got this
around
really
for a while.
Actually, the king of hate, I believe.
painful thing going on, right?
King of
So
hate.
guys, just so you know, we're gonna go about another half hour tonight.
Pay up,
okay?
bitches.
It looks like if we go another half hour, we may get to the point I wanted to get to in the documentary, which is good. However, as you guys can see, we did
Pay
not
up,
hit our
bitches.
tips goal yet. Now would be the time if you want to see the streak continue
Uh-oh.
to support the stream in some way. Right now we're at 300 likes with over 1,100 viewers. If you like the stream, you enjoy the react, please hit like. The engagement is helping this channel a ton. Consider contributing in some way, whether it be a super chat or a membership. But really, it's that tips goal that I'm aiming for tonight. So if you could contribute to hit that right away.
Shout outs to the LARPer with the name Chinese Bear. I see you. I understand you, and I respect you with that name. Because remember yesterday, Chinese style bear?
Hey, that would be great, and then we could just move on.
It's
All
rare
right? Thank
for
you so
an
much.
Asian to have green
Cosmo
eyes.
diet
It's like,
abundant
well,
of
why
alcohol
is it
and red
rare
meats.
for you to have
This
it then?
news spread quickly.
Are you not
He has
Asian?
gout. How do you?
Medicare?
How does he
Because
have
Medicare.
gout?
gout. Copper
Have you seen his
extracts,
video on
continued
a
loss of
certain individual
viewerships.
named Bohepans? Do you
No,
think
I have
that's
not.
The current
Oh,
Bohepans?
I know. You know what? Someone said that is that the guy that Mr. Medicare talked about, and I googled
Yeah,
it,
he made
and
a whole
I did
video
find the
about
video.
Bohepans. I don't know if it's like
Is that
there's
same
no way of
person
knowing
or
it's the
meme
same
on
person.
that?
It could be someone who's taken his name. I
Yeah,
don't
just
know.
for the meme. Yeah.
And the rise
mean,
of the
I've
sons
done
of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately
So
declare
great.
the quality of.
So great.
Yep. Back of the box. As you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has
Dude, it's so durable. The box is so durable. It only got a little nick in it.
lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage.
Uh-oh.
Gotta call that out.
As poor as
The
Phil
American
was with
getting his
communication,
trash can, so disrespectful.
there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super.
No, it was the swatting.
The quote-unquote swatting,
Yep.
more of a wellness check. Like it brushed off
Hold
his
on.
shoulders,
Hold on,
no
everyone.
problem at the time. But
Hey,
later
I-
he was
I
like,
might
"Oh,
have
I
a-
can use this as a tool, a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
For
They
anyone
showed
who's
the
ever
next
made
part.
fun of me, I can point at the camera and say, "You almost got me killed."
Uh-huh.
Some cops outside. Hold on. 2015, this happened when I was playing Batman Arkham.
How long are we
City.
talking here?
In the
That appears to be what's going on. Yes, on the video that Joon is showing.
afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department
to Fred
claiming
Fuchs
they had
for
shot their
even
parents
having that
and
video
had a
uploaded,
hostage.
by the way.
This was a swatting, and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation
didn't pick
that
up
they
the
were
phone,
possibly
he
not
could
in
have.
danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
It's a lot of gamer shit.
Shame on you.
There we
if
go.
you ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on
He
Twitter,
told people
do
to
this
go
childish
into the
shit
comment
on YouTube,
sections of
if
This
you
Is
thought
How You
it
Don't
was
Play
funny
Makers and say Phil almost died, which is targeted harassment.
to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes.
You.
Any comment, Philip? You think that's still cool?
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole
Yes.
for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors,
Whoa.
yet gained a bit of
Unjustly targeting
Yep.
detractors. We're not going to
June-
say anything.
June laid that out very clearly. The unjust, the unhinged actions of one person, okay?
for the deranged acts of one person
Deranged acts,
further
excuse
soured
me.
relations with the detractors,
Philip?
yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex.
So, to look at it now, of course, I don't think that This Is How You Don't Play has created that situation.
Yeah.
But it's sad that what happens is you get the obsessive people, correct? It's like I said,
They said deranged acts of one person, but go
when
ahead.
I did the react to the Rich documentary on this channel with the guys from Kino Casino last month, I said, please understand that even though we're about to make fun of Rich, This is not us condoning.
That made it better if you give the disclaimer. Gotcha.
Telling people to go out there and attack this man. This is not us saying, hey, go harass him, go do horrible things to him. We're going to make fun of him, but we're not going to say hurt him, okay? There's too many people on this planet that don't have that level of intelligence. They think that because you're making fun of someone, that you should hurt them. That they are like a villain or Satan or the devil, and the world is good and bad,
you're fucking
black and white,
felted,
heroes
bitch,
and
you're
villains,
destroyed,
evil
I got you.
and justice, and they don't
That's not evil.
understand that it's going to the extreme. It's like even on places like KiwiFarms.com. You know, Josh Moon, who I just spoke with a couple weeks ago. The philosophy there is, you don't mess with these people who you don't like. You can make fun of them. If you actually interject yourselves into their lives to hurt them, you are a bigger lolcow than they are.
Well, I don't know if that's the actual thought, but yeah, okay. I see what you're trying to say here. And Kiwi Farms does not condone swatting. If you say anything like that, you will get banned, but go ahead.
That's the problem is this person, whoever this nut job was, okay, who did this swatting, essentially was a crazy person who listened to This Is How You Don't Play, who listened to my detractors, who listened to everyone making fun of me and said, well, I'm going to ruin his life today. I don't really care. I'll just do it. Here we go.
Okay.
And that's the extreme. So here's me, you know, I'm so emotionally upset at what happened. The fact that I could have died that day.
You weren't at the time. It was the day after.
You were very calm at the time.
Internet saying shame on you for all the shit that you've done to me now, because it's all led to this extreme moment of messed up shit, right?
Okay.
To some extent, that's true. But do I really think that the people who were making This Is How You Don't Play montages about my gameplay wanted me to get swatted? Of course not. It's just sad. It's a slippery slope with the internet that there are people who are this messed up
Rich's
who will
last
do
chip
fucked
behind
up
him
things because they don't understand the difference between a joke and messing with someone and making fun of them, or actually wishing them physical harm and pain.
They don't know
and that's
razzing.
what happened on that day.
Okay.
You know, I lost my cool because, yeah, I felt like all those people were being irresponsible with the power they had on the internet, not realizing that the actions they were taking were actually leading to people hate me so much that they wanted to kill me.
Phil was frustrated not just at
It's
the
so
detractors.
insulting to local police officers to say they're just gonna fucking fire in random directions once they open the door. It's like, dude.
But also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story.
Yeah. I'm being asked why. I listen to this. Is so magical. I'm being asked why no form of gaming media has covered the story of me being DDoS'd and our families being swatted. Incredible. I'm being asked. Right. Very believable story here. Definitely.
Meaning that this message, that the detractors as a whole were at fault, was contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering. But it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be.
No mention of the... I wish there was mention of the Pokemon stream where he calls people lazy.
That would have been good, yeah.
Both sides were not convinced.
That's absolutely ludicrous. That's probably me just being really angry at someone and being an asshole. That's absolutely ludicrous. So it's not loitering. It's the only time that
it's not loitering. Let me tell you how it is loitering.
I will get upset is, let's say, for example, right now, we're doing a stream on this documentary.
Say, for example,
right?
I'm playing Scorn and I'm going overtime and people don't give me money for my overtime.
It's you got a sandwich shop and you guys coming in there and they just look at the menu but they don't buy anything.
All night you're on topic.
This guy, Moist Critical, I don't know if you heard of him, but he says like begging is my business model, but he was wrong because I stopped begging and then I started begging again.
And all of a sudden, a whole bunch of people start talking about college basketball. And now the entire chat room is college basketball.
Let them.
You derailed the stream.
Fucking hell, man.
You're not supposed to do that.
No fun.
That's like,
I thought this was a place you can hang out and relax.
Not spending
like
any money while you're in there,
specific
but
topic.
just standing around walking, taking up all the space, doing shit that's unrelated to the business, right? It's not allowed. It's called loitering. But no, you could come in here.
Think of it as a sandwich shop. People go and buy your sandwich and they sit at your table and they talk about sports. They don't even talk about your sandwiches. Fucking kick them out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about my sandwiches? What are you even here for?
and you're not derailing, anyone's welcome in my chat. This is just me being really pissed off right here about dumb shit. You know, me being unhinged at the swatting and everything. It made me lose my cool and say dumb shit like this.
Okay.
Especially with the trouble.
So therefore, we should not care about that, or that is not worth showing. I don't. What's the thought
on his
there?
Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7.
Yeah, I hope you're not going to say it was for a trailer, because I believe Joon shows that was never, ever mentioned.
I knew this was coming. So here we go. Let's tackle the Patreon thing.
Rebirth. Quote, if this...
I will write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, and in a different section, he talks about making an episode. I put that on the Project 7 episode I made.
Goal is reached. I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely
What a catchphrase. He thought he would turn no into a catchphrase.
To this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it.
Hello.
Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Perhaps.
Hi.
Perhaps.
My name.
The dark side of the internet.
Hi. Hello.
His own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi. My name is John.
Well, I'll be honest, is a little disingenuous because he's not talking about the fact that we were supposed to be doing content. The moment that I moved out here, we were going to continue doing our wrestling podcast. We were going to continue to do gameplay over the internet.
Yeah, you never
and
called
basically,
him.
we didn't do any of it because John kept backing out and saying he was too busy. I didn't understand that he had that resentment towards me that was revealed later on in that video that we've already gone over. But, you know, he's just saying, like, this just happened out of the blue. No, it didn't. Like, John was already kind of ghosting me and dodging me on work.
This is when you were doing the Jin tweets, the unreadable Jin tweets, watching your old playthroughs
like
together.
Midnight, 1 a.m.
Yeah. That was that time, just to refresh your memory there, Philip.
Working together and doing future projects and things. Already the friendship had unraveled by the time that this came out.
Yeah,
And
you were
I'm special.
You were saying drunk tweets at this point.
Because I upload videos to the internet.
Hi.
But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's.
Correct.
This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity
beautifully
from
worded
people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my
You know,
Pay
if
Me Tons.
Side Scrollers hired John Rambo as a writer, they're writing with Excel. Like,
please.
Account. I won't even get out of bed for less than
have
$50.
him write skits for them,
With
have them
Phil's relation
produce
with
it. It would be so good.
John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal.
Actually, that's not what happened at all.
That's exactly what happened.
I'll tell you in a second.
I be very careful. I know this arc very, very well. Let's see what he says
so
here.
So did the Super J. He says, how about them Celtics? Thank you so much. And
stop talking about basketball.
Captain Base Pants did a super chat. NFL starts on Thursday. Let's go Bills. There you go. Thank you, Captain Base Pants.
Sports right
Also,
after he says don't talk about sports.
I want to shout all this out before we continue. I appreciate that very, very much. To continue the King's streak. 111, guys. That's right.
Oh, okay.
The goal was not Project 7 involving everyone else, and it's the old that series. It was the previous series, because what Joon didn't cover is that Project 7 originally was a little rinky-dink video series I had done in like 2009 or 2010. It was not that overblown edited series that you saw there. That was the reimagining of the
most
series.
Shows on TV.
You said Project 7 reboot, though.
Working with that group Respect the Pack to make a creative piece of work that was different and completely, you know, of a different level. The original series was basically that I was stuck in my condo and this character named Deathface, who you could actually see dancing on screen right here with the $10 tip animation. Okay, that's Deathface. That this guy had kidnapped me and caught me in my condo and wouldn't allow me to leave until I played one of my most favorite games of all time.
Okay, so just a reminder, it doesn't matter whatever he's explaining here because he didn't do anything. So he's going to say a lot of shit here. He didn't do anything. So I don't care how small it might have been in his mind. He didn't do anything.
the original version of Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1.
Okay.
And it was going to be an ongoing series where I do an edited, abbreviated Let's Play with skits and shit in it, going between me and this Deathface character, and basically ranking on the game, but also doing funny things that were outside of the comfort zone of just doing raw gameplay.
One of the most
So that was the
beloved
original
games of all
idea
time.
back then. Exactly. I got Jigsaw. It was like Jigsaw Capture Series changed in 2012 when we did our version of Project 7. The Patreon goal was supposed to
All
be
because he was
the
offended
original
as a
idea.
child that Cloud was, by his own perception, gangbanged by a bunch of sweaty sauna attendees.
Yep.
Yeah. So I sit down and offline, I'm playing Final Fantasy VII, and I'm doing edited videos and shit like that. Okay, that's what it was supposed to be. Had nothing to do with John. Had nothing to do with Howard. Had nothing to do with Respect the Pack whatsoever. But what happened was I 100% overextended myself, and that month I was so busy doing other things, I just didn't have time to get around to it. Yet I had already accepted an additional, I think it was an additional $250 to do it because I had tiered rewards, and I think the reward below was like $1,500, and then that one was like $1,750, or it could have been $1,250, $1,750. Anyway, it was hundreds of dollars that supposedly I had accepted in order to reboot this series.
Yes.
I told everyone, listen, my time is so pulled, tight right now. We can do two things. Either we can cancel the whole thing and we'll have to think of something else, or I could do a trailer for Project 7.
This never happened. This never, ever, ever happened. He never gave a choice to his fans about this. Never.
Yeah. And that's just a short
We did
video.
a really good job debunking that.
Never gave a choice at all.
If you like it,
only in
great,
hindsight did
continue.
become a trailer.
If not, forget it. We'll cancel the whole thing and we can move on and do different goals next
and even
month.
then, even if it was a
viewers,
trailer, like a trailer is a preview of things to come, which never came.
So he's doing a great job of explaining how, no, it wasn't going to be that Project 7 you think, Joon. It's going to be something much shittier. But I didn't even do that. So really cool. Crater, this is what's going on a lot today. Joon is right, but let me explain for 10 minutes why he's 100% right so you get the full context. Or Joon is wrong, but let me explain how he's actually correct.
I'm not kidding you, said, we don't care about this Project 7. This was
Source,
you coming up with this idea because you wanted a Patreon goal, but we don't care about
Philip, that's what I got to say about this.
Make it make sense.
Thank you.
Make it. So don't do it. Like, literally don't do it. We think that it's going to be boring. We'd rather see you play games and do other projects and other things.
Show anyone saying this.
Said, okay.
Yeah.
We
it's
won't
an example
do it.
of one person saying it and him saying that everyone said it.
I made it up. That was written by our writers.
That was a complete lie.
And then I had another goal in place of it.
We fooled you.
Well, there was two people who were upset that were longtime fans. One forgave me, one did not. One literally said, I'm never going to deal with you ever again.
Yep.
Okay? I'm never going to do ever again because, FYI, I really wanted Project 7 and you overpromised and underdelivered. And I said, you know what? Fair enough. If we never speak again, I accept it. It was my failure. I overpromised and I underdelivered.
Correct.
That's on me.
Yes.
Okay?
And let's just ignore the thousands probably of, not thousands, let's say 100 people that didn't speak up and say anything that were still disappointed. But yeah, they're not important.
Funny enough, years later, that person did come back and was a fan of my content again. But that was it. There was no controversy. There was no giant weird thing going on.
No, you just lied and didn't deliver on let's call it what it is. Something you were asking money for, you didn't deliver on it. That's the beginning and end of it. That's all you need to be an asshole, and it deserves to be in the documentary.
Well, hated me for this. It was only my detractors that made a big deal out of it.
Okay,
because keep in mind, it was only like
except for the two people you just mentioned that were your fans, of course. But yeah,
a few $100s that was raised for the goal. So to see me do another thing, which I did, I think I did a different project, a different game or something in place of it. Everyone was fine with that. There was no big controversy in my community and viewers. It was only outside that these people would take this nugget of truth. Oh, Phil didn't reboot Project 7 like he promised, and turn it into something full-blown like, oh, he's a liar. He doesn't come through on his promises. He stole and pocketed money. He
two of your
scammed his
fans.
audience.
You just said two of your fans said this, but okay.
It literally didn't happen. Okay?
Okay.
But
so except for the two fans you said did. Okay.
They'll never admit that.
So to be very clear.
They all talked about it for so long, like it was a big deal. They just fucking, blew it up. And now they all believe it. They all literally believe I scammed my viewers for Project 7 when it never happened.
Okay.
Okay?
So we lied and two fans didn't like it, but yes, it's all detractors, I guess.
I got a $5 tip. Very interesting hearing your story and growth. I'm originally from Seattle.
His Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for will also be
You're
canceled.
just like me.
I'm Otto from Seattle.
After a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not
This is
even
the
kidding
positive.
you.
This so you don't
Almost
play.
as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels.
shoot.
To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed. And on Social Blade, it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable
Maybe you
string
should
of
have
events
paid
that
for your graphical assets, and that
deletion
wouldn't have
of views
happened.
was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his
Long-winded video.
audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership. But does not provide evidence
Small
of Machinima
dent?
doing
That's
so
a
because he claims he
slur.
was instructed via a conference call.
Yes.
That's correct. It was
Okay.
a conference call. Machinima was on the call with YouTube, literally got off the call, got back on the line with me and said, delete the videos now because if you don't, they're all going to get stricken. They said that there's a ton of fake strikes in the pipeline. And if you don't delete the videos...
A lot of fake strikes in the pipeline? Are you believing this? Fake strikes in the pipeline. Yeah, that old strike pipeline that got rolling at YouTube.
You will get stricken down and your channel will be removed from YouTube.
Oh, let's check out the strike pipeline right now. Hang on,
I'm
it's
not
coming
sure
down the
that's how
pipe.
it works. If you're struck with a copyright claim, deleting the video doesn't remove it from the pipeline.
Hang on, pipeline's clogged. Hang on.
So yeah, hold on. If I delete the video, then I won't get dinged for it.
Yes.
Genius.
Okay. And Joon is not done with this moment to prove how what she's telling you is a lie.
Videos, all of which had tons of views, 40 million views or something like that, deleted from my channel, showing that I had negative views that month, and it literally kicked my YouTube channel out of the YouTube algorithm. Meaning, if you searched for me, you couldn't find me anymore. You would only find my detractors' content. And it hurt my channel just went way down after that.
Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos by their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is...
No, that's not true at
I
all.
wish I could see where YouTube is recommending or unrecommending my channels and pushing it in their algorithm, because DSP apparently can see that.
Uh-huh.
What happens is if YouTube sees that you have deleted several videos, or if your channel has a huge deletion of views, it sees that as something very negative happened.
Reminder, this is a guy that doesn't know how to use OBS, trying to tell you how he knows about how YouTube works, so listen carefully. He's telling you the truth right here.
Videos, or if your channel has a huge
Doesn't
deletion
even know
of
how to
views,
use the editing
it
feature.
sees that as something very negative happened, and the algorithm will no longer favor you. Keep in mind, up until 2015, the algorithm favored DSP Gaming, because for 5 straight years, I'd been putting out so much content and getting so many views a month that my channel was at the height and forefront of gaming. Even though I wasn't nearly as popular as I once was, if there was a new game coming out and I played it at release day, I would be in the top search pages for new game releases, okay? After this happened, after I deleted all those videos, I no longer showed up in search results for big game releases ever again. I was gone.
Could be
I was
you were
erased from
overshadowed
the
by
YouTube
people
algorithm
who edited and put effort into their content. But
maybe
I guess
bigger
we
names.
know
So
if
this
it
changes
was for literally this reason and no other reason.
And
because YouTube tells you when that happens.
Good point, Azeroth. The decline is a steady, decline all the way. It's not like, oops, that 1 month is big because he deleted 1,000 video.
Yeah, it jumps
videos,
back up after that.
It
reduction in views.
It jumps right back up.
Because of course it's not going to give you those views if you take the videos down.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with overall views. It has to do with YouTube seeing you delete shit. Then the algorithm says, oh, something was wrong, right? Like the channel had bad content and had to be removed or whatever, and the channel was punished. Now, funny enough, okay, YouTube didn't mention this to Machinima. When YouTube told Machinima, tell Phil to delete his videos, they didn't say that.
Because, I wonder if that's because they never talked at all. Okay.
He found this all out after the fact.
They didn't tell you to do that at all, and you panicked and made a very stupid decision.
Months later, when my channel was no longer getting as many views as it used to, it was way declined, and I wasn't getting any view boosts in the fall, when notably I used to get giant spikes in viewership for new games. I just stayed plateaued and declining. So I used to go like this in the fall, and instead I went like this. Only after I deleted the video. So obviously there's a correlation there.
That all existing evidence works against him.
No, not obviously.
Yes! The unpaused king!
Only after I deleted the video. So obviously there's a correlation there.
that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in the social blade.
All existing evidence. He's at 1.25 right now. We got to finish at some point tonight.
Contrary to what he was stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views. And actually, late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been.
Yes.
From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily
No
basis.
acknowledgement.
Yet now, in late 2000...
No, anything you want to say,
Look
Philip?
at that. He even like draws a line.
Look at this. He draws a line for you, Philip. Is it easier to understand now?
15, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit.
That's wrong. Well, my point I was making is, in the fall...
okay. Let me tell you what I really meant. Get ready, guys.
And you could see it on Social Blade. Every fall, when the new games came out and I was playing all the hot new releases, I would get a spike in views. After these false copyright strikes hit and I deleted all those videos, I never received a spike of views like that ever again.
Okay.
Why? Because YouTube wasn't promoting my channel for new releases anymore. I wasn't in the algorithm.
Oh, YouTube told you that, huh?
Oh, God, I really apologize. I'm gonna sorry.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Okay. Now that's where we're at right now. Okay, here we go. No, I told no.
Hey, where'd you no points? Where'd you no views?
I'm saving that for later. Yeah, Chew's cool. Chew's already asleep. I told her this is a big week. She knows this week is a big week. We're going hard every day this week.
The evidence is there if you actually look at the right parts of Social Blade.
And framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his
Patreon's the way.
I love the juxtaposition. This is, by the way, this is what Adam said. It's like literally looking at your viewers as dollar signs. If your viewer is $1, that's looking at your viewer like a dollar sign.
Great point. Great fucking point. I love this cut.
$1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals.
Yes.
And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting.
Real quick about this Project 7. I need to constantly bring in revenue to pay the bills. I've been unable to dedicate the effort needed if this goal is reached.
Of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions.
Yeah,
Fans
cool.
seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way. But in life, if you have something that you want to say or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unstated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7,
Interesting
were
that he
reaching out to
grabbed
John
at his
Rambo on
gold chain that was given to him by Painterly as he's saying that.
Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil.
Call me beggar, but being so important does have its dark side.
I want you to think about this. Fans were reaching out. Oh, you mean call me beggar?
Yeah.
It's not my fans. It wasn't my fans
He's
reaching
a
out to John
fan.
Rambo. It was my detractors.
Oh.
Just like it was my trolls who were telling John Rambo during Project 7 that I was taking credit away from him by saying things like I did in that video previously tonight. It was
This is the responses to John Rambo's video, by the way. Because look at the comment. Not so subtle jabs at DSP with that intro. The intro just screamed Darkside Phil. I mean, this is the comments to John Rambo's video. I don't think Philip understands that. But all right.
fans reaching out to John Rambo. It was my detractors. Just like it was my trolls who were telling John Rambo during Project 7 that I was taking credit away from him by saying things like I did in that video previously tonight.
Didn't you just read a tip that said they were one and the same? Okay.
Yeah. Remember the time when you were making fun of Rambo? Not making fun of Rambo, excuse me. Taking credit for Rambo? Yeah, when other people told him, just said, watch this video? Yeah, that thing.
Always the trolls. It was always the detractors.
Okay.
They were the ones wedging themselves into the relationship.
It wasn't what I said. It was what the detractors did by sharing what I said. Make sense? You'll get it.
Causing resentment, causing stress and problems, and harassing John into saying, I don't want to have anything to do with Phil anymore because look at all the stress that it's caused me.
2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello.
Here it is. Here's the video.
I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And
yeah, you have to wonder, when he uploaded it, right? He uploaded it, but maybe he felt bad that he had uploaded it after retrospect, especially because he probably saw troll It basically gave the trolls exactly what they wanted, and I'm not sure that's what he was going for. I think maybe he was trying to just put something out there to get his emotions out of how he felt about our relationship over the years. But it fed into what the trolls wanted. So I think he thought, oh, maybe if I delete it quick, it'll go away. But no, that's the problem with the internet. When something's out there,
have to say relationship.
You know, you could call him and ask him. That's always an option, but you know, we can't do that.
The internet once it's out there forever.
We got the same phone number, right? Oh no!
Re-uploaded here and here and here. Every one of my detractors re-uploaded this fucking thing, and it was just there forever.
And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil.
Yes.
From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching his Let's Plays and not calling him, even though John.
Oh, any comment on that one, Philip? Drunkenly
messaging him late at night.
Watching their playthroughs.
Him on Twitter to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him, even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text.
Why are you glancing at the camera, bro? What are you seeing in that fucking eye?
Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend.
I love this. I love the hat.
Not even a month later,
on the hat rack.
2015, Machinima informed.
By the way, he was not the last friend I had. It's ridiculous. It's just, that's way over dramatic. I still had friends.
Could you, any examples?
Just not friends like John Rambo who were public friends on YouTube. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so last.
So, in other words, the last.
Is Brian going to help you move furniture whenever you move it to a different place? Is PPP going to help you move furniture whenever you move to a different place? No. So John Rambo is your last friend. So,
yeah.
Story, okay, from both perspectives. A couple years ago, I reacted fully to that hour-and-a-half podcast that John and Howard had released over on my DSP Gaming channel. You can search for it there. It's like DSP reacts to the John and
you could put a link in the chat, but all right, you know,
Howard
you'll
video,
figure it out.
And you will find the full story of that over there, okay, in detail. I basically play the entire thing and I react to the entirety of the thing so that, you know, you'll get my full reaction because he actually didn't even cover the whole thing. So obviously you're not going to get the true story from both sides of the story there. You're only going to get what he played there. Okay.
Phil that they will no longer honor the $2
Gotcha. Go watch fucking 4 hours of footage where I meander
and would instead swap paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Oh, here we go. So this is where we're going to end it. For tonight, I said the incident would be a perfect place to end it. For tonight. So let's do the incident, and then that's probably where we will end it for tonight, okay?
Oh, we will get incident, okay.
So by the way, last chance if you want to support the stream. It looks like the king streak may end tonight, because this is it. This is the finale of the stream for tonight, guys, okay?
He hits it, by the way.
I don't think it does, by the way.
What is up, everyone?
He hits it.
Hello, hello, and welcome.
Oh,
the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
This is something that makes Cat cry downstairs. As you watch him seal clap.
Yeah.
I want to be very clear. This is, as he does this, Catherine now is crying downstairs and was traumatized by this. So just remember that, okay?
How dare you, Joon? That's what he's going to tell Joon when he interviews him. How dare you? You made my wife cry.
Oh, the camera's on.
That's what I told Richard Gutek, but I'm not going to tell you that.
Attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying,
I don't care.
Yep.
I don't care what she thinks now.
He was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg.
Yep.
That's right.
The bombardment of memes and other media will not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream.
Classic stuff here. Loaded Italian sub. Like, that's a good meme there.
And forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this.
Yes,
a new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
The Guy.
Every inch of my balls.
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with,
Joon
is that The Guy?
old school RuneScape player.
Oh. I like how...
He's got this...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, you go. I don't know about RuneScape.
His outro has RuneScape font, so he's a RuneScape dude, you can tell.
All right, there we go. You can tell Philip's great wordplay in that clip. Very sharp responses to those people making fun of him.
That pleasured himself on stream.
You know every inch of my dick and balls.
Nailed it.
Remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused and sought to take down any re-upload they could.
So I want to show you this. I like this part from this.
Completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not
So here's where we stand. As strange as it may sound, we need a copy of the video to create a reference file so that we can create an archive and block future uploads. We're just trying to stem the tide from this and help out. A help us, help you situation. And since this is now on Legal's desk, is there anything else we should know about the situation? I wonder what else it could be. Like, were you watching like anything nefarious on the screen, or what was going on? Very funny.
Not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost.
And I did not
have an emote on Twitch with a nice transformative editing to make it non-copyright claimable.
Nice.
At all. They did it on their own, and I actually they came out to me, like they wrote me, and I literally responded to them saying, "No, do not do anything. Like I'm cool
I did
with it.
nothing
I don't
wrong.
need any help. Everything's fine." And apparently they went behind my back. That was not me. That was
I did nothing wrong.
And
Everything
again, if you wanted
correct.
receipts on that last year on this very channel, wanted to take action for it, you could find that already. I got a $2 tip. What do you mean at that time? Only Ice Infinite name one friend besides John Rambo.
Good question, actually. Yeah, I'm interested in this.
And that guy.
Well, there's that lady that works behind the desk at the PetSmart. There's also my DoorDash driver, also the guy at the Fred Meyer. Yeah, so there's 3 friends.
What do you mean at that time? Well, first of all, I was living with my girlfriend, right? So that was a friend. I still had...
That really doesn't count as a friend, honestly. But okay, there you go.
Family, right?
That's actually family. Keep going.
And many friends from back home who I talked to, and like old school friends from Street Fighter and shit like that I still had contact with. I had the Airy Lord and Coruchado, who I did
still not naming anyone.
Air Raid Lord and Coruchado. So fans, go ahead.
Online. I had other people like Brian at the time, I think, that I was playing Street Fighter with. There were tons of people.
Brian's not your friend.
Brian?
Top of my head. So nice try, but you're wrong.
So zero IRL friends then, in other words. In other words, no one in real life. Yep, you bit that
one. I received a $10 tip. Thank you so very much. Chatty says, it's the guy. Thankfully, I reacted to it the way that I did. Because I do feel like if I didn't, that would have been the end of me. Like that.
Yeah, I think saying you were scratching your leg was definitely the right way to go.
The end of Darkside Phil. No one would have ever wanted to see content from him ever again. Just laugh at him. But because I handled it the way I did, I was able to persevere and continue, thankfully. Okay? On. He says, you can say the king streak will continue, which it will. Show this tip of on the security very much. All right. And the offering the coffee. Are you kidding? Play the for an incredibly generous tip is 27, right? We should go a little further. I can't go too much later, guys, but I want to go a little further. I was hoping to get one more segment into this.
1 hour and 41 minutes. How far we got?
In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his.
Because I'm a genius,
I'm on
right?
Twitch, so I can only say things.
No, I'm
like,
basically...
Kill your self-esteem. Blow your nose out.
Tell you a little bit about the incident. Do you want to know the truth of the incident? I'll tell you right now. The incident happened because behind the scenes, my life was falling apart. So my channel now is on a big decline of views constantly. I'm not making nearly as much money as I
Do we bring Leanna into this? I wonder. Let's see.
Used to. Financially because of my decline already, and then the trolls hitting me with those false copyright strikes. So my money is declining massively. I'm trying to find ways to recover from it. None of them are really working. On top of all of that, all right, my relationship with my girlfriend fell apart. We basically stopped really being romantic. It was more like 2 people living as roommates rather than like in a romantic relationship.
Sounds like what you have now.
Happened. Like I saw my time in this office with the door closed, shut off from her being somewhere else in the house as my only private time away from her. Right? So
sounds like
that was the time for me to do things
like
that, to have a release before I streamed for the day, to relieve stress. Because outside it was like stress when I was over there because we weren't getting along. Stress when I'm in here because I'm not making enough money. My detractors are shitting on me constantly. So, you know, that was really me, sadly, doing something incredibly stupid. All right? And obviously it never should have happened. But that was like me saying I was depressed. I was drinking very heavily, you know, at that point. And things were falling apart.
Also playing WB Champions. Let's see. What year is this again? 2017? Oh, yeah. No, we're not playing Champions yet. We're playing Supercard now and other games.
Part in my private battle.
We're just about to start. We're about 6 months away.
Life, my public life, everywhere. And that was like the lowest low for me. And when it happened, I was like, let me put it this way. Like, so many things were already going wrong. And I was like,
well, now we have to explain why we jerk off.
You know, it's ironic. It's just the next thing. So fuck this.
Dude.
You know, like, who cares?
Sometimes you just jerk off, man.
And so I could have reacted very poorly. I got some really good advice
Like
from one particular person.
The thing
That person
is,
knows who
he's
they
not
are.
being ridiculed for jerking off is because he left the camera on.
It's just because
Why
it's funny
were
that you left the camera on. Everyone jerks off.
Obfuscating the point.
Yes.
And they said, even with everything going wrong in your life right now, just let it roll off your back, like like water on a duck, right? Just play it off
Definitely.
like nothing. Roll
No,
with the
water
memes, roll with
off
the
the
jokes,
duck.
tweet at drama, like water on a duck, right?
Water on a duck.
Just play it off like nothing. Roll with the memes, roll with the jokes, tweet at drama
Like,
alert, joke about
shake
it.
it off
make
like a
publicly
buffalo.
known. So
Water
I
off.
did, because I did that, I saved my
Big up
fucking
scandal.
career. Because if I had reacted poorly to that, that literally would have been the end of me on the internet. I believe that firmly.
Okay, well,
but
good
everyone
belief.
wants to
Who
laugh
gives a
about it. I
shit?
think it's a funny moment. It is funny if you don't know the context. The context is very depressing. Like, my life was falling apart in every aspect. And that was just
Is that why you act so hard when you first saw it in this interview, in this documentary then?
another thing to pile on the dog
Yeah,
pile
he
of shit that was
he's
going
seal clapping. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck? It's
Poorly.
depressing if
So,
you know the
even though-
context, but when we are the person in the video, we're laughing and seal clapping.
I
Sound
reacted
good?
well
Okay.
there. Now,
Okay.
here we go. I'm upset and I'm fucking insulting people left, right, up, down constantly. I'm constantly being goaded by people to say things about other creators and shit. And it just
Blaming other people again for goading him for saying stuff. This is a forum post. How'd you get goaded into saying
blew
this?
up where everyone hated me. Okay?
Wasn't he
calls-
goaded by the Kino Casino people into reacting to Ethan Ralph jacking off on live stream? And he
that's
had
more
no
of a
problem
goad.
with that.
Uh-huh.
Biscuits reviews over
But
analyzing.
it's okay
calls
because they
James
call
Sterling
him a king.
Total Biscuit, I love he called Total Biscuit reviews over analyzing. Yes, we want more the hateful truth where I just give you the most basic points of all time and complain about stuff.
reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and angry
Fool you into thinking it's more intelligent.
Joe's reviews bloated with skits
Not that
and
wrong
frustrated
about
kitties to
Jim
retain
Sterling.
Yeah, but you know. And Angry Joe, skits and cosplay for the kiddies.
attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views.
All right, do you
I
want to
don't
know the
think,
absolute truth? Are you
Okay, now we're
I
going
don't
to say
think
the
football
absolute
games are for the kiddies. I think
Uh-huh.
they're
Cherry on
for
top
people in
was
their
the
30s
purpose
and
of this
40s.
post was to represent his own views.
All right, do you want to know the absolute truth? Are you
Why
ready for
start
this
now?
one, folks? Do you want to know how bad and hypocritical I was? Because I'm going to fess up to it right now. I swear
this
to
is
God,
going to be something so level 1, it doesn't even matter. Get ready.
this is God's honest truth. I have never seen a piece of content from Total Biscuit or Jim Sterling.
Yes, you
And I said
have.
those things. I
You
have
actually
literally
have.
never watched a piece of content from either of those creators.
He was paid to
I will
watch a
fess up to
Jim
that right
Sterling
now.
video and he skipped ahead because he was
all of
uncomfortable
you.
about the fact
I
that
would
he
just-
was cross-dressing.
Yes.
Talking out of my ass, insulting people for no reason.
Okay,
And
I don't care.
I literally only saw it continued. The bad behavior was continuing over
You
the
gotta
year
love that about
of me
Phil.
being
I've
this-
never, I have only when. Like, wait, so you have?
I've never done it, except when I did do it, and these 2 times I did do it.
Just curmudgeoned, salty, really upset, jealous asshole. All right?
Okay, and I don't
Can
care.
you imagine saying shit like that when you fucking never even saw a piece of their content? Like, why did I do that? I don't even know. I was
You
just
tell
a piece
me.
of shit.
Not
As
fucking
superior.
retarded,
Quote,
I guess.
or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's
late
played
night.
video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience / knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review. Unquote.
Right.
Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram
This I remember. I basically
So
took a
do
stab at
I.
PewDiePie,
Good job.
And he gave me the stupidest response, and I was like,
Because
so
Phil
confused.
can't
So let's
read.
see.
That was the response, which is actually a really good response.
It's better than totally for brain-dead idiots to make this guy more rich. I mean...
post calling PewDiePie's new buck meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good response, actually, but all right. Yeah, that's the joke.
That was literally his response. DSP
I know you have difficulty with comedy and finding things that are funny and creating things that are funny, but that's a fine response.
is upset he can't read.
Yeah.
I read the cover of the
I mean,
book.
honestly, I
stupid.
don't even know why he responded, right? Like, I'm so beneath PewDiePie. I have no clue why he even responded to my incredibly mean-spirited, salty, post about him.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have. I would have been like, this person's beneath me. They're obviously, have a grudge. So fuck this person. They're
Well, you
not
wouldn't respond to Ethan Ralph tweets then, right? You definitely wouldn't do that because you're above him, right? Or you wouldn't respond to Review Tech USA making fun of you because you're above it, right? Just want to be clear.
right? But
Okay.
he
We're
responded
above
in the
it?
weirdest response ever.
Okay.
I'm upset I can't read. It's not even like oh, based. Oh, he razzed him. It's like, huh?
Philip.
It's not even like based.
Fill up.
Okay.
Oh my god. All right. Well, this is.
You should have said "felt it" in all caps.
This is that'd be much more clever.
Like, who would even say something like that? Like, I'm illiterate? I'm not. Okay, sure.
Unquote. This
jokes are funnier when you analyze them to death like that. It's really funny.
source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous. And there were several posts on his forums.
Yes, I was.
Was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous. And there were several posts on the forums relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth.
Correct.
Not
He is nailing it on the head right here. He is 100%
nailing it on the head. Okay, we'll move forward.
Nailing the situation on the head as hard as you possibly can. That is exactly what was going on in my life. My business was falling apart, my personal life was falling apart, and I was changing for the work.
Trick his viewership,
Can we just let it go
but to
now?
try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses.
For no reason. Why the fuck am I doing that? Because I'm insanely...
You're doing it now! You're doing it today! Literally, fucking today! You're reacting like with verbal paragraphs
A
against
user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault.
Yes.
It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him.
Yes.
Out of his continued
it's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him.
loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers.
Yes, please.
Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters.
Yes.
Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much.
At this rate, it's a joke.
In December this year.
And what's the joke? How much money I'm getting. That's the joke.
As I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my machinima payment is literally coming through today. Unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
Yep.
That face. Seinfeld.
2017.
Play the Seinfeld. That's what you used in that, the three people.
The
three
Saturday play of Old Hunters.
Cue the Seinfeld.
Sorry, just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other.
Yep. Basically, what happened was, when I moved out of Connecticut, I couldn't sell the condo because the value of the condo had plummeted when I owned it. So I owed way more on the mortgage.
You could have still rented it out, man.
So I
if
couldn't
you
sell it. I
hired
sold it. I didn't
a
have enough money to pay off
rental
the mortgage.
agency, but you
So
thought
when
the
I
rental
moved,
agency
my
was
aunt
overrun
moved-
by detractors.
And never forget, while he was making $180,000 a year, $130,000 a year, you could have paid it all off and been living very comfortably without a mortgage. Very easily. But unfortunately, we wanted to have Black Widow statues more than that.
Okay, now my aunt was elderly. And the thing was she was going to live there for many years so she could be closer to my mom because the condo was right near where my parents live. You know, my aunt was the sister of my mother.
Yeah, that's what an aunt
and
is.
So the arrangement was she was going to pay me a certain amount of money a month as rent, and it was going to be working like that for as long as possible. My aunt fell down, broke her hip, and was stuck on the ground for almost 24 hours. No one knew. My mom went to visit her and she had the key to the house, found her on the floor, basically near death. And so
should have had a life
she had
alert.
to go into hospice
I've fallen
for the
and I
rest of
can't
her
get
life,
up.
which only lasted about
That's also when we found out she had gout. That was why she tripped.
another year. And now out of nowhere, I'm stuck with a condo with no renter. And I contacted certain rental agencies in Connecticut, and they actually said, we refuse to rent your condo and take care of it for you, because you could pay a company to do it for you, to find a renter and handle all that shit, because your condo is in what's considered a high-risk area of Connecticut, where there are so many people who rent and then don't abide by the rules or don't pay rent and squat, that no one wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So I couldn't rent it. So literally, not only am I losing all this money, my personal life is falling apart, now this supplemental income that I was receiving every month from my aunt is gone, and there is no prospects of me finding a way to replace it. I'm fucked. And this was the beginning of my monstrous financial downfall. This was the beginning of the end for me at this point, okay?
On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
Fail.
A game with
Oh, come on. You got to stop now, Phil. If you don't get this whole arc now.
established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors.
Hey,
with the
look
most
up. There's somebody that gets defended in his chat for many years. Derek loves lemurs. Hey, what's up? You deserve to be here. You have a safe space here.
compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes, both surface level and personal, around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries to KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than
I
Phil.
don't like
Look at that. And you see
Come on, that's ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? That's
people
not
say I
ack,
laugh
ack,
like
ack.
this. I don't laugh like that. I laugh like this. Ha 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 ha. And again, with the fucking direct hit from Joon with that seal, like this like crosses over the documentary side for me, you know?
Right.
Like Joon's kind of like, all right, I'm done with this shit, man. I don't give a fuck. Let's put a seal in there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's direct.
I've got to slide to his DMs. If he ever makes another DSP video, I've got to like fucking help him out, man.
Yeah.
KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
The
seal, that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
It's cool.
The seal, that's cool. Oh,
I thought side
great.
scrollers were evil for making ack ack ack.
The
jokes.
seal is
Okay,
cool.
it's cool
Hell
now,
yeah.
right?
Awesome.
I hope Greg brings that up. Hey, when you were watching the Joon the King documentary, you said it was cool. So what are you complaining about, bitch? Bitch.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Uh-oh. I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean?
This is something he still doesn't know about to this day. He has no clue what's going on about this.
I never gave her an engagement ring. So
Yes, well, you didn't do that, but she wanted one.
Is there the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I don't even know about
Circle
this.
jerking
Let's see what this is
circle.
about, because I don't remember this at all.
Yep.
A fake engagement
Whoa!
ring? Maybe this will be where we end.
Bro,
Still doesn't
you
even
have like
He doesn't. He has no idea
And for
about
the
it.
night on this
you
topic.
have a
let's see.
goldfish memory, dude.
I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? Some stupid inside joke that I don't understand. The voice for you. What does that mean?
What does it mean? You're
In
learning
one,
along
it makes
with
no
me,
sense whatsoever
Pastor.
to anyone who's not into inclusive circle jerking circle.
Circle jerking circle. Ha 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 ha. I'm
What
so
does that
funny.
mean?
Okay, that'll be
Anyways.
fun, Philip, when you see the truth about this one.
Is there actually
on her
some
public
kind of
Twitter.
a joke
Yep.
about an engagement ring?
What's a
Huh?
Twitter? Twitar? What is
Leanna posted
Twitar?
it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's
What's-
about one of her
what's-
Twitter pictures.
what's
I really
public
don't remember this at
Twitter?
all.
I don't remember
I don't
that.
remember this. Let's see what this is. I still don't remember.
we're
this.
still watching
No,
it?
I'm not
Come
bothered by it
on.
at all, Bruno. I literally don't remember this
Right,
happening
I'm not bothered
at
by
all,
it at
so
all.
I'm curious, like, what this is.
Right.
Keep in mind, again, during this time, there's a lot of things going on between me and my ex, and our relationship was like on and off, falling apart.
Oh, so perfect time to ask her to get married, huh?
So I really don't even remember the specifics of this.
Okay, gotcha.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm just That's as hilarious confused as because that past just Phil. shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's so
Except for your girlfriend, but
completely
okay.
inside. Fresh, right there in the chat, Fresh Jive TV said, "Bro, this is your girlfriend. You don't read your own Twitter post." No, I didn't read your Twitter at all. I never read her Twitter.
I don't give a
post.
shit
They
about my
made up for
girlfriends, actually.
themselves that no one would know anything about.
I actually
at all.
don't like my girlfriends that much. They're more roommates for me.
Doesn't make any sense. It makes
Give
zero
her an
fucking
engagement
sense.
ring.
And it,
Yeah.
being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking
It
stupid.
does, or says.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Handily had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job.
That was harshly edited right there.
Whoa,
As was revealed to Phil through a video
look at
game.
his expression here. He leans into the camera like, what?
It ends up
This
being the
is-
big winner at the end of the game. That's
This
so
is
fucking
a
stupid.
tentpole
As was
memory
revealed to Phil
here.
through a video game, Handily had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship
Oh my
and the lack of
god!
progress
Like
towards marriage,
this
was
the
her way of
Quiplash.
lashing
This
out.
is how you don't play is my personal favorite. This is how I don't play, but this just makes it even better.
Yep.
And participating in the drama on Twitter.
No, I don't know about this at all.
Okay.
I really don't know about this. This
Were
is
you
the
trying to make a clip out of it now?
first time I know of this. I swear to God, I didn't know about this.
Okay.
Audience
Dude,
must
God
have blown it off
hates
that night
you
and never
after
looked
all
into it ever
these.
again.
I swear to
had
God.
no fucking clue that she was wearing a fake engagement ring to work until this very moment. Wow. I told you I was going to learn some stuff watching this. I had no fucking clue.
Okay. Well, cool.
None.
Quote, oh shit, he knows about the fake
I'm
engagement
so
ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?
Hey, there's Dragon Killer. Shout outs to Dragon Killer. That used to be the Josh's Poems Josh of the day.
Unquote. Handily then post the ring itself.
That's like how I got all my. I didn't watch any like DSP outside of this that you don't plays. I just follow that Twitter account, and you could just keep up with what's going on.
It's all captioned with Ringgate
Yep.
to 2017.
That ring is like
Handily
a Home
allegedly
Depot like sewer washer. Like,
yeah, it's a washer. Yeah.
Also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding.
Yep.
With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the
No, I don't even. That's it.
It's not
That's all
over
you're gonna
yet.
say?
No.
I don't remember this. No, I don't remember this. I still don't remember this. There's like a hole in my memory.
It's a hole. It's definitely
How
a
the
hole.
fuck? How do I remember this?
So weird.
A hole.
Did someone? I feel like Will Smith came in here and flashed my head like Men in Black. I don't remember this at all. Again, maybe because again the relationship was falling apart. So maybe I just wasn't aware of it because again we weren't spending all our time together and
How
everything.
drunk were you?
She was out hanging out with other friends and shit, and she was barely in the house for a long time. You know,
He
so
had
maybe
to
that's
be
what
like
was happening or
blackout
something.
drunk. If he's
That's
telling
probably
the
what it was.
truth,
I told you
which
we
is
were
probably
living
not.
together,
Yeah.
but we were essentially roommates. Like we weren't actually
He's got, like, brain
romantic
holes.
anymore for almost a year during the end of that
Which,
time
I mean,
period.
does happen
So very
when
much
you're-
maybe she was doing it. I just had no clue. I wasn't aware of any of it.
Okay,
I
that's
was
irrelevant.
basically fooling the internet. I didn't tell anyone that this was happening. So everyone was under the impression that we're all still close and we're, you know what I mean?
Irrelevant.
But that we weren't. So basically, this all happened behind my back, and I had no clue, and I never
Just
ever
like
understood.
today,
That's what I mean. I
people
wasn't
don't think
reading the
you and
Twitter
Kat are
at all,
close.
so I don't know anything about this. This 100% has blindsided me. Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah.
By
Make
the
a,
way,
Wow.
make
I
a
did
clip
not
out of it.
expect that
Receive-
level of memory denial.
A $2 tip.
What are you talking
Actually,
about? Give her a
$10.
pill and
Here's
leave her
$2
somewhere? I don't remember that. No,
tip. Harassment,
what are you
basically.
talking
Okay, no
about?
one's gonna need to bring her up again. You know what I mean?
We weren't
That's
even
why.
together.
Just like after tonight, after we're done with this documentary, no one's gonna need to bring her up again. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
It
Don't
was just
bring
a
up
trap
man
to do
anymore.
bots and shit with her
What?
name. So
Okay.
Okay, you won't bring her
I'll
up
move to
ever
next
again.
Super Chat. I
Got
missed it. He's
Just
talking
like
about
RTU
my
and-
exclusive release on stream, how exciting it was.
Oh
Okay.
God.
Should we do? All right. Should we do one more segment? How long is Haro? We'll pick
No.
up with the breakup. Okay.
company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Contacts meant for dire situations.
What?
They
He
had
did
less
that, by the
support
way.
to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue.
here we
Contacts
go.
meant for
He
dire
did that.
situations.
Oh no.
That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and
he's skipping ahead.
I used the wrong keyboard and it fast forward. Let's do this again. I screwed
Oh,
up.
God.
Sorry about that.
Whoa, how far are you
Please.
going back, man?
What the hell's going on?
Please,
in
can
the
we just
limelight
get through
instead
this?
was Machinima.
There we go.
With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow
I love
to
these
answer,
3D
and so he was
animations.
emailing.
The extra effort is nice.
Not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on
June,
February
I know
That's
Blender,
not
I can
true.
do this.
Ooh.
At all. I only emailed 2 people.
Right.
One person used to be a contact who I worked with at Machinima who had offered me free like free games and stuff as promotions
Good
with
point,
Machinima.
AMAC.
And the other person was supposed to be my direct line of contact for Machinima on anything. It was not an emergency contact only for emergencies. Like I could talk to that guy about anything. Neither of those people had worked for Machinima anymore. They were laid off.
28th,
but I
a
didn't know
Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments.
Yes.
Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his
Do you know who I am?
history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pinned on Machinima's
Do
request
you
to not
know
message
who
other
I am, Michael?
departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them.
That's right.
Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the
Bye-bye.
contract.
That's
After
right.
all, per their contract, they were only losing money to Phil because he was earning
Loved it.
Bye-bye.
You
Hey,
mean
this is-
complaining to your boss gets you fired? What?
You know
Nobody
what
ever told me that.
You know what Machinima said?
Especially not my
another
Catholic
scrub another
upbringing.
day.
Where, you know what Machinima said?
Like another scrub another day.
earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this
Come on,
moment to when he got
I was
fired from his
fourth
office
in all
job in
of
2010. As seen for Fred
Machinima's
Fox
view
capturing
counts.
of Phil's
What does
Twitch
fourth
chats,
get you?
Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol.
Yeah.
But this situation is pretty unique." Unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again.
Fuck,
then
man,
loses train of
2
thought, thanks his
hours.
followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a
Lost his train of thought again and again and again.
satisfactory answer. That's why his video
Yeah,
is nearly
call it-
2 hours long to explain that the contract with
Call
Machinima
it mutual again. I dare ya. Call it mutual again.
has been terminated. And as per the description, quote,
That's why
"I cannot
love
give all
Track
the
Gooses
details,
brain maps.
yeah.
but in this video I explain what's going on." Unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events.
Oh, God.
Is he going to learn from this? Answer no.
That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events.
Uncreditableness and dishonest nature.
His long-windedness
And
varies
fact
his
that
own
he
reasoning and
presents
honest
his
nature
point
is why
inside of a 2-hour fucking sandwich. Jesus, fuck.
few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than it.
This is cool. This is cool. The picture right here. It's like.
It's not flattering.
This is cool. It looks 3D. I'm in Mario 64.
Animation and stuff. That's supposed to be like my room. That's a really cool animation he made for this.
Several uploads a day do. For any
He
controversial
didn't, though.
moments,
He
Phil
has
is
editors that he pays for. Imagine that.
trying to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long
Big
video.
up,
At
Alex.
least
It took about
3
10
different
days
editors.
Yeah, he's got a fucking team on this.
so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate their numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue.
He should have
nor was
definitely
in a
ended
managed partnership.
after Lana.
This means that they would not be responsible
Well, Lena's not going yet, actually, so yeah.
for his
never
30
mind.
or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable.
Philip,
In
as you
April-
can see, he's showing modern videos with
1,000
their full
uploaded
view counts. Are we going to debunk that? 611.
Wait. Why did
562.
the thumbnails change suddenly? I don't know why.
Videos.
What happened?
The ongoing
Someone went on
developments
vacation.
Really weird.
of 2017
575 views, 709 views, drama, 1,000 views.
were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Paneli's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged.
Philip, any comment on this, please?
The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Paneli personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors
I didn't see
tracing
this
this back to
time around. That's
Yeah, it's
some high
pretty
detail
cool.
there.
Amazon found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring.
Oh, 238. That's only 2 Rambos. That's only 2.38 Rambo days.
A testament to his detractors'
10% of a cat.
or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a grave mistake.
This is all untrue.
What?
This is actually all completely true.
Well, it's
Just
half
because
true.
it wasn't his main channel, he's gonna say
Okay.
it's untrue.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This is all untrue. Well, it's half true.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, there you go.
Poltavi's a scam. They don't exist. They were
That's what he's about to tell us about. If you would unpause.
a different company entirely. They had lied about who they were.
He's about to tell us that
I
part.
to Curse about this, and I said, I like being with you guys, but I mean, you have to understand this company is like promising me the world. I'd like to experiment with them, but I'm not going to give them full control of my channels. I'm only going to give them control of one of my 3 channels. Or excuse me, one of my 2 channels. No, it was 3 at the time. I had 3 channels at the time. That's right.
Oh my god,
I said,
bro.
I'm going to give them only control of one. I'm going to see if they live up to their promise of making it a managed partnership. If they do, then I'm going to go fully with all 3 channels. If not,
Well, business
I'd like
side
to
Phil's going to flex on us with his brilliant decision making.
really go back to you guys right away. And Curse 100% understood what I was saying and said, yeah, if you can get a managed partnership with someone else, we understand why you would want that. Go with it. And if it doesn't work out, come back to us. Okay, so I had this agreement with Curse behind the scenes. I never fully trusted Poltavi at all. I never gave them access to all 3 of my channels at all because I did think that they were overpromising a lot of shit, and I wanted to test the waters
What
and
a
see if it was
genius.
going to work or not. Okay?
Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership.
Yeah.
Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Laveria Media, and as revealed, was using
Laveria?
Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady
No,
practices.
actually.
The CEO was found to be just a student
that
at a
reaction when
university.
he's confronted.
Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Laveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved.
I did listen to that one back in the day because that was it was like 8 hours or something. But yeah, I did listen to that throughout like 3 days.
While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW. That's true. That's absolutely true. I never changed the oil on the car. What he's not saying here is that I didn't want the BMW for 8 years.
Oh, okay. So that's why we didn't change our oil, because we didn't want the BMW for so long.
What the fuck?
Hold on a second. I think Craig has, you might have to. I think he wants to say something here. Go ahead, Craig.
Make it make sense.
Thank you, Craig. I was thinking the same thing.
I had a lease in Connecticut, and I had renewed the lease, and I was only like a year into this next lease. And when I
know
moved,
how the oil in an
basically
engine works, right? It needs the oil. Just because you don't want to drive it for longer doesn't.
I don't
want
to keep it forever. So,
oil.
I don't want to keep it forever, so that's it makes sense.
You don't like take the car with you. You have to pay the remainder of your fucking lease right now because you signed a lease. You can't get out of it. So I kept the car, and they actually shipped the BMW all the way across the country when I moved from Connecticut to Washington. I was stuck with the BMW.
Across the car, yeah.
I couldn't afford it, really. It was expensive, and I was stuck with this lease for like another 3 years. I was rejoicing when the lease finally expired in 2017, and I could go get a less expensive car. So BMW really kind of screwed me in that regard and stuck me with this contract that I didn't want. You're supposed to...
You made the choices, brother. You signed the contracts. I mean, that's just how the long and short of it is. Also, he has a second BMW, by the way. Let's get that right. He's lying about that there. But okay, yes, BMW screwed me by having me sign another lease. Okay, make it... Craig, I really apologize, Craig. Can you say it one more time? Craig, wake up.
Make it make sense.
Thank you.
Expensive car. So BMW really kind of screwed me in that regard and stuck me with this contract that I didn't want. You're supposed to get maintenance for free no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive.
Dude, it's an oil
and
change.
They never
come on.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially
Even people
illiterate,
like Destiny are like, bro, what are you doing?
Exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
Hey, what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove.
The shock of that, the pure shock is very real. You know, like what?
I know. Like I echoed the walls with that what there at 1:30 a.m. So.
Years?
I barely drove at all. Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy's a living meme! No.
Yes, correct.
BMW has diagnosis computer.
Correct.
Literally, he is.
And they never...
He is a human personification of meme magic.
Correctamundo!
BMW does have a diagnosis computer in the car that tells you, and they never...
Brother,
it does.
we're double downing on this?
BMW does have a diagnosis computer in the car that tells you when things are wrong. That's completely true.
Brother, we're doing it again!
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
because under the terms of the lease, BMW is responsible for all maintenance on their cars. And they are supposed to contact you
when
you have the time limit expire to change the oil. But because I moved the car from Connecticut to Washington, they shirked all responsibility and pretended like they didn't have to do anything. I called, and the place out here was like, we don't service your car. That's a Connecticut car. You only get that service in Connecticut.
So whose fault is that?
Like, what? So I got fucked. BMW literally fucked me, okay?
Who signed the contract? Who decided to take a car cross country?
What do you want him to do? Drive a mechanic across country to service your car? What the fuck?
Yep, we got your mechanic is on the next flight to Renton. He'll be there in 8 hours.
Destiny.
He's got to check in his oil pan.
Person reacting to Phil's explanation calls Phil the salesman stream.
Yes,
to out Phil out.
And that is the best description of him in this case.
Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him.
No, he didn't.
What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars?
He didn't drive it across country. He had it put on a trailer, which is what you usually
correct.
get when you get a car transported that far.
Big ups Tino for that fact as well.
That I don't already know. This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance.
That's great. No, that's really great. That's hilarious. No, he didn't jump into the chat, all right, during my stream and be like, hey, you know, you're talking about cars and I want to help you out. No, I was playing a video game. I was doing a video game stream. I remember it was that game Prey. I was not talking about cars, nothing. He comes into my chat and he's trying to derail my entire stream. Hey, can you drop everything you're doing right now with your business to talk to me about buying a new car?
He did not say that at all. He would not be stupid enough to call it a business.
Can you drop everything you're doing?
Complete. It's a question in a chat. Most people can stop what they're doing to answer questions of people that ask them questions in chat. But all right.
If you had contacted me and said, "Hey, Phil,
contact me behind the scenes, please, Destiny.
To set up a stream we could do together to talk about cars," maybe I would have said yes. Maybe
Oh
I would
my
have said
God.
no. He literally wedged himself into my stream.
Oh my
Imagine if right
God.
now Destiny came into the chat and said, "Phil, I know you're reacting to your own documentary, but I really want to talk to you about this great financing on dishwashers right now. Okay? Do you want to know what I would do? I would ban him, just like I did then. I would say, "What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of my chat."
It would take you like
to be
12
stupid.
seconds to react to him, and then you would go back to what you're doing. And then,
So you continue to be stupid. Okay,
That's all that happened.
gotcha.
All right?
Wow.
Unquote.
I mean, thanks
Phil,
for letting
still
us
in
know you
mindset.
learned nothing.
Yep.
Of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So
I trusted BMW's system to work properly.
that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay?
I would ban him.
I think, uh-oh.
What the fuck?
Hold on one
Okay.
second, everybody.
You better stop here.
What a tough guy.
I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came... Oh, is this... Okay. This is, I think...
Give her a pill. You want to give her a pill.
Where I wanted to end it.
Give her a pill, and that's
This is the next
it.
topic, correct? Yes, this is the breakup. So, all right, this is where we'll end it for tonight. Perfect.
Yes.
Now we know where to end
Cool.
it, at the breakup. This is where we'll pick it up tomorrow. This is actually exactly the time I wanted to end it at tonight.
Oh, what a
so
legend.
that's good that we did that. And we do this tomorrow. We do the breakup, the continued downfall, new relationship, Bill is a meme, taxes, no one likes him, bankruptcy, WWE champion. Hopefully we can get through all that tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow's W Champions night. Sweet.
You might as well just be punching himself in the face.
I like how he speeds through that. Internet. DSP doesn't. No one likes
him.
DSP. Taxes.
And we do this tomorrow. We do the breakup, the continued downfall, new relationship, Bill is a meme, taxes, no one likes him, bankruptcy, WWE champion. Hopefully we can get through all that tomorrow. And then the goal would be for the final stream to be the last stuff over here.
So the dealer app. Oh,
We'll have
yeah.
to see.
I'm here.
But there you go. All right, everyone. So as I went late tonight because I wanted to get to the point I wanted to get to. We literally wasted so much time on that incredibly stupid PC story. I can't believe we wasted so much time on it.
Who
You
decides?
wasted so much time on it.
Who decides exactly what content is shown on the channel? How long it takes to get through it? Huh.
Because it's so
We.
insignificant to anything.
We're
But here we
freaks
are.
now.
All right,
We.
I want to say again, thank you all for everyone who was here live.
Yes.
It was a great audience. Thanks to those who supported the stream. 33 straight streams, crushing it, right? Thank you.
Crushing
really
it,
awesome.
bro.
And we're halfway through.
Got 'em.
So we're in. Now we can actually officially say
felt it.
tomorrow, we're heading downhill. We're in the home stretch, okay?
Yeah. Today did not go as well as yesterday in terms of perception and Philip responses. I'll
We'll
tell you
leave this
that.
as an archive stream. For those watching this on demand, I hope you enjoyed it. You know, and thank you everyone. Same time, same place tomorrow, and we continue on. All right, everybody. I got to get out of here.
Peace
so
out.
Thanks so much for a great night.
I gotta
You
get
were a great
out
audience
of my
tomorrow. Do well
room
again.
and go into my room.
And stay in my room for many hours after this.
Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Wow. Quick
Anyways.
out. Quick out. Hold on. I
Damn.
got to play this real quick. It's only 1 minute. Less than 1 minute. This is a preview of tomorrow night.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Come on. This is tomorrow night preview. Good dancing, Phil. You can give her a pill. You want to give her a pill? Oh, Lugo loves it too. Come on, Lugo.
Fucking love Steno.
Yeah.
So good.
All right. My friends, I will read the super chats after, but let me say, too, the one and only, the lovely, I was going to say it, but it's still true.
Aw, I am
World
lovely.
Order in the house. Any final words, my friends? Where can people check you out? Of course, I'll get your Twitch in the chat right now. Go follow.
Oh,
right
I want to keep doing this. It's so fun. I want to be here tomorrow. I mean, today, given the fucking time zone. Holy shit.
Yeah. Tomorrow, we have 2 more legends. If it goes, how about this? Let's see. I think I'm already booked, though. But if it goes till Saturday, I want to have different people every fucking time, you know, just to keep the...
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But you're a legend, and your presence here is greatly appreciated and will never be forgotten. You know what I'm saying, my friend? You're a legend.
I'll be watching.
Big ups, dude.
I'll be editing It's a Gundam videos and my own videos. Have a good night, everyone.
Big ups. We'll say goodbye to Ludwig, a legend that he is. Big ups, man. So, next up, let me get to the daily... I guess we'll get to the guest for tomorrow. I'll tell you right now is... Actually, it's a secret. No, I'll say one of the guests tomorrow is going to be Prophet. Prophet will be in the house tomorrow as one of the guests. The other guest is going to be a secret. But all right, let's say the daily wrap real quick. And I do want to read super chats. Oh, look, guys, 2:40. Okay, well, good thing you don't have work tomorrow, right? That's what we don't have work for. How long is it? 7:21.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome.
All right, I'm skipping all the bullshit and getting to the fun part.
Welcome to the daily wrap for what seems that we have crushed the goals. There it is. It's 33 straight streams, right? So what is tomorrow? Well, Wednesday, first, see how the Street Fighter 6 returning. The only time I'm playing Street Fighter 6 this week, I've not played it in a long time.
I'm just
down with Street Fighter 6,
skipping.
reacting to the Joon the King documentary. Tomorrow, it starts getting into more modern times. We're going to see things such as me breaking up with my ex, becoming a full-time live streamer, getting into big financial troubles and the continued downfall with my detractors, escalating worse and worse with the things that they're doing to me and the repeated mistakes that I'm making regarding them. And I think it ends, we're trying to do an hour a night. I think it ends at the WWE Champions arc. Okay. After that, we got further arcs such as, I guess like the vest streak and bank leaks and shit like that, leading into now, like early this year.
Oh yeah, that shit. You know, that kind of shit.
So I think this is going to be like tomorrow will be probably pretty. Well, there'll be some good stuff because obviously my life definitely turned around for the better in 2017. But
some good stuff. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff for us coming up. Trust me.
And financially, it kind of fell apart. So it's going to be a mix tomorrow for sure. It's probably going to be one of the most interesting streams out of all of these, if not the most interesting stream, because so many people want to talk about stupid mobile games, which I've already talked about publicly now, but I guess this is the time to officially address it in the documentary React. So that's tomorrow night on my React channel, same time, 6:45 p.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific time, and running for 2 to 3 hours, okay?
That transition in WP Champions was so fucking legendary. Like, it's like, it hit me like a ton of bricks. What the fuck? That goes so hard.
FYI, because I already did clips on this channel tonight from the podcast. I'm probably not going to do any clips from the documentary stuff tonight, but it will be live. You can watch it right now as an archive stream in its entirety. I put it into the playlist, so now there's like 5.5 hours of me reacting, and it continues tomorrow. So I hope you enjoy it, but I need to get out of here. I don't want to sit here doing clips all night. I want to go spend time with my wife tonight. So I hope you guys understand.
Hold on. Adam, what do you think about that? Okay, thank you.
But I'm excited for tomorrow, another day in this very stressful ongoing week, but we're getting through it. We're doing it. We're halfway through the documentary. Actually, we're more than halfway through the documentary right now. So we're going to be basically going downhill into the second half of it tomorrow. But, you know, seeing these awful things that I've done and all this bullshit and this stress and these detractors now, starting to sweat. Tomorrow, I may have to have like a handkerchief and start dabbing my forehead as we go through this fucking thing.
I thought you said dabbing.
To try to retain my nerves as we finish up this react. But I swear to you, we're reacting to the whole thing. We're going to finish it up. Okay? Okay. That's it, everyone. I hope you have a good night and enjoyed the content. Tomorrow, podcast and Street Fighter here. And more reacting to my documentary on DSP Reacts. Everyone have a good night. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Okay, horrible daily rap. Whoever suggests that is banned permanently from life. All right, so yeah, Catbot is dead. So this stupid thing happens. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but there's a streamer bot has a quota with the API. So if you stay up till late hours like this, the quota gets hit by everyone using StreamerBot, and it resets at midnight Pacific time. So we have to wait till midnight Pacific time for it the quota to reset, and so now there's no Catbot for the rest of the night. So unfortunately, that was it. So let's get to Super Chats, though. We'll have a little chill reading session here as we move on positively. Oh, so it's only 15 minutes. All right, cool. So just wait a second. It won't take that long. Let's get some... What can we have on the screen? Let's get some GTA to say you don't play, just for the lols. No, let's do Half-Life. We saw the crouch jump today. That's pretty hype. There we go. I know it's a different game, but it's fine. Watching in silence, though, as we chill down and get ourselves ready to prepare for tomorrow, in which tomorrow will be pre-stream, and once again, it will be night 3 of the legendary Debunking the Debunk. And yes, Snood will be with me during the pre-stream. So it's me and Snood during the day, and Prophet and one other guest at night. It's going to be hype. So let's get past this. There we go. Now, I want an older one. Fuck, what the fuck is this? I don't want this level. Let's go for... So you don't play... Oh, Super Mario Sunshine. That's hype. It's a very visual. That works. There we go. Very visual style to say you don't play, which is hype. Okay. Secret guest is Leanna. Yes, correct. Can you imagine? Time tomorrow morning. Time will be 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the pre-stream after I take a nap. So big ups to the one, the only. Reno Ryan says, we already read that one. ALT could recognize his graduation picture on the cave painting 5,000 years ago. Definitely. Ikiro says he's going to self-fillet so hard for taking the incident in stride. And interestingly enough, Ikiro, you are correct, because he did take that in stride and kind of flexed on us how gracefully he handled that, if you can believe it. So you are not wrong on that prediction. JE5150 says, Joon is about to get a spoon. And it definitely felt like that, didn't it? We stopped getting, we stopped being as, let's say, even keel today, is how I would describe it. You know what I mean? Alejandro says, donating 1/10 of a Rambo session for your hard work. Thanks so much, Alejandro. I do all my things in units of Rambo days, so I do appreciate that. I can understand that unit of measure. That's how I'm going to go about my life now, in Rambo units. Rambo units. Suck my unit. What movie's that from? That's a deep cut. Gengar Green says, if Phil's going to try and spin so much, he could at least put on the Sonic hat to make it more authentic. Yeah. The spinning was out of control. I do have to get that clip. A few clips I wanted to remember to do it, but I got a few clips. Tropic Thunder is correct. What happened? We're a unit. Suck my unit. Great movie. Anime Slayer says, leftover pizza and the shits equals food poisoning. Correct. Ryan says, there's a difference between I'm not in this for the money and I don't want to be paid. Phil doesn't understand that, or he's just pretending he doesn't. And yes, similar to his, beefs with Duty, who, like he said, he felted him because Duty said he wasn't doing it for money, but Phil said that kind of thing was impossible. Merely from the fact that Duty showed that he makes money on doing that, you know where his head's at. Ikiro says, I heard he took notes from Stallone for that scene. Oh, the Rambo scene? You gotta love those scenes. ES says, don't believe your lying eyes and ears. Sound good? I only quote Tropic Thunder? Okay. Well, I quote some other things sometimes. What are we trying to do in this game right now?
I can't control the jump. Look. Oh my god.
Nailed it.
Stupid. They won't go where I want them.
Take a break. Yeah, just take a break. It's a better idea. Instamat says, for my 6-month birthday, can you show me the Sway review video? Instamat. Okay, Instamat, you want to see the Sway review video? All right. Fair enough. DSP Sway review. Will that lead us to it? I don't remember what it was actually. Oh, come on. Sometimes you got to do this. What's the review was? What was the review? Darkside Phil headphone review. Turtle Beach? Something like that? Oh, come on. Now I got to put DSP back in it. Oh, come on. What was the name of the headphone? Astra. Big ups. Astra. Close enough. Astro. Astra A10. Look how shit DSP's search is on YouTube. Holy shit, man. I put DSP first. Darkside Phil, DSP Gaming. Can you believe it to me then? Oh my god! Astra A40, my bad. A40. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, we got there. Big ups. Gaming headphones overview. We need the kitchen right here. Here we go.
Ladies and and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video. I have not done an actual unboxing of anything in a while. The last thing I did was my Nintendo Switch, right? When you're talking gaming hardware or whatever. 4 years. 4 years I've been using my current gaming headphones. I bought them all back in 2013 when I adopted direct capture and live streaming. They're finally all worn out, okay? So I figure, hey, 4 years was a good run. It's time for something new, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to get the new Astro A40 TR, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to get the new Astro A40...
He did the wind up!
TRs with the mix. Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to get the new Astro A40 TRs with the mix amp.
He did the wind up.
Pro bundle. You might say, well, why did
I do that? Okay, you can enjoy as I keep reading. Because Vike says, debunk all hearsay. His truth, trust what I say. Correct, Vikes. JE5150 says, I would have given more if he asked, dude. Uh-huh. Rambo, that was your problem. You didn't ask more. You didn't ask for more, dumb fuck. Icky Rose says, how does he know those vids didn't make 100? But I shouted that out during. That was a great point, though. Is how did he know they didn't make 100? Seems like you kind of know how much they make then, huh? RCG690, well, thanks for becoming a member. Danny Didike says, Joon doesn't believe him, and that's pissing him off. And correct there. That's why the anger starts picking up. And I'd say Joon starts getting more direct from here on out. You know, like, I've had it. Similar to, like, Chad and kind of got, like, he's like, I'm done with this. You know what I mean? I'm kind of done listening to the bullshit, so I'm going to get more direct, you know? ES said, like I said, 3x minimum. Big ups, ES. ES said, everyone is jealous of Phil's YouTube channel. Everyone on Earth, obviously. A Hard Haven says, only Scopely gets my money. Not Rambo. Not my friends. Why do they want money? DSP Historical Society says, he didn't ask for more, dudes. Ludwig is goated. There we go, big ups. Wow Yap says, when Rambo's coming over to work, it's just a relaxing hangout session. All the other times DSP was working, grueling work in the Vidya mines. The Vidya mines. Hoskew says, if you come over and I'm adorned in jewels, you can't see anything. Quite literally the opposite, dude. He can criticize you freely. Adults do that. Hoskew, great point. You're allowed to be criticized for things. You know? But let's just blame it all on jealousy, because that's the easiest thing to do, right? Craig, what do you have to say about this?
Make it make sense.
Thank you. Smitty Weberman Jensen says, do you think the racism broke up the friendship? No. Because, honestly, Rambo is racist too. If you mean the Leanna racism, no, because Leanna was racist too. DSP was racist too, so it's kind of, they all are kind of racist, right? And excuse me, I don't want to give any Rambo slander. He made racist jokes. Nah, no work tomorrow, Jack. I'm good. I got to wake up to get the kids to school, though, but I could take a nap, so we're all clear. Don't worry. Harleywood says, calling Rambo funny doesn't mean you weren't calling other people funny, but in DSP's case, they were calling him not funny because he isn't. Correct, Harleywood. They were saying he wasn't funny. And Philip decided to go take it upon himself to say, I wrote the funny part. Stop saying he's funny. I wrote the funny part. Got it? Next up, we have Heroic Biz, who says, man who said tonight I may have lied continues to say that's not true in defense of him being an insecure man baby who treats people like crap. And also, don't forget my future lies because I said the truth once. DSP Historical Society. John Rambo is a creative, hilarious, sweet summer soul, and Philip never deserved him. Well, I will say John Rambo was a sweet summer soul, and he was creative. Sometimes, well, I'm not going to say hilarious, but he had some funny thoughts. Ira says, I collect statues, and it took me all 20 minutes to flatten all my boxes while listening to this doc. Tidy home my ass. I know, I love a tidy home. That was a good, memorable moment. Level 99 catfish. In the house with the membership. Ikiro says, I hope you're tossing Ludwig 100 for the trip down to Stratford. Yeah, I was thinking in my head I might give him 1,000, but he said 100, so I said, sure, definitely. That makes sense for me, so that's what I gave him. Kevin says, who would have guessed he would say everyone but him was at fault? No one could have seen this happening. Mario Faker said, pay for suite with credit, beg mama for tax money. Ooh, good point. ES says, Phil was the Neil Breen of YouTube. Jesus Christ. Hosky says, moving forward, 100 will be known as the John Rambo. Yeah, I'm down with this. I'm down with this meme. Also, did Bullet Matrix next stab Burnell just call someone an internet tough guy? Bullet Matrix next stab Burnell just call someone an internet tough guy. Christian C says, I paused earlier tonight, catching up, you're still going. Have you ever had DSP-related dreams after a long day of streaming? No, I have not. I don't have dreams, really, anymore. The only time I have dreams is if I do nap, and it's, like, hot. It's very odd. I don't have dreams anymore. My dreams have all died. DSP Historical Society says, I haven't felt this invigorated for Phil content since I found Tevin. This channel is fun. Big ups, DSP Historical Society. Cool name. Regis Filgen with the 20. Big ups, Regis. JE5150 says, he misspoke. He would make a good politician. Fur. DSP Historical Society says, y'all may disagree. If you do, you're wrong. Crimson King is the goated goat. I don't think anyone's arguing that, to be honest with you. No one is arguing that El Crimson King is one of those people that we wish would come back more than anyone else. They say Jesus is coming back someday. No, we don't need that. El Crimson King first. Then we can worry about other stuff. Free ice cream becomes a member. Big ups. Ikiro says, this vid turned me into detractor. And that's talking about the crouch jump video. And I agree. Cheesy Poofs becomes a member. Big ups. Wesley H says, if no one laughs, is the joke actually funny? Because Phil never gets why people laugh at him, but expects people to understand his high-minded jokes. But then not get jokes as simple as Phil's pissed because he can't read. You know what I mean? It's not like that was such a great joke by PewDiePie, by the way, but it's just it hits the point it needs to hit. You're an idiot, and he's saying you can't read. That's pretty simple kind of joke there on the internet, but all right. DSP Historical Society says, Kino viewers are pawns in a war they never chose. Talking like kings and queens online. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. Kino viewers are pawns in a war they never chose. Talking like kings and queens online. And they don't know and they kind of also don't know the orders from their king. So they just pretend to know or guess at them. And it's interesting. Not all of them, by the way. I don't want to pull a Phil and say they're all detractors and all the same, because they're not. But there is some that are on this great crusade now because Kino Casino have knighted Phil. Therefore, I also want to make sure this is so it shall be written, so it shall be done. DSP is actually a king. When in reality, is that really? You could bet your ass that Kino Casino didn't know it would blow up to where it is now. I'm grateful it did, but you know what I mean? I don't think they expected it to go as well as they would have guessed. I can imagine. Mad Max the 7th, big up, says, here's your overtime pay. 5 hours is a long stream, brother. Yeah, I got to catch up to Meerkat, though. He's doing 11 hours that one time. I can't do that. I'm at my limit right now. Shiny Teeth in the house. Oh, ES says cognitive dissonance is going to give him a stroke if it hasn't already. Shiny Teeth said, Phil literally said in the PC unboxing vid that it cracked in shipping. Correct, Shiny Teeth. Correct. Greedo the Green says, do you think he knows when he lies, then tells the truth, then will lie again? I think he has lied for so long and told so many he can't tell anymore. I know nothing about this, then spend 35 minutes telling us what really happened. Yeah. I think it's when you get in the pattern of his speech or so great that he kind of gets stuck in the same routine. So let's say, this is just all speculation, whatever, but let's say you bring up a topic and it's something that it has to do with detractors. He said, well, I first have to say that I don't know anything about the detractors. That's in the script. right? So first I got to say that part. Next I have to say, okay, well, they did this thing, and I have to say, oh, they also did this worse thing 5 years ago, guys. I don't know if you knew that. And then we have to go through the actual thing, how it affects him. We have to go through the script. Iwamoto says, you don't dream because they all came true. Big ups. Happy family. Big ups, Iwamoto. Legend. Deuce Falco says, but why lie? Well, come on. Do you operate a household? You have to lie sometimes. What was Abraham Lincoln quote? This is Abraham Lincoln quote, and I put it on Twitter today. No man has a good enough memory to be a successful liar. And I think that sums it up pretty well. Pretty well. Big ups to Abraham Lincoln. I know I was around when he was around, blah, blah, blah. All those jokes are now instantly 0 out of 10 because I already said it. War Dog Leader says he's saying this because they talked to Joon over it. Yeah. So that's one of the things he talked to Joon about was the computer thing. Mickey Thor says, don't remember, misspoke, lied. Those all mean the same thing. Uh-huh. Icky Rose said his excuses ended up being, for Chris, it was the biggest moment of his life, but for me, it was just a Tuesday. Therefore, Chris Furtado's an asshole. That was the takeaway, right? Oh, let's see if Cat's back. Come on, Cat. Yay, we're back. Cat's back in action. She woke up. Wake up. I woke her up. Solid Colt says, React make him look even more pathetic. Love it. Yeah, this is definitely side-scrollers vibes now. Like today was not exactly side-scrollers, but had that same vibe, right? Where you're getting hit with truth after truth after truth, and we're scrambling for what to say. Otopico says, Phil doesn't value truth. He will use lies to explain things away. It's part of his narcissism. He doesn't do it with malice. He is just that delusional. I think he'll say whatever it takes to come out on top, let's say. You know what I mean? So if it takes a lie to make him look the best, that's what we'll take. And he's not the best liar or thinker, so sometimes the lies. And he doesn't remember the things he said because they're not true. It's very hard to remember lies, right? So that's why we see these inconsistencies, let's say. The Deep Fryer says, I'm DSP. I possibly cheated a friend out of $1,500, but that's not important. I'm moving on. Uh-huh. I can't believe you spent that much time on that part. Oh, God. Movie Science says, I cherish your donations. Uh-huh. Yes. Creedy the Green says, they're nice to me. I do pulls on stream now. Yeah! DSP Historical Society says, where are friends Kino Casino reacting alongside Phil? Vacation time, but they are still reacting to the Detractorverse, let's say. Lolcalverse is a better thing to say. Wesley H says, Phil never learned the lesson of jumping on easy bait. He'll never learn no matter how much you hammer it into his head about anything. Yep. He devours bait. Some of the largest devouring ever seen on the internet has happened. And we've seen it today. Solid Colt says, again, I don't know how he thinks this is a win. Yep. Because people call me king now. Get it? BR Joe in the house. Copeside Phil says, Google? What the hell is Google? Yeah, remember, I couldn't do that. That was funny too, remember? Why don't you just research 3 capture cards? You can't do that. Dumb fuck. You can't do that. Peasant. Be gone, peasant. Drock says, next time, big up Drock. Ikiro says, throwback, YouTube is book smart, not street smart. Yep. As if YouTube coders have to be book smart. Like that's a requirement of the job. Copeside Phil says, Joon shows multiple videos with 90 views. Phil, false? Nope, never happened. Yeah. Hoskew says, his social awareness is sub-zero. Skin suit. Uh-huh. Drock Lorefield says, his water-headed dents will still believe him and give him hundreds. Please keep the floaties on while you eat your soup, guys. Yeah. Copeside Phil says, he has also hated Witcher 2 and will hate the remake. Oh, yeah. He hated Witcher 2. Pick up Solid Coat for the membership upgrade. Legend. Key to the studio level. You're a legend. Paulette Burrow says, I'm 40 minutes behind. I forgive Panda for everything. I'm guessing it's because that one screenshot. Come on, take it easy. Cool down. Don't make me spray you down. I will. Rock Lorefield says, that's a lot of gamer shit about the doxing. Copeside Phil says this while Rich's last chip is behind him. Drock Lorefield says he was laughing his ass off after it happened. When the cops were in the fucking house. He was laughing his ass off. Meth Bear says, good thing Phil doesn't have a dog when... Oh, Meth Bear always says ones I need to read before I actually read it. Yeah, exactly. Meth Bear says, major retcon incoming. And I'm assuming that was for the... Could it be the BMW or could it be the fake engagement ring? A lot of retcons happened today. Crater says, Joon is right, but let me explain for 10 minutes why he is 100% right so you get the full context. Absolutely. Wesley H says, so he was advertising something that could be misunderstood as two different series and ended up doing nothing and wants to be seen as not be seen as a scammer. Yeah. So on Friday, on that being said, we're going to wrap up all the debunks, but that will definitely be a segment because he brings up, oh yeah, what are the craziest moments from today? I got to get my list ready, so I had no to talk about on Friday. I would say it's, so biggest moments of today were the BMW, the fake engagement ring, I know nothing, I thought was hype. Let me write this down because I will forget. Fake engagement ring, I know nothing. Bitching about Furtado. Yeah. Denial of John Rambo. Yeah, the John Rambo thing was it. Yeah. Okay, and I think that's good for the clips. Reth Bear in the house again. Let me read it first. Okay. Remember he wrote emails on stream cutting a promo on a management company for calling him on stream? He rage quit renting when they called again. Correct, Meth Bear. I should have shouted that out while the stream was on. Because, yeah, he said they called him during the stream and he hated them. So he said, fuck the renters then. That was the real truth of that situation. AMAC said, you forgot the engagement ring, but fully remember the conversation you have with a guy you can't name from Respect the Pact. Craig will handle this one.
Make it make sense.
Thank you. Alex Feature says, hey, LT, just wanted to tell you that this season you and the writer's room have truly outdone themselves. Can't wait for the finale. Yeah, it is tough writing this stuff, but... Waffle Bunny says, big ups, love the content, dude. Big ups to you, Waffle Bunny. Big ups to you. Right back. JE5150 says, he can't take any responsibility for anything. Correct. And that is it, my friends. You're all fucking legends. And I hope you don't forget it.
We prepared a treasure for you, but we're a bunch of fucking dicks. We won't just fucking hand it to you.
And on that note, we'll head out. One more time, Philip. What do you think about this?
Prepared a treasure for you, but we're a bunch of fucking dicks. We won't just fucking hand it to
you. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for the pre-stream with Snood. You're all legends. Don't forget it. See you tomorrow. Bye. My time to sleep.
do do do.